From the Earth to the Moon, written by Jules Verne. 1. The Gun Club. In the course of the American Civil War in Baltimore, Maryland, a new society of great influence was created. Everyone knows the energy with which the military instinct developed in that town of shipowners, merchants, and manufacturers. Simple merchants and shopkeepers left their office and counter to improvise captains, colonels, and even generals without having seen the classrooms of West Point, and very soon they began to compete worthily in the art of war with their colleagues of the ancient continent, achieving victories, just like these, by lavishing bullets, millions and men. But essentially what the Americans outdid the Europeans, it was in the science of ballistics, and not because their weapons had reached a higher degree of perfection, but because they were given and used dimensions and with them a range unknown until then. With regard to low, direct, parabolic, oblique and rebound shots, the English, French and Prussians had nothing to envy them, but the guns of these, the howitzers and the mortars, they are nothing but simple pocket guns compared to the formidable American artillery machines. It is not strange, Yankees have no rivals in the world as mechanics, and engineers are born as Italians are born musicians and metaphysical Germans. It was also natural for ballistic science to apply its natural ingenuity and characteristic audacity. This explains those gigantic guns, much less useful than sewing machines, but no less admirable and much more admired. Known in this genre are the wonders of Parrott, Dahlgren and Rodman. The Armstrong, the Palliser and the Troll de Beaulieu had to recognize their inferiority in front of their overseas rivals. Thus, during the terrible struggle between the North and the South, the gunners were in the front line. The newspapers of the Union enthusiastically celebrated his inventions, and there was no tacky, no matter how insignificant, and no guileless fool who did not racket his brains day and night by making calculations of ill-considered trajectories. And when an American gets an idea in his head, he never lacks another American to help him realize it. With only 3, they elect a president and 2 secretaries. If they get to 4, they appoint an archivist, and the society works. 5 are called at the General Assembly, and the society is definitely constituted. So it happened in Baltimore. The first to invent a new gun was associated with the first to melt it, and the first to drill it. Such was the core of the Gun Club. 1 month after its formation, it already had 1,833 effective members and 30,575 corresponding members. Everyone who wanted to enter the society was given the condition, sine qua non, of having devised or at least perfected a new cannon, or, in the absence of a cannon, any firearm. But force is to say that the inventors of revolvers of 15 shots, of rifles of repetition, or of sables pistols were not very considerate. In all circumstances the gunners deprived and deserved preference. The predilection granted to them, said one day one of the most distinguished speakers of the Gun Club, is proportional to the dimensions of their cannon, and is in direct ratio of the square of the distances reached by their projectiles. Founded the Gun Club, it is easy to imagine what produced in this genre the inventive talent of the Americans. The war machines took on colossal proportions, and the projectiles, exceeding the permitted limits, went on to horribly maim more than 4 harmless passers-by. All those inventions made the timid instruments of European artillery look like little. Judged by the following figures, in another time, a bullet of 36, at a distance of 300 feet, crossed 36 horses taken from the flank and 78 men. Ballistics was in its infancy. Since then, the shells have come a long way. Rodman Canyon, which dropped a bullet 7 miles away weighing half a ton, would have easily knocked down 150 horses and 300 men. At the Gun Club they tried to do the test, but although the horses submitted to it, the men were unfortunately less accommodating. But without the need for evidence it can be assured that those guns were very deadly, and in each shot fighters fell like ears in a field that is being mowed. Along with such projectiles, what did that famous bullet that in Coutras, in 1587, knocked out 25 men? What was that other bullet that killed 40 soldiers at Zeradoff in 1758? What was in substance that Austrian cannon of Kesselsdorf, which in 1742 shot down 70 enemies? Who listens to those surprising shots from Jena and Austerlitz that decided the fate of the battle? Greater things were seen during the Federal War. At the Battle of Gettysburg, a conical projectile fired from a cannon killed 173 Confederates, and at the Potomac Pass a Rodman bullet sent 115 Southerners to an evidently better world. We must also mention a formidable mortar invented by J. T. Maston, distinguished member and perpetual secretary of the Gun Club, whose result was much more deadly, because in the trial killed 137 people. True, it burst. What are we to say that they do not say it better than us? So eloquent Guarismos. It is necessary to admit without repugnance the following calculation obtained by the statesman Pitcairn. Dividing the number of victims who made the cannonballs by that of the members of the Gun Club, it turns out that each of these had on average cost the lives of 2,375 men and a fraction. Looking at such numbers, it is evident that the only concern of that scientific society was the destruction of humanity for a philanthropic purpose, and the improvement of the weapons of war considered as instruments of civilization. That society was a gathering of exterminating angels, men of good to the letter. Add that those Yankees, brave to whom else, were not content with formulas, but descended themselves to the field of practice. Among them were officers of all ranks, sub-lieutenants and generals, and soldiers of all ages, some of whom had just entered the arms race and others who had gone gray in the camps. Many, whose names appeared in the Gun Club's Book of Honor, had remained on the battlefield, and the others bore for the most part obvious signs of their indisputable boldness. Crutches, wooden legs, artificial arms, false hands, elastic rubber jaws, silver skulls or platinum noses, everything was in the collection, and the referred Pitcairn also calculated that in the Gun Club there was, at most, more than one arm for every 4 people and 2 legs for every 6. But those intrepid artillerymen did not notice such trifles, and they were filled with pride when the part of a battle left a number of victims 10 times greater than that of spent projectiles. One day, however, sad and pitiful day, those who survived the war made peace. The cannons gradually ceased, the mortars became silent, the howitzers and cannons returned to the armories, the bullets crowded into the parks, the bloody memories were erased. The cotton growers sprouted splendorous in the lavishly fertilized fields, the mourning dresses grew old along with the pain, and the Gun Club was plunged into deep idleness. Some impassioned, tireless workers still indulged in ballistics calculations and thought only of gigantic bombs and incomparable howitzers. But without practice, what good are theories? The halls were deserted, the servants slept in the anterooms, the newspapers stood on the tables, sad snoring departed from the dark corners, and the members of the Gun Club, so boisterous at one time, they were slumbering at the thought of a Platonic artillery. What a relief, said one day the brave Tom Hunter, while his legs of stick were charred in the chimney dash. Nothing we do. Nothing we wait. What an annoying existence. What did you make of those days when we were awakened every morning by the joyful sound of the cannons? Those times pass so as not to return, replied Billsby, trying to stretch out his missing arms. Then it was pleasant. A howitzer was invented, and, as soon as it was melted, the same inventor went to rehearse it in front of the enemy, and a Sherman applause or a McClellan handshake was obtained in the camp. But now the generals have returned to their desk, and instead of deadly iron bullets they dispatch harmless cotton bullets. Blessed Saint Barbara! The future of artillery has been lost in America. Yes, Billsby, said Colonel Blomsberry, we have suffered cruel disappointments. One day we abandon our quiet habits, we exercise in the handling of weapons, we move from Baltimore to the battlefields, we behave like heroes, and 2 or 3 years later we lose the fruit of so much toil to condemn ourselves to a deplorable inertia with our hands in our pockets. It would have cost the brave colonel such proof of his idleness, and not for lack of pockets. And no war in prospect, said then the famous J. T. Maston, scratching his skull of elastic rubber dash. Not a cloud on the horizon, when so much still needs to be done in artillery science. I, who am speaking to you at this moment, have just finished this morning a model of mortar, with its plan, cut and elevation, destined to profoundly modify the laws of war. Really? Replied Tom Hunter, thinking unintentionally of the last essay of the respectable J. T. Maston. Really, he replied, but what good are so many studies completed and so many difficulties overcome? Our work is useless. The peoples of the New World have striven to live in peace, and our bellicose tribune predicts catastrophes due to the incessant increase in populations. However, Maston. Colonel Blomsberry replied. In Europe they continue to fight to uphold the principle of nationalities. So what? So what? We could try something there, and if our services were accepted, what do you dare to propose? Exclaimed Billsby. Cultivate ballistics for the benefit of foreigners. It is preferable to do nothing, replied the coroner. Undoubtedly, said J.T. Maston, it is preferable, but we do not even have such a poor resource. And why? Asked the coroner. Because in the old world they profess on the sense ideas that would contradict all our American customs. The Europeans do not understand that I can become a general-in-chief who has not been a second lieutenant before, which is to say that it cannot be a good gunner who, by himself, has not melted the cannon, which I think absurd, replied Tom Hunter, smashing the arms of the armchair he was sitting in with his bowie knife. And to the extent that things have reached, we have no recourse but to plant tobacco and distill whale oil. How? Exclaimed J.T. Maston in a thundering voice. Will we not devote the last years of our existence to the improvement of firearms? Will there not be another opportunity to test the range of our shells? Will the flash of our guns never again illuminate the atmosphere? Will there not be an international complication that allows us to declare war on some transatlantic power? Will not the French scuttle even one of our steamers, nor hang the English, in contempt of the right of nations, 3 or 4 of our compatriots? No, Maston, replied Colonel Blomsberry, we will not have so much joy. Not a single incident will occur that we need so much, and even if it did occur, we would not get any part of it. American susceptibility is disappearing, and we vegetate in the mill. Yes, we humiliate ourselves, replied Billsby. We are humiliated, replied Tom Hunter. So much so, replied J.T. Maston with greater vehemence. There are plenty of reasons to fight, and we do not fight. Legs and arms are saved for the benefit of people who do not know what to do with them. Without going far, there is a reason for war. Say, did North America not once belong to the English? No doubt, answered Tom Hunter, angrily burning the end of his crutch in the fireplace. Well, answered J.T. Maston. Why should England, in turn, not belong to the Americans? It would be very fair, replied Colonel Blomsberry. Go with your proposal to the President of the United States, exclaimed J.T. Maston, and you will see how he welcomes it. Billsby muttered between the 4 teeth he had saved from the battle. I will not be the one to give him the vote in the next elections, said J.T. Maston. Neither will I, all those bellicose invalids exclaimed in agreement. In the meantime, and to conclude, J.T. Maston replied, if I am not given the opportunity to test my new mortar on a real battlefield, I will submit my resignation as a member of the gun club, and I will bury myself in the solitude of Arkansas, where we will all follow you, responded the interlocutors of the bold J.T. Maston. Such was the state of affairs. The exasperation of the spirits was increasing progressively, and the club was threatened of an upcoming dissolution, when an unexpected event occurred that prevented such a sensitive catastrophe. The day after the heated conversation we have just reported, all members of society received a circular designed as follows: Baltimore, October 3rd. The president of the gun club has the honor to warn his colleagues that in the session of the 5th of the current he will address them a communication of the greatest importance, so he implores them, whatever their occupations, to attend the appointment that he gives them for the present. His most affectionate colleague, M.P. Barbicane, P.G.C. 2. Communication from President Barbicane. On October 5th, at 8 p.m. a crowd gathered in the halls of the Gun Club, 21 Union Square. All Baltimore-based members of the society had attended their president's appointment. As for the partners involved, hundreds of them descended from the trains in the stations of the city. Without that much that was the capacity of the room of sessions, they all fit in it. So that contest of wise men was reflected in the nearby halls, in the corridors, and even in the outer halls, where there was a huge crowd that wanted to know the important communication of President Barbicane. The one pushed the other, and they ran over and crushed each other with that freedom of action characteristic of the peoples educated in democratic ideas. A foreigner who had found himself that night in Baltimore would not have managed by force of gold to enter the great hall, reserved exclusively for resident or corresponding members, without anyone else being able to occupy any position in it. So the city notables, the magistrates of the council, and the select people had to mingle with the crowds of their admirers to catch the news from the inside flying. The immense room offered a curious spectacle to the eyes. That vast place was wonderfully suited to his destiny. High columns, formed of superimposed cannons that had by pedestal large mortars, they supported the slender frame of the vault, true lace of cast iron admirably trimmed. Panoplies of trabucos, ritacos, arquebuses, carbines, and all the ancient and modern firearms covered the walls, interlacing in a picturesque way. The flame of the gas flowed profusely from 1,000 revolvers arranged in the form of lamps, completing so splendid lighting pistol spiders and chandeliers formed of artistically assembled rifles. The models of cannons, the samples of bronze, the white ones riddled with bullets, the plates destroyed by the shock of the bullets of the gun club, the assortment of sticks and brushes, the rosaries of bombs, the collars of projectiles, the garlands of grenades, in a word, all the tools of the gunner fascinated by his astonishing disposition and made presume that his true destiny was more decorative than deadly. In the preferred position, behind a splendid stained glass window, a piece of chamber was seen broken and twisted by the effect of gunpowder, precious relic of the barrel of J.T. Maston. The president, with 2 secretaries on each side, occupied a wide parquet space at one end of the hall. His armchair, raised on a laboriously carved tannery, affected in its entirety the robust forms of a mortar of 32 inches, pointing at an angle of 90 degrees, and was suspended of 2 boxes that allowed the president to swing like in a rocking chair. How comfortable it is in summer to nap! On the table, which was a large iron plate supported by 6 howitzers, was an inkwell of exquisite taste, made of an admirably chiseled cannonball, and a buzzer that fired like a revolver. During the heated discussions, this new gender bell was barely enough to dominate the voice of that legion of overexcited gunners. In front of the presidential table, the benches, placed in such a way that they formed these as the circles of a trench, constituted a series of parapets of the gun club, and it can well be said that that night there were people even in the trenches. The president was well known so that no one could ignore that he had not bothered his colleagues without a very serious reason. M.P. Barbicane was a man of about 40 years, serene, cold, austere, of an essentially formal and reconcentrated character, accurate as a stopwatch, of a temperament to every test, of an unwavering resolution, little chivalrous, though adventurous, always determined to move from the field of speculation to the practice of the most reckless enterprises. He was the man par excellence of the New England, the colonizing Nordist, the descendant of those Roundheads so dire to the Stuart, and the implacable enemy of the aristocrats of the South, of the ancient knights of the motherland. Barbicane, in a word, was what one might call a full-fledged Yankee. He had made a considerable fortune trading in lumber. Appointed director of artillery during the war, he manifested himself fecund in inventions, bold in ideas, and contributed powerfully to the progress of the weapon, giving to the experimental investigations an incomparable development. He was a medium-sized character, who by a rare exception in the gun club, had all members unharmed. His features, accentuated, seemed to be drawn with coal and slingshots, and if it is true that to guess the instincts of a man one must look at him in profile, Barbicane looked like this, offered the surest signs of energy, audacity, and cold blood. At that moment he stood motionless in his armchair, mute, meditative, with a deep look, half covered the face by a huge hat, black silk cylinder that seems made purposely for American skulls. Around him, his colleagues chatted loudly without distracting him. They questioned each other, went through the field of suppositions, examined their president, and tried, although in vain, to clear the unknown of his imperturbable physiognomy. At 8 o'clock in the striking clock of the great hall, Barbicane, as impelled by a spring, rose suddenly. A general silence reigned, and the speaker, with enough emphasis, took the floor in the following terms: "Fearless colleagues, a long time has already passed since an infertile peace condemned the members of the Gun Club to a regrettable idleness. After a period of a few years, so eventful, we had to abandon our work and stop on the path of progress. I proclaim it without fear and loudly. Any war that would force us to take up arms again would be welcomed with frenetic enthusiasm." "Yes, the war!" exclaimed the impetuous J.T. Maston. "Attention! shouted everywhere. But war, said Barbicane, is impossible in the present circumstances. And although my distinguished colleague wishes otherwise, many years will pass before our guns return to the battlefield. It is therefore necessary to take a resolution and look in another order of ideas for a way out of the eagerness for activity that devours us. The Assembly redoubled its attention, realizing that its president would address the delicate point. A few months ago, distinguished colleagues, continued Barbicane, I wondered whether, without separating ourselves from our specialty, we could undertake some great undertaking worthy of the 19th century, and whether the progress of ballistics will allow us to get out of our efforts successfully. I have therefore sought, worked, calculated, and it has resulted from my studies the conviction that success will crown our efforts, aimed at the realization of a plan that in any other country would be impossible. This project, carefully prepared, will be the subject of my communication. It is a project worthy of you, worthy of the past of the Gun Club, and it will necessarily produce a lot of noise in the world. Much noise? Asked a passionate gunner. Much noise in the true meaning of the word, replied Barbicane. Do not interrupt, many voices repeated in unison. I therefore beg you, worthy colleagues, the president replied, to give me your full attention. A shudder circulated through the assembly. Barbicane, holding his hat on his head in a quick motion, continued his speech in a calm voice. There is none among you, worthy colleagues, that has not seen the moon, or at least has not heard of it. Do not be surprised if I come here to tell you about the star of the night. Perhaps the glory of being the colonists of this unknown world is reserved for us. Understand me, support me with all your power, and I will lead you to his conquest, and his name will join those of the 36 states that make up this great country of the Union. Long live the moon! The Gun Club exclaimed, confusing all their voices into one. Much has been studied the moon, Barbicane response dash. Its mass, its density, its weight, its volume, its constitution, its movements, its distance, the role it represents in the solar world are perfectly determined. Selenographic maps have been formed with a perfection equal and perhaps superior to that of terrestrial charts, having the photograph taken from our satellite evidence of an incomparable beauty. In short, the moon is known to all that the mathematical sciences, astronomy, geology, and optics can know, but so far no direct communication has been established with it. A lively movement of interest and surprise welcomed this phrase. Allow me, he continued, to remind you, in a few words, how certain hotheads, embarking for imaginary trips, pretended to have penetrated the secrets of our satellite. In the 17th century, a certain David Fabricius boasted of having seen with his own eyes inhabitants on the moon. In 1649, a Frenchman named Jean Baudouin published The Voyage to the World of the Moon by Domingo Gonzalez, a Spanish adventurer. At the same time, Cyrano de Bergerac published the famous expedition that was so successful in France. Later, another Frenchman, The French Are Busy with the Moon, called Fontenelle, wrote The Plurality of Worlds, masterpiece in his time, but science, advancing, destroys even the masterpieces. In 1835, a translated book from the New York American told us that Sir John Herschel, sent to the Cape of Good Hope for certain astronomical studies, succeeded, by employing a telescope perfected by an interior illumination, bring the moon within 80 yards. Then he perceived distinctly caves where hippos lived, green mountains streaked with gold, rams with ivory horns, white roe deer, and inhabitants with membranous wings like those of the bat. That pamphlet, the work of an American named Locke, achieved prodigious success. But then it was recognized that everything was a trick of which the French were the first to laugh. Laugh at an American! Exclaimed J.T. Maston Dash. Behold a casus belli. Calm down, my worthy friend. The French, before laughing at our compatriot, fell into the bond that he extended to them, making them commune with wheels of mill. To finish this quick story, I will add that a certain Hans Pfaall, from Rotterdam, ascending in a balloon filled with gas extracted from the Azea, 37 times lighter than hydrogen, reached the moon after a 19-day air trip. That journey, like the previous attempts, was simply imaginary, and was the work of a popular writer from America, of a strange and contemplative wit, by Edgar Poe. Viva Edgar Poe! The assembly exclaimed, electrified by the words of its president. Nothing more worthy, I replied Barbicane, of those attempts that I will call purely literary, of all point insufficient to establish formal relations with the star of the night. I must, however, add that some practical characters tried to get in touch with him, and so, years ago, a German geometer proposed sending a commission of sages to the moors of Siberia. There, in those vast plains, immense geometric figures were to be drawn by means of luminous reflectors, among others the square of the hypotenuse, commonly called in France the bridge of the donkeys. Every intelligent being, said the geometer, must understand the scientific destiny of this figure. Selenites, if they exist, will respond with a similar figure, and once communication is established, it will be easy to create an alphabet that allows conversation with the inhabitants of the moon. Thus spoke the German geometer, but his project was not executed, and until now there is no direct link between the Earth and its satellite. But it is reserved to the practical genius of the Americans to get in touch with the sidereal world. The means of reaching such an important result is simple, easy, safe, infallible, and it will be the object of my proposition. A great murmur, a tempest of exclamations welcomed these words. There was not one among the attendees who did not feel dominated, drawn, snatched by the words of the speaker. Attention! 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 Silence! They shouted everywhere. Calm the agitation, Barbicane continued with a deeper voice his interrupted speech. You know, he said, how much progress the ballistics has made in this part of the world over the years and how perfect the firearms would have been if the war had continued. Nor are you unaware that, in a general way, the resistance strength of the guns and the expansive power of gunpowder are unlimited. Well, starting from this principle, I have asked myself whether, by means of a sufficient apparatus, made with certain conditions of resistance, it would be possible to send a bullet to the moon. To these words, a cry of wonder escaped from 1,000 longing breasts, and then there was a moment of silence, similar to the deep calm that precedes the great storms. And indeed, there was thunder, but a thunder of applause, of shouts, of cries that made the session hall shake. The president wanted to speak and could not. He could not make himself heard until after 10 minutes. Let me conclude, I replied quietly. I have examined the question in all its aspects, I have dealt with it resolutely, and from my indisputable calculations it turns out that any projectile with an initial velocity of 12,000 yards per second, and directed towards the moon, will necessarily reach it. I therefore have the honor of proposing that we try this little experiment. 3. Effects of Barbicane's communication. It is impossible to describe the effect produced by the last words of the illustrious president. What screams! What shouts! What a succession of cheers, cheers, hip, hip, and all the onomatopoeias with which enthusiasm spices up the American language. It was a mess, an indescribable railing. Mouths screamed, hands clapped, feet shook the floor of the halls. All the guns in that artillery museum, fired at the same time, would not have stirred the sound waves more violently. No wonder, there are gunners almost as loud as their guns. Barbicane remained calm amid those enthusiastic cries. No doubt he still wanted to address a few words to his colleagues, since his gestures demanded silence, and his thundering bell was stretched by detonations. You didn't even hear it. Then they plucked him from his seat, carried him in triumph, and he passed from the hands of his faithful comrades into the arms of a crowd no less enraged. Nothing surprises an American. It has often been said that the word impossible is not French. Those who have said so have taken one dictionary for another. In America everything is easy, everything is simple, and as for mechanical difficulties, all die before birth. Between Barbicane's project and its realization, there could be no true Yankee who allowed himself to glimpse the appearance of a difficulty. Said thing, done thing. The triumphal walk of the president lasted until late at night. It was a real march in the light of countless torches. Irish, Germans, French, Scots, all the heterogeneous individuals that make up the population of Maryland shouted in their mother tongue, and cheers, cheers and braves mingled in a confused to unspeakable din. It was precisely the moon, as if it had understood that it was hers, that shone with serene magnificence, eclipsing the surrounding lights with its intense irradiation. All the Yankees turned their eyes to his scintillating disk. Some greeted her with their hands, others called her with the most flattering dictates. These measured her with their eyes, those threatened her with their fists, and in the 4 hours between 8 and 12 at night, An optician from Jones Fall made his fortune selling glasses. The star of the night was watched as eagerly as a beautiful lady with a high crest. The Americans spoke of it as if they were its owners. It would have been said that the Diana cast already belonged to those bold conquerors and was part of the territory of the Union. And yet it was only a question of sending him a projectile, a rather brutal way of entering into relations, even with a satellite, but very much in vogue in civilized nations. It had just been 12 o'clock, and the enthusiasm did not fade. It remained the same in all classes of the population: the magistrate, the wise, the businessman, the merchant, the porter of rope. The intelligent people and the uneducated people felt wounded in the most delicate fiber. This is a national company. The high city, the low city, the docks bathed by the waters of the Patapsco, the anchored ships could not contain the crowd, drunk of joy, and also of gin and whiskey. They all talked, but they talked, they argued, they approved, they applauded, the same the rich ones rolled up in the couch of the barrooms in front of their jug of sherry cobbler, that the watermen who got drunk with the bearded ones in the dark taverns of the Fells Point. However, at about 2 o'clock the commotion calmed down. President Barbicane was able to return home damaged, broken ground. A Hercules would not have resisted such enthusiasm. The crowd gradually abandoned squares and streets. The 4 trains of Ohio, Susquehanna, Philadelphia and Washington, which converge on Baltimore, through the heterogeneous public to the 4 cardinal points of the United States, and the city acquired a relative tranquility. It would be wrong to believe that during that memorable night the circumscribed turmoil remained within Baltimore. The great cities of the Union, New York, Boston, Albany, Washington, Richmond, Crescent City, Charleston, Mobile, from Texas to Massachusetts, from Michigan to Florida, all participated in the delirium. The 30,000 corresponding members of the Gun Club knew the letter of their president, and were waiting with equal eagerness for the famous communication of October 5th. That same night, the words of the speaker, as they came out of his lips, ran through the telegraph threads that crisscrossed the states of the Union in every way, at a speed of 248,447 miles per second. We can therefore say with absolute accuracy that the United States of America, 10 times greater than France, launched at the same moment a single hurrah, and that 25 million hearts, filled with pride, beat with a single beat. The next day, 1,500 daily newspapers, weekly, bi-monthly or monthly, seized the question, and examined it under its different physical, meteorological, economic and moral aspects, and even from the standpoint of political preponderance and its civilizing influence. Some wondered whether the moon was an extinct world, and whether it would no longer undergo any transformation. Did it resemble Earth during times when there was no atmosphere? What spectacle would you present when the unknown face of the spheroid becomes visible? Although it was only a question of sending a bullet to the star of the night, everyone saw in this fact the starting point of a series of experiments. Everyone hoped that America would penetrate the last secrets of that mysterious disk, and some were already talking about the significant disturbances that its conquest would bring to the European balance. When the project was discussed, not a single newspaper questioned its implementation. Collections, pamphlets, gazettes, newsletters published by scientific, literary or religious societies highlighted its advantages, and the Boston Natural History Society, the American Society of Sciences and Arts of Albany, the Geography and Statistics Society of New York, the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia, the Santa Santana Institute of Washington, sent 1,000 congratulatory letters to the Gun Club, with offers of support and money. Never had any proposition obtained so many accessions. There was no anxiety, no hesitation, no doubt. As for the canzonitas, the caricatures, the mocking songs that would have welcomed in Europe, and particularly in France, the idea of sending a projectile to the moon would have discredited the one who would have allowed them, and all the life-preservers in the world would have been powerless to get rid of the general outrage. There are things that nobody usually laughs about in the New World. M.P. Barbicane was since that day one of the greatest citizens of the United States, something as if we were saying the Washington of science, and a feature of the many that we could quote. It will be enough to demonstrate to what extent the idolatry that a whole people deserved a man. A few days after the famous Gun Club session, the director of an English comedy company announced at the Baltimore Theater the performance of Much Noise and Few Nuts, a comedy by Shakespeare. But the people of the city, seeing in this title a malevolent allusion to the plans of President Barbicane, invaded the theater, shattered the seats, and forced to vary their poster the unfortunate director, who, a wise man, bowing before the public will, replaced the ill-fated comedy with the one entitled How Do You Like, by the same author, which for many weeks earned him a full house. 4. Cambridge Observatory reply. Barbicane soon lost no time amid the cheers he received. The first thing he did was to gather his colleagues in the Gun Club conference hall, where after a thorough discussion, it was agreed to consult astronomers on the astronomical part of the company. Knowing the answer, the mechanical means had to be discussed, not neglecting even the smallest detail to ensure the success of such a great experiment. A very precise note containing special questions was therefore written and addressed to the Cambridge Observatory in Massachusetts. The city of Cambridge, where the first university of the United States was founded, is rightly famous for its astronomical observatory. There they meet sages of the highest merit, and there operate the powerful eyeglasses that allowed Bond to solve the Andromeda Nebulae, and Clark to discover the satellite of Sirius. That famous establishment had, therefore, acquired many honorable titles that justified the consultation of the Gun Club. 2 days later, the response, eagerly awaited, reached President Barbicane. It was conceived in the following terms: the director of the Observatory of Cambridge to the president of the Gun Club in Baltimore, Cambridge, October 7th. Upon receiving his letter of the 6th of the current, addressed to the Observatory of Cambridge on behalf of the members of the Gun Baltimore Club, our board of directors has met on the spot and has resolved to answer the following. The questions addressed to you are: first, is it possible to send a projectile to the moon? Second, what is the exact distance between Earth and its satellite? Third, what will be the duration of the trip of the projectile, giving it a sufficient initial speed, and therefore, at what precise time it must be fired to find the moon at a certain point? Fourth, at what precise moment will the moon be presented in the most favorable position for the projectile to reach? Fifth, at what point in the sky should the cannon intended to launch the projectile be pointed? Sixth, what place will the moon occupy in the sky at the moment of firing the projectile? Answer to the first question: is it possible to send a projectile to the moon? Yes, it is possible to send a projectile to the moon, if this projectile is given an initial velocity of 12,000 yards per second. The calculation shows that this speed is sufficient. As it moves away from the Earth, the action of weight will decrease an inverse ratio of the square of distances. That is, for a distance 3 times greater, this action will be 9 times less. Consequently, the weight of the bullet will decrease rapidly, and it will be completely nullified at the time of balancing the attraction of the moon with that of the Earth. That is, at 47/58ths of the path. At that moment the projectile will have no weight, and if it saves that point, it will fall on the moon by the effect of the lunar attraction. The theoretical possibility of the experiment is therefore absolutely proven, depending only on its success on the power of the machine used. Answer to the second question: what is the exact distance that separates the Earth from its satellite? The moon does not describe around the Earth a circle, but an ellipse, of which our globe occupies one of the foci, and therefore the moon is sometimes closer and sometimes farther from the Earth, or, technically speaking, sometimes at its peak and sometimes at its perigee. The difference in the space between its greatest and smallest distance is quite considerable for it to be taken into account. The moon is at its peak at 247,552 miles, 99,640 leagues of 4 kilometers, and at its perigee at 218,895 miles, 88,010 leagues, giving a difference of 28,657 miles, 11,630 leagues, which is more than 1/9 of the route that the projectile must travel. The perigee distance from the moon is therefore what should serve as the basis for the calculations. Answer to the third question: what will be the duration of the trip of the projectile, giving it a sufficient initial velocity, and therefore, at what precise moment should it be fired to find the moon at a certain point? If the bullet were to retain indefinitely the initial speed of 12,000 yards per second given to it on departure, it would not take more than 9 hours to reach its destination. But since this initial speed is continuously decreasing, it turns out, by a rigorous calculation, that the projectile will take 300,000 seconds, that is, 83 hours and 20 minutes to reach the point where the terrestrial and lunar attractions are balanced, and from that point it will fall on the moon in 50,000 seconds, 13 hours, 53 minutes and 20 seconds. It should therefore be fired 97 hours, 13 minutes and 20 seconds before the moon arrives at the point where the shot was fired. Answer to the fourth question. At what precise moment will the moon be presented in the most favorable position for the projectile to reach? After what has been said, it is clear that the time when the moon is at its perigee must be chosen, and at the same time the time when it passes through the zenith, which will reduce the distance by 3,919 miles so that the final journey will be 214,966 miles, 86,410 leagues. But while the moon goes through its perigee every month, it is not always at its zenith. It is not presented in these two conditions but at very long intervals. It will therefore be necessary to wait for the coincidence of the passage to perigee and zenith. For a happy occasion, on December 4th of next year the moon will offer these two conditions. At 12 o'clock at night it will be in its perigee, that is, at the smallest distance from the earth, and, at the same time, it will pass through the zenith. Answer to the fifth question. At what point in the sky should the cannon intended to launch the projectile be aimed? Once the above observations have been accepted, the gun must be pointed at the zenith of the place where the experiment is conducted, so that the shot is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, and thus the projectile will be freed sooner from the effects of the terrestrial attraction. But for the moon to rise to the zenith of a site, it is necessary that the latitude of this site is not higher than the decline of the star, or, in other words, that the site is not between 0 degrees and 28 degrees of north or south latitude. At any other point, the shot would necessarily have to be oblique, which would contradict the good result of the experiment. Answer to the sixth question. What place will the moon occupy in the sky when firing the projectile? In the act of launching the bullet into space, the moon, which advances daily 13 degrees 10 minutes and 35, must be far from the zenith point 4 times this distance, that is 52 degrees 42 minutes and 20 inch space that corresponds to the path that it will make while the projectile advances. But as it is also necessary to take into account the deviation that will make the bullet suffer the rotation movement of the Earth, and as the bullet will not reach the moon but after having suffered a deviation equal to 16 Earth radii, which, counted with the orbit of the moon, are about 11 degrees, these should be added to those that express the delay of the moon, already mentioned, or are 64 degrees. Thus, at the time of firing, the visual beam directed at the moon will form with the vertical of the experiment site an angle of 64 degrees. Such are the answers given by the Cambridge Observatory to the questions of the members of the Gun Club. In short, 1. Degree the gun should be placed in a country between 0 degrees and 28 degrees latitude north or south. 2. Degree it should be pointed at the zenith of the experiment site. 3 degrees the projectile shall be equipped with an initial velocity of 12,000 yards per second. 4 degree should be fired on the 1st of December next year at 11 hours minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 5 degrees you will find the moon 4 days after your departure, on December 4th, at 12 o'clock at night, at the time of passing the zenith. The members of the Gun Club must therefore undertake without loss of time the work required by their company and be ready to act at the given time, because, if they pass on December 4th, will not find the moon in the same perigee and zenith conditions until 18 years and 11 days have elapsed. The board of directors of the Cambridge Observatory is entirely at the disposal of the Gun Club for theoretical astronomy matters, and hereby adds its congratulations to those of the entire America. By the board J. M. Belfast, Director of the Observatory of Cambridge. 5. The Novel of the Moon. If someone looked with an infinitely penetrating view and placed in this unknown center around which the world gravitates, he would have seen in the chaotic age of the universe myriads of atoms that populated space. But little by little, centuries and centuries passed, a variation occurred, manifesting a law of attraction, to which the atoms until then were subordinated. Those atoms combined chemically according to their affinities. They became molecules and formed those nebulous accumulations of which the depths of space are inhabited. He then encouraged those accumulations a rotation motion around their central point. That center, formed of vague molecules, began to revolve around itself, condensing progressively. In addition, following immutable laws of mechanics, as condensation diminished its volume, its rotation movement accelerated, resulting in a main star, the center of nebulous accumulations. By looking closely, the observer would then have seen the other molecules of accumulation behave like the central star, condensing in the same way by a rotation motion in the form of countless stars. The nebula was formed. Astronomers now count about 5,000 nebulae. There is one among them that men have called the Milky Way, which contains 18 million stars, each star being the center of a solar world. If the observer had then examined especially among those 18 million stars, one of the most modest and least bright, a fourth-order star, which we proudly call the Sun, all the phenomena to which the formation of the universe is due would have been realized successively in his sight. He would have seen the Sun, still in a gaseous state, and composed of movable molecules, revolving around its axis to consummate its work of concentration. This movement, subjected to the laws of mechanics, would have accelerated with the decrease in volume, arriving at a time when the centrifugal force prevailed over the centripetal, which tends to impel molecules towards the center. Then, in view of the observer, another phenomenon would have appeared. The molecules located in the plane of the equator, escaping like the stone of a sling that suddenly breaks, would have gone to form around the Sun several concentric rings similar to those of Saturn. Those rings of cosmic matter, endowed in turn with a rotation motion around the central mass, would have broken down and decomposed into secondary nebulosities, that is, planets. If the observer had then concentrated all his attention on these planets, he would have seen them behave exactly like the Sun and give birth to one or more cosmic rings, origin of those lower-order stars that are called satellites. So, rising from the atom to the molecule, from the molecule to accumulation, from accumulation to the nebula, from the nebula to the main star, from the main star to the Sun, from the Sun to the planet, and from the planet to the satellite, we have the whole series of transformations experienced by the heavenly bodies since the first days of the world. The Sun seems lost in the vastness of the stellar world, and yet, according to theories that currently deprive science, it had subordinated itself to the Milky Way nebula. The center of a world, though so small in the midst of ethereal regions, is, however, enormous, for its volume is 1,400,000 times greater than that of the Earth. Around it gravitate 8 planets, coming out of their very entrails in the early times of creation. These planets, listed by order of proximity, are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. In addition, between Mars and Jupiter other less significant bodies circulate regularly. Wandering remains perhaps of a shattered star, of which the telescope has already recognized 82. Of these servers that the Sun maintains in its elliptical orbit by the great law of gravitation, some also possess its satellites. Uranus has 8, Saturn has 4, Jupiter has 4, Neptune has 3, Earth has 1. The latter, one of the least important in the solar world, is called Luna, and is the one that the bold genius of the Americans intended to conquer. The star of the night, by its relative proximity and the rapidly renewed spectacle of its various phases, shared with the Sun, from the first days of humanity, the attention of the inhabitants of the earth. But the Sun offends the eyes when it looks at him, and the torrents of light it emits force them to close to those who contemplate them. The placid Phoebe, more human, is complacent with her modest grace. Pleasing to the eye, she is unambitious, and yet she is ever allowed to eclipse her brother, the radiant Apollo, without ever being eclipsed by him. The Mohammedans, understanding the recognition they owed to this faithful friend of the earth, have regulated their months based on their revolution. The revolution of the moon lasts about 27.5 days. The first peoples gave a very preferential worship to this deity caste. The Egyptians called her Isis, the Phoenicians Astarte. The Greeks worshipped her under the name of Phoebe, daughter of Latona and Jupiter, and explained her eclipses by Diana's mysterious visits to the beautiful Endymion. According to mythological legend, the lion of Nemea roamed the fields of the moon before his appearance on earth, and the poet Aegianax, quoted by Plutarch, celebrated in his verses that kind mouth, that charming nose, those sweet eyes, formed by the luminous parts of the adorable Selene. But while the ancients understood the character, the temperament, in a word, the moral qualities of the moon from the mythological point of view, the wisest among them remained very ignorant in selenography. However, some astronomers of ancient times discovered certain peculiarities currently confirmed by science. While the Akkadians claimed to have inhabited the earth at a time when the moon did not yet exist, Simplicius believed it to be motionless and hung from the glass vault, although Tasius regarded it as a fragment detached from the solar disk. Although Clearco, the disciple of Aristotle, made of her a burnished mirror in which the images of the ocean were reflected. Although others, in short, they saw in her only an accumulation of vapors exhaled by the earth or a balloon half fire, half ice, which revolved around itself, some sages, by means of astute observations, in the absence of optical instruments, suspected most of the laws that govern the star of the night. Thales of Miletus, 600 years before Jesus Christ, issued the opinion that the moon was illuminated by the sun. Aristarchus of Samos gave the true explanation of his phases. Cleomedes taught that he shone with a reflected light. The Chaldean Berossus discovered that the duration of its rotation motion was equal to that of its translation motion, and thus explained how the moon always presents the same face. Finally, Hipparchus, 2 centuries before the Christian era, recognized some inequalities in the apparent movements of the Earth's satellite. These different observations were later confirmed, and from them new astronomers took advantage. Ptolemy, in the 2nd century, and the Arab Abul Wifa, in the 10th century, completed Hipparchus' observations on the inequalities suffered by the moon following the tortuous line of its orbit, under the action of the sun. Later, Copernicus, in the 15th century, and Tycho Brahe, in the 16th century, fully exposed the solar system, and the role played by the moon among the celestial bodies. Already at that time, his movements were almost determined, but of his physical constitution very little was known. It was then that Galileo explained the light phenomena produced in certain phases by the existence of mountains, to which he gave an average height of 4,500 toises. Then Hevelius, an astronomer from Danzig, lowered the highest heights to 2,600, but his companion, Riccioli, raised them to 7,000. At the end of the 18th century, Herschel, armed with a powerful telescope, greatly reduced the previous measures. He gave 2,900 toises to the higher mountains, and reduced the different heights to 400 toises on average. But Herschel was also wrong, and it took the observations of Scudder, Louville, Halley, Naismith, Bianchini, Pasteur, Lorman, Gruthuysen, and, above all, the thorough studies of Beer and Moedler, to solve the question in a definitive way. Thanks to the aforementioned sages, the elevation of the moon mountains is now perfectly known. Beer and Moedler have measured 1,905 heights, of which 6 go from 2,600 toises and 22 go from 2,400. The highest peak protrudes from the surface of the lunar disk 3,801 toises. At the same time, the reconnaissance of the moon's disk was completed, which appeared riddled with craters, confirming in all observations its essentially volcanic nature. From the lack of refraction in the rays of the planets that she conceals, it follows that it is almost absolutely lacking atmosphere. This lack of air means a lack of water, and therefore, Selenites, to live in such conditions, must have a special organization and differentiate themselves uniquely from the inhabitants of the Earth. Finally, thanks to new methods, more sophisticated instruments avidly recorded the moon, leaving no point unexplored in its hemisphere, yet measuring its diameter 2,150 miles, 3,475 kilometers, that is, just over a quarter of the Earth's diameter, and be its surface equal to a 13th part of that of the globe, 38 million square kilometers, and its volume a 49th part of the Earth's sphere. But none of these secrets could be eternally for the wise astronomers, which took his prodigious observations even further. They noticed that, during the full moon, the disk appeared in certain parts, marked with black lines. By studying these lines more accurately, they came to realize their exact nature. Those lines were long, narrow furrows, open between parallel edges that usually ended at the crater margins. They were between 10 and 100 miles long and 800 toises wide. Astronomers called them slot, but giving them this name is all they knew how to do. As to whether they were dry beds of ancient rivers, they could not solve it conclusively. The Americans hoped, day by day, to determine this geological fact. They also reserved the glory of recognizing that series of parallel parapets, discovered on the surface of the moon by Gruthuysen, wise professor of Munich, who considered them as a system of fortifications erected by Selenite engineers. These 2 points, still obscure, and others certainly could not be clarified definitively, but by means of a direct communication with the moon. As for the intensity of its light, nothing had to be learned, since it was already known that it is 300,000 times weaker than that of the sun, and that its heat does not exert any appreciable action on thermometers. Regarding the phenomenon known as Cinderella light, it is naturally explained by the effect of the sun's rays rejected from the Earth to the moon, which apparently complete the lunar disk, when it is presented in a growing or waning quarter. Such was the state of knowledge acquired about the Earth's satellite, that the Gun Club set out to complete under all points of view, both cosmographic and geological as well as political and moral. 6. What is not to be doubted and what is not to be believed in the United States. Barbicane's proposal had the immediate effect of putting on the table all astronomical facts concerning the night star. All the citizens of the Union studied it assiduously. It would have been said that the moon appeared for the first time on the horizon and that no one had ever seen it in the sky before. It became fashionable. It was the soul of all conversations, without detracting from its modesty, and took without conceit a position of preference among the stars. The newspapers reproduced the old anecdotes in which the son of the wolves appeared as the protagonist. They recalled the influences attributed to him by ignorance of the early ages. They sang it in all tones, and he did not fail to quote from it some ingenious phrases. All of America felt a rush of Selena mania. The scientific journals dealt more especially with the questions concerning the Gun Club Company, and published, commenting on it and approving it without reservation, the charter of the Cambridge Observatory. No one, not even the most layman of the Yankees, was allowed to ignore only one of the facts concerning his satellite, nor would it have been tolerated in respect of the individual that the less cocumen had admitted superstitious errors. Science came everywhere under all imaginable forms. It penetrated through the ears, through the eyes, through all senses. In a word, it was impossible to be an ass in astronomy. Until then, the general did not know how the distance between the moon and the earth had been calculated. The wise took advantage of circumstances to teach even the most denied that distance was obtained by measuring the parallax of the moon. And if the word parallax left them in the dark, they said parallax is the angle formed by two straight lines that depart to the moon from each of the ends of the terrestrial radius. And if anyone doubted the perfection of this method, it was immediately proven that this average distance was not only 234,347 miles, 94,330 leagues, but that astronomers were not wrong in 70 miles, 30 leagues. To those unfamiliar with the movements of the moon, the newspapers showed daily that the moon has two distinct movements, the first called rotation around its axis, and the second called translation around the earth, verifying the two in the same period of time, that is in 27 days and 1/3. It is the duration of the sidereal revolution, that is, the time it takes the moon to return to the same star. The rotation movement is what creates day and night on the surface of the moon, but there is only one day, more than one night per lunar month, lasting 354 hours and a third each. Fortunately for her, the hemisphere that looks at the globe is lit by it with an intensity equal to the light of 14 moons. As for the other hemisphere, always invisible, it naturally has 354 hours of an absolute night, somewhat tempered by the pale clarity that falls from the stars. This phenomenon is only due to the fact that the rotation and translation movements are verified in a strictly equal period of time, a phenomenon common, according to Cassini and Hertz, to the satellites of Jupiter and most probably to all the others. Some very applied individual, but somewhat hard-headed, did not easily understand that if the moon invariably presented the same face to the earth during its translation, it was this because in the same period of time it described a return around itself. To this it was said, go to the dining room, take a walk around the table always looking at its center, and when you have concluded the circular walk, you will have taken a turn around yourself, because the view will have traveled successively all the points of the dining room. Well, the dining room is heaven, the table is earth, and you are the moon. And the most reluctant were delighted by the comparison. We have, therefore, that the moon presents incessantly the same hemisphere to the earth, although, to be more exact, we must add that, as a result of a certain balance and wobble from the north to the south and from the west to the east called libration, it is seen a little more than half of its disk, or 57/100ths of it. Then the ignorant as far as the rotation motion of the moon is concerned knew as much as the director of the Cambridge Observatory did, and they were instructed immediately by 20 scientific journals. Then they knew that the firmament, with its infinity of stars, can be considered as a vast quadrant through which the moon walks, indicating the true time to all the inhabitants of the earth. They also knew that in this movement the star of the night presents its different phases, that the moon is full when it is in opposition to the sun, that is, when the three stars are on the same line, with the earth in the middle, that the moon is new when it is in conjunction with the sun, that is, when it is between the earth and it, and, finally, that the moon is in its first or last room when it forms with the sun and the earth a right angle from which it occupies the vertex. Some discerning Yankees then deduced the consequence that eclipses can only be reproduced in times of conjunction or opposition, and they were perfectly rational. In conjunction, the moon can eclipse the sun, while in opposition it is the earth who can eclipse the moon, and if these eclipses do not occur twice a month, it is because the plane in which the moon moves is inclined on the ecliptic, or in other words, on the plane on which the earth moves. Regarding the height that the night star can reach on the horizon, the charter of the Observatory of Cambridge had already said what could be desired. Everyone knew that the height varies according to the latitude of the place from which it is observed, but the only areas of the globe where the moon passes through the zenith, that is, where it is placed daily above the head of those who contemplate it, are necessarily between the 28th parallel and the equator. Hence the paramount importance of the recommendation to do the experiment from any point in this part of the globe, so that the projectile could advance perpendicularly and escape the action of gravity sooner. This condition was essential to the success of the company, and did not cease to worry the public. As for the line that follows the moon in its translation around the earth, the Cambridge Observatory had expressed itself so clearly that the most ignorant understood that it is an incoming curved line, an ellipse and not a circle in which the earth occupies one of the foci. These elliptical orbits are common to all planets and all satellites, and rational mechanics prove rigorously that it cannot be anything else. It was evident to all that the moon is as far away from the earth as possible at its peak and as close as possible to its perigee. Here is what every American knew by degree or force, and what no one could decently ignore. But if it was easy to quickly vulgarize these principles, it was not so easy to root out many mistakes and certain illusory fears. Some pocket souls argued that the moon was an ancient comet that, traveling its orbit around the sun, passed by the earth and stopped in its circle of attraction. The astronomers of the hall tried to explain the ashen aspect of the moon, irreparable misfortune of which they accused the radiant star. It is true that when they were told that comets have an atmosphere and that the moon lacks it or less, they shrugged without knowing what to answer. Others, belonging to the Guild of the Fearful, manifested a certain panic about the moon. They had heard it said that, according to the observations made in time of the caliphs, the rotation movement of the moon accelerated in a certain proportion, from which they deduced, logically without doubt, that an acceleration of motion should correspond to a decrease in distance between the two stars, and that, extending to infinity, this double effect, the moon, after all, had to collide with the earth. They should, however, have calmed down and ceased to fear for the fate of future generations when it was shown that, according to the calculations of the illustrious French mathematician Laplace, this acceleration of motion was contained within very narrow limits, and that a proportional decrease would soon follow. The balance of the solar world could therefore not be altered in the centuries to come. Ultimately remained the superstitious class of the ignorant, who did not content themselves with ignoring, but knew what was not, and knew too much about the moon. Some of them considered their disk as a burnished mirror through which they could be seen from different points of the earth, and their thoughts communicated. Others claimed that of the 1,000 new moons observed, 950 had brought about remarkable disturbances, such as cataclysms, revolutions, earthquakes, floods, pests, etc. That is, they believed in the mysterious influence of the night star on human destinies. They looked at it as the true counterweight of existence. They believed that each Selenite corresponded to an inhabitant of the earth, to whom it was united by a sympathetic bond. They said, with Dr. Mead, that the vital system is entirely under him, and held with a deep conviction that males are born mainly during the full moon and females in the waning quarter, etc. But they had, at last, to renounce such gross errors and to recognize the truth, and although the moon, stripped of its supposed influence, lost in the concept of certain courtiers all its category, if some turned their backs on it, declared itself his immense majority. As for the Yankees, they had no ambition other than to take possession of that new continent of the air, to fly on the highest ridge of their mountains the powerful pavilion, dotted with stars, of the United States of America. 7. The Hymn to the Projectile. In its outstanding letter of October 7th, the Cambridge Observatory had addressed the question from an astronomical point of view, but it needed to be resolved mechanically. In this concept, the practical difficulties would have seemed insurmountable to any other country than America. In the United States, it seemed like a game. President Barbicane had appointed, without delay, an executive committee within the Gun Club. This commission was to elucidate in 3 sessions the 3 great questions of the cannon, the projectile, and the gunpowder. It was composed of 4 members very knowledgeable in these matters: Barbicane, with a preponderant vote in the event of a tie, General Morgan, Major Elphiston, and the inevitable J.T. Maston, to whom the functions of secretary were entrusted. On October 8th, the commission met at President Barbicane's home, 3 Republican Street. As it mattered much that the stomach did not disturb with their screams such a serious discussion, the 4 members of the Gun Club sat down at a table covered with snacks and huge teapots. Then J.T. Maston fixed his pen on his false arm and began the session. Barbicane took the floor. "My dear colleagues," he said, "we are committed to solving one of the most important problems of ballistics, science par excellence, which deals with the movement of projectiles, that is, of the bodies launched into space by any impulsive force and then abandon themselves." "Oh, ballistics! Ballistics!" exclaimed J.T. Maston in a moved voice. "Perhaps it would have seemed more logical," Barbicane replied, "to dedicate this first session to the discussion of the cannon." "In effect," answered General Morgan. "However," Barbicane replied, after mature reflections, "it seemed to me that the question of the projectile should precede that of the cannon, and that the dimensions of the projectile should be subordinate to those of the cannon." I asked for the word Liho J.T. Maston. He was granted the word with the promptness and spontaneity to which he was credited with his magnificent past. "My worthy friends," he said with inspired accent, "our president is right to give the question of the projectile preference over all the others. The bullet we are sending to the moon is our messenger, our ambassador, and I beg you to allow me to consider it from a purely moral point of view." This new way of examining a projectile aroused the curiosity of the members of the committee, so they listened with the keenest attention to the words of J.T. Maston. "My dear colleagues, I will be brief. I will put aside the physical bullet, the bullet that kills, so that I can only deal with the mathematical bullet, the moral bullet. The bullet is for me the most brilliant manifestation of human power. It is entirely summed up in it. Creating it is how man has come closer to the Creator." "All right," said Major Elphiston. "Indeed," exclaimed the speaker, "if God has made the stars and the planets, man has made the bullet, this criterion of Earth velocities, this reduction of the wandering stars in space, which in short are nothing more than projectiles. To God corresponds the speed of electricity, the speed of light, the speed of stars, the speed of comets, the speed of planets, the speed of satellites, the speed of sound, the speed of wind. But to us the speed of the bullet, 100 times higher than that of trains and the fastest horses." J.T. Maston was in ecstasy. His voice took lyrical accents singing this sacred hymn to the bullet. "Do you want figures?" answered Dash. "Yes, I'll introduce you eloquently. Just look at the modest bullet of 24. Although it runs with a speed 800,000 times less than that of electricity, 640,000 times less than that of light, and 76 times less than Earth's in its translation motion around the Sun, however, when it exits the cannon, it exceeds sound speed, advances 200 toises per second, 2,000 toises in 10 seconds, 14 miles per minute, 6 leagues, 840 miles per hour, 360 leagues, and 20,100 miles per day, 8,640 leagues, that is, the speed of the equator points in the rotation movement of the globe, which is 7,336,500 miles per year, 3,155,760 leagues. It would take 11 days to move to the moon, 12 years to reach the sun, 360 years to reach Neptune, on the edge of the solar world. Here's what this modest bullet would do, the work of our hands. What will it be then? When making this speed 20 times greater, we launch it at a speed of 7 miles per second. Superb bullet. Splendid projectile. I am pleased to think that you will be received up there with the honors due to an Earth ambassador." Enthusiastic cheers welcomed this resounding peroration, and J.T. Maston, greatly moved, sat among the congratulations of his colleagues. "And now," said Barbicane, "that we have paid a tribute to poetry, let's get straight to the point." "Let's get to the point," answered the members of the committee, throwing each other half a dozen sandwiches. "You know the problem to solve," the president replied. "It's about giving a projectile a speed of 12,000 yards per second. I have reason to believe we'll make it. But now let us examine the speeds obtained so far. General Morgan will be able to instruct us." "The more so," the general replied, "since, during the war, he was a member of the Committee of Experiments. I will tell you, then, that the 100-inch guns of Dahlgren, reaching 2,500 toises, gave their projectile an initial speed of 500 yards per second. "Well, and the Columbiad Rodman?" asked the president. "The Rodman Columbiad, tested at Fort Hamilton, fired a half-ton bullet at a distance of 6 miles, at a speed of 800 yards per second, results that have never been obtained in England, Armstrong and Palliser." "Oh, the English?" murmured J.T. Maston, turning towards the eastern horizon his formidable false hand. "So, as Barbicane said, 800 yards is the maximum of the speed achieved so far in ballistics?" "Yes," Morgan replied. "I will say, however," replied J.T. Maston, "that if my mortar had not burst—" "Yes, but it burst," replied Barbicane with a benevolent gesture. "So let's take the speed of 800 yards as a starting point. We need it 20 times higher. Leaving for another session the discussion of the means intended to produce this speed, I draw your attention, my dear colleagues, to the dimensions that should be given to the bullet. You understand that it is not a question of shells weighing half a ton." "Why not?" asked the major. "Because," answered the moment J.T. Maston, "it takes a bullet that is large enough to attract the attention of the inhabitants of the moon, in the event that the moon has inhabitants." "Yes," Barbicane replied, "and also for an even more important reason." "What do you mean, Barbicane?" asked the elder. "I want to say that it is not enough to send a projectile to not return to deal with it. It is necessary that we follow him during his journey until the moment of reaching his destination." "How?" said the general and the major, somewhat surprised of the proposition. "It is natural," Barbicane replied with the assurance of a man who knows what is said, "otherwise our experiment would not produce the least result." "But then," replied the major, "are you going to give the projectile enormous dimensions?" "No, listen to me. You know that the optical instruments have acquired some perfection. With certain telescopes they have been able to obtain increases of 6,000 times the natural size, and to approach the moon to 16 leagues. At this distance, objects whose volume is 60 feet are perfectly visible. If the penetrating power of telescopes has not been taken any further, it has been because this power is exercised only to the detriment of clarity. The moon, which is only a reflecting mirror, does not send enough intense light so that the increase can be carried beyond that limit." "So what do you intend to do?" asked the general. "Will you give your projectile a diameter of 60 feet? "No." "Are you committed, then, to making the moon brighter?" "Precisely." "I like the idea," exclaimed J.T. Maston. "It's a very simple thing," replied Barbicane. "If the density of the atmosphere passing through the moonlight is reduced, is it not evident that this light will have become more intense?" "Obviously." "Well, in order to get this result, I will just place my telescope on some high mountain, and that is what we will do." "Agreed, replied the major. "You have a way of simplifying things. And what increase do you hope to obtain thus?" "An increase of 48,000 times, which will put us on the moon at a distance that will be no more than 5 miles, and objects to be visible will not need to have more than a diameter of 9 feet. "Perfectly!" exclaimed J.T. Maston. "Is our projectile going to be 9 feet in diameter?" "No more, no less." "Let me tell you, however," I reply Major Elphiston "that, even so, it will be such a weight." "Oh, Major," replied Barbicane "before discussing its weight, let me tell you that our fathers did wonders in this genre. Far from me the idea that ballistics has not progressed, but it is good to know that already in the Middle Ages there were surprising results, and even I dare to say more surprising than ours. Tell that to my grandmother, replied Morgan. Justify your words, exclaimed J.T. Maston. Nothing is easier, replied Barbicane. I can cite examples in support of my assertion. At the site of Constantinople, Mohammed II in 1543, stone bullets weighing 1,900 pounds were fired, which would be a regular size. Oh! Exclaimed the Major. Many pounds are 1,900. In Malta, in the time of the Knights, a certain cannon of the fort of San Telmo threw projectiles weighing 2,500 pounds. Impossible. Finally, according to a French historian, under the reign of Louis XI, there was a mortar that dropped a bomb weighing only 500 pounds. But this bomb, starting from the Bastille, which was a point at which the madmen locked up the sane ones, was going to fall in Charenton, which is a point where sane people lock up crazy people. Impossible. Very well, said J.T. Maston. What did we see afterwards, in short? The Armstrong guns, which fire 500-pound bullets, and the Rodman Columbiads, which fire half-ton bullets. It seems, then, that if the shells have gained in range, they have lost more weight than they have gained. With due effort, we will arrive with the advances of science to increase tenfold the weight of the bullets of Mohammed II and of the Knights of Malta. It is evident, replied the Major. But what metal do you intend to use for the projectile? Cast iron, pure and simple, said General Morgan. Cast iron! Exclaimed J.T. Maston with deep disdain. Iron is a very ordinary metal for making a bullet for a visit to the moon. Let's not exaggerate, my distinguished friend, Morgan replied. Cast iron will do. Then replenished the Major Elphiston. Since the weight of the bullet is proportionate to its volume, a cast iron bullet, measuring 9 feet in diameter, will weigh horribly if it is massive, but not if it is hollow, said Barbicane. Hollow. So it will be a grenade? In which we will put messages, replied J.T. Maston. And samples of our terrestrial productions. Yes, a grenade, replied Barbicane. It cannot be anything else. A massive 108-inch bullet would weigh over 200,000 pounds, and this weight is obviously excessive. However, since the projectile needs to have some consistency, I propose that it be allowed a weight of 20,000 pounds. What will be the thickness of its walls? Asked the Major. If we follow the regulatory ratio, replied Morgan, a diameter of 108 inches will require walls of not less than 2 feet. It would be too much, Barbicane replied. Note well that it is not a bullet intended to drill iron plates. It is enough, then, that its walls are strong enough to counteract the pressure of the gases of gunpowder. So here is the problem. How thick must a cast iron grenade be to weigh no more than 20,000 pounds? Our skillful calculator, the fearless Maston, is going to say it right now. Nothing is easier, replied the distinguished secretary of the commission, and without saying more, he drew algebraic formulas on paper, appearing under his pen x and higher x to the second power. He even seemed to extract, without touching it, a certain cubic root and said, the walls will not be 2 inches thick. Will that be enough? Asked the Major with a hesitant gesture. No, obviously not, replied President Barbicane. What then? Elphiston was quite puzzled. Use another metal. Copper? Morgan said. No, it's still too heavy, and I propose a better one. Which one? Said Major. Aluminum, Barbicane replied. Aluminum? The 3 colleagues of the President exclaimed. Undoubtedly, my friends. You know that an illustrious French chemist, Henry St. Clair Deville, arrived in 1854 to obtain aluminium in compact mass. This precious metal timed the whiteness of silver, the inalterability of gold, the tenacity of iron, the fusibility of copper, and the lightness of glass. It is easily worked, it abounds in nature, since alumina forms the base of most of the rocks. It is 3 times lighter than iron, and it seems to have been created expressly to supply us with the matter of which our projectile must be composed. Good for the aluminum, exclaimed the Secretary of the Commission, always very loud in his moments of enthusiasm. But my dear President, said the Major, is not aluminum excessively expensive? It was, replied Barbicane. In the early days of its discovery, a pound of aluminum cost $260 to $280, about 1,500 francs. Then it fell to $20, 150 francs, and is currently worth $9, 48 francs. Even so, replied the major, who did not easily give his arm to twist. It is a huge price. Certainly, my dear major, but not unaffordable to our means. How much will it weigh, then? Morgan asked. Here is the result of my calculations, Barbicane replied. A 108-inch diameter, 12-inch thick bullet would weigh 67,440 pounds of cast iron. Constructed of aluminum, its weight is reduced to 19,250 pounds. Perfectly, exclaimed Maston. We did not leave the program. Yes, perfectly, replied the major. But don't you see that at $9 a pound the projectile will cost? $173,250, exactly. But do not be afraid, friends, there will be no lack of money for our company, I answer for it. A shower of gold will fall in our boxes, replied J.T. Maston. Well, what do you think of aluminum? Asked the president. Adopted, replied the three members of the committee. As for the shape of the bullet, Barbicane replacement it matters little, because once the atmosphere has passed, the projectile will be in the void. I propose, therefore, that the bullet be round, so that it rotates as it pleases and conducts itself in the way it pleases. Thus ended the first session of the commission. The question of the projectile was definitely resolved, and J.T. Maston did not fit of joy in his skin, thinking that it was going to send an aluminum bullet to the Selenites, what would give them a high idea of the inhabitants of the earth. 8. The history of the canyon. The resolutions adopted at the first session had a great effect abroad. The idea of a 20,000-pound bullet going through space alarmed the meticulous. What cannon, they wondered, could ever transmit to such a mass a sufficient initial speed? During the second meeting of the committee, this question had to be answered satisfactorily. One next day at night, the four members of the gun club sat in front of new mountains of sandwiches, on the shore of a real ocean of tea. The discussion began immediately, without any preamble. My dear colleagues, said Barbicane, we will deal with the machine to be built, its size, shape, composition, and weight. It is likely that we will reach gigantic dimensions, but, however great the difficulties, our industrial genius will smooth them easily. Be kind enough to listen to me, and do not be displeased to make any objections that you may find convenient. I do not fear them. An approving murmur welcomed this statement. Let us not forget, Barbicane continued, the point to which our discussion led yesterday. The problem now arises in this form. Give an initial speed of 12,000 yards per second to a grenade 108 inches in diameter and 20,000 pounds in weight. Here is the problem, in effect, answered Major Elphiston. Prosigo, Barbicane replied. When a projectile is launched into space, what happens? It is requested by three independent forces: the resistance of the medium, the attraction of the Earth, and the impulsive force of which it is animated. Let us examine these three forces. The resistance of the environment, that is, the resistance of the air, will be unimportant. The Earth's atmosphere is no more than 40 miles high, which with a velocity of 12,000 yards the projectile can pass through in 5 seconds, allowing us to consider the resistance of the medium as insignificant. Let us move on to the attraction of the Earth, that is, to the weight of the grenade. We already know that this weight will decrease in inverse ratio of the square of distances. Here's what physics teaches us. When a body abandoned to itself falls to the surface of the Earth, its fall is 15 feet in the first second, and if this same body were transported to 257,542 miles, or, in other words, to the distance to which the Moon is located, his fall would be reduced to about half a line in the first second, which is almost immobility. Try, then, to progressively overcome this action of the weight. How will we overcome it? Through the impulse force. Here is the difficulty, answered the major. In fact, the president replied, but we will make it easier, because the driving force we need results from the length of the machine and the amount of gunpowder used, which is limited by the resistance of the machine. Let us now deal with the dimensions of the cannon. Keep in mind that we can provide you conditions of infinite resistance, if it is lawful to speak like that, because you do not have to maneuver with it. It is obvious, replied the general. So far, said Barbicane Dash, the longest cannons, our enormous columbiads, have not gone beyond 25 feet in length. Much surprise will therefore cause the people the dimensions that we will have to adopt. Without a doubt, exclaimed J.T. Maston Dash. I propose a gun whose length does not fall half a mile. Half a mile, exclaimed the major and the general. Yes, half a mile, and I am short. Come on, Maston, Morgan replied. You exaggerate. No, replied the fiery secretary, I really don't know why you call me exaggerated. Because you go too far. Sabate, sir, answered J.T. Maston, with solemn gravity. Know that a gunner is like a bullet, that he cannot go too far. The discussion took on a personal character, but the president intervened. Calm, friends, calm, and reason. A large caliber gun is obviously needed, as the length of the part will increase the pressure of the gases accumulated under the projectile, but it is useless to go beyond certain limits. Perfectly, said the major. What rules are there for such cases? Ordinarily, the length of a barrel is 20 to 25 times the diameter of the bullet, and it weighs 235 to 240 times more than this. It is not enough, exclaimed J.T. Maston impetuously. I agree, my worthy friend. In effect, in the given proportion, for a shell that was 9 feet wide and weighed 20,000 pounds, the barrel would be only 225 feet long and weighing 200,000 pounds. What is ridiculous, added J.T. Maston Dash. So much better to use a gun. I also think the same, replied Barbicane, so I propose to quadruple this length and build a 900-foot gun. The general and the major made some objections, but resolutely supported the proposal by the secretary of the gun club. It was definitively adopted. Now we know, said Elphiston, how thick we must give to its walls. 6 feet, replied Barbicane. I suppose you will not try to place such a mass in a carriage, asked the major. Which, however, would be superb. But impractical, replied Barbicane. I believe that the cannon must be melted at the point where it is to be fired, put in wrought iron clamps and surrounded by a masonry work, so that it participates of all the resistance of the surrounding terrain. Cast apart, the bore will be polished to prevent the bullet wind, and thus there will be no gas loss, and all the expanding force of the powder will be reversed into the drive. Bravo! Exclaimed J.T. Maston Dash. We have our cannon. Not yet, replied Barbicane, calming his impatient friend by the hand. Why? Because until now we have not yet discussed its form. Will it be a cannon, a howitzer, or a mortar? A cannon, replied Morgan. A howitzer, replied the major. A mortar, exclaimed J.T. Maston. He was going to engage in a new discussion that promised to be quite heated, and everyone was advocating his favorite weapon, when the president intervened. My friends, he said, I will agree with you all. Our Columbiad will participate at the same time of the 3 mouths of fire. It will be a cannon, because the chamber and the bore will have the same diameter. It will be a howitzer, because it will fire a grenade. It will be a mortar, because it will point with the horizon at an angle of 90 degrees, and in addition it will be impossible to retreat. It will be fixed on the ground, and thus it will communicate to the projectile all the impulsive force accumulated in its entrails. Adopted, adopted, the members of the committee replied. Allow me a simple reflection, said Elias Dunn. Will this mortar cannon be scratched? No, Barbicane replied, no. We need an enormous initial speed, and you know that the bullet leaves less quickly from the rifled guns than from the smooth ones. That's right. In short, it's ours. J.T. Maston repeated. Something is missing, replied the president. What is missing? We still don't know what metal it has to be made of. Let's decide without delay. I was going to propose it. The 4 members of the commission ate a dozen sandwiches per beard, followed by a good cup of tea, and resumed the discussion. Worthy colleagues, said Barbicane Dash, our barrel must have a lot of toughness and hardness, be infused with heat, be stainless to indissoluble to the corrosive action of acids. There is no doubt about this, replied the major. And since it will be necessary to use a considerable amount of metal, the choice cannot be doubtful. Then, said Morgan, I propose for the manufacture of the Columbiad the best alloy that is known, that is, 100 parts of copper, 12 of tin and 6 of brass. My friends, replied the president, I agree that the composition just proposed has produced excellent results, but it would cost a lot and is difficult to manage. I believe, therefore, that a matter which is both excellent and cheap, such as cast iron, must be adopted. Do you not think so, Major? We agree, replied Elphiston. Barbicane replied, cast iron costs 10 times less than bronze. It is easy to melt and mold, and it is allowed to work docilely. Their adoption saves money and time. I also remember that during the war, in the siege of Atlanta, there were pieces of iron that from 20 in 20 minutes fired more than 1,000 shots without experiencing any deterioration. But cast iron is brittle, Morgan replied. Yes, but also very strong. Besides, it won't burst, I'll answer for it. A cannon can burst and be good, replied J. T. Maston, advocating for Doma Sua as if it felt eluded. It is obvious, replied Barbicane. I therefore beg our worthy secretary to calculate the weight of a 900-foot-long cast-iron barrel of an inner diameter or 9-foot caliber, with a thickness of 6 feet on its walls. At once, replied J. T. Maston, and as he had done in the previous session, he did his calculations with a wonderful ease, and said after a minute, the gun will weigh 68,040 tons. And at 2 cents a pound, it will cost $2,510,700. J. T. Maston, the major and the general, looked anxiously at Barbicane. Gentlemen, he said, I repeat what I said yesterday, rest assured, the millions will not be lacking. Given these assurances by the chairman, the committee split, with all its individuals being summoned for the next day, at which they would hold the third meeting. 9. The question of gunpowder. The question of gunpowder had yet to be addressed. The latter decision was eagerly awaited by the public. Given the size of the projectile and the length of the barrel, what would be the amount of gunpowder needed to produce the drive? This terrible agent, whose effects, however, have dominated man, was to be called to play his role in unusual proportions. In general, it is believed, and is repeated without ceasing, that gunpowder was invented in the 14th century by the friar Schwartz, whose discovery cost him his life. But today it is almost proven that this story should be placed among the legends of the Middle Ages. Gunpowder has not been invented by anyone. It results directly from the Greek fire, composed like it of sulfur and saltpeter, although these mixtures, which in the Greek fire were nothing but mixtures of dilation, in the gunpowder, as it is now known, when they swell they make a noise. But while the scholars are perfectly aware of the false history of gunpowder, few are those who are able to realize its mechanical power, without whose knowledge it is not possible to understand the importance of the matter submitted to the commission. A liter of powder weighs approximately 2 pounds, 900 grams, and produces, when inflamed, 400 pounds of gases, which become free, and under the action of a high temperature to 2,400 degrees, occupy the space of 4,000 liters. The volume of gunpowder is, therefore, at the volumes of the gases produced by its combustion or deflagration. What is 4,000? Judge what the impetus of these gases should be when they are compressed into a confined space 4,000 times to contain them. That is what the members of the committee knew perfectly well when they were summoned to the third meeting. Barbicane gave the floor to the major. Elphiston had been director of the gunpowder factories during the war. My good comrades, said the distinguished chemist, we are going to list some irrecusable figures that will serve as our basis. The 24 bullet that the respectable J. T. Maston spoke of yesterday in such poetic terms, comes out of the mouth of fire pushed by 16 pounds of gunpowder. Are you sure of the figure? Asked the president. Absolutely sure, replied the major. The Armstrong gun is loaded with 75 pounds of gunpowder to throw an 800-pound shell, and the Rodman Columbiad spends no more than 170 pounds of gunpowder to send its half-ton bullet 6 miles away. These are facts about which there can be no doubt, for I have checked them myself in the minutes of the artillery board. Perfectly, replied the general. From these figures, I replied, the greatest it follows that the amount of gunpowder does not increase with the weight of the bullet. Indeed, while 16 pounds of gunpowder are needed for a round of 24, or, in other words, although a quantity of powder, 2/3 of the weight of the projectile, is used in ordinary guns, this proportion is not constant. You will see that for a half-ton bullet, instead of 333 pounds of gunpowder, this amount is reduced to 160 pounds only. And what do you intend to deduce from that? Asked the president. If you take your theory to the last extreme, my dear Major, said J.T. Maston, it will turn out that when a bullet has enough weight, no gunpowder will be needed. My friend Maston chanced even on the most solemn occasions, replied the Major, but be reassured. I shall soon propose to you quantities of gunpowder which will satisfy your artillery self. But he was interested in letting it be noted that during the war, experience showed that to load larger caliber parts, the weight of gunpowder could be reduced perfectly to 1/10 of what the bullet has. There is nothing more accurate, said Morgan, but before determining the amount of gunpowder needed to give the impetus, I think we should agree on its nature. We will use the powder of coarse grain, answered the Major, because its deflagration is faster than that of the fine powder. Undoubtedly, replied Morgan Dash. But it crumbles more easily and alters the core of the pieces, which would be inconvenient for a gun intended for a long service but not for our Columbiad. We run no risk of explosion, and we need the gunpowder to ignite instantly so that its mechanical effect is complete. We could, said J.T. Maston, open several holes to apply fire at the same time to different points. Undoubtedly, answered Elphiston Dash, but we would complicate the operation. I stand by my coarse-grained powder, which smooths out all difficulties. See, the general replied. To load his Columbiad, added the Major, Rodman used a powder of coarse grains like chestnuts, made with willow charcoal, roasted simply in cast iron boilers. It was a hard and bright powder, which did not stain the hand. It contained a large proportion of hydrogen and oxygen, ignited instantly and, although very crumbly, did not significantly deteriorate the mouths of fire. It seems to me, then, replied J.T. Maston, that we should not hesitate and that the choice is made. Unless you prefer gold gunpowder, replied the greatest laugh, which earned him a threatening gesture with which he answered the false hand of his susceptible friend. Until then, Barbicane had refrained from taking part in the discussion. He would let talk and listen. He would obviously meditate. He was content to simply ask, "And now, friends, how much gunpowder do you propose?" The three members of the gun club looked at each other for a moment. 200,000 pounds, said, finally, Morgan. 500,000, replied Major. 800,000, exclaimed J.T. Maston. This time, Elphiston did not dare to call his colleague exaggerated. In effect, it was about sending the moon a 20,000-pound shell, giving it an initial force of 12,000 yards per second. He followed the threefold proposition made by the three colleagues. A moment of silence. President Barbicane broke it. "My brave comrades," he said with a calm voice, "I start from the principle that the resistance of our cannon, built in the required conditions, is unlimited. I shall therefore surprise the distinguished J.T. Maston by telling him that he has been timid in his calculations, and I propose to double his 800,000 pounds of gunpowder." 1,600,000 pounds? Exclaimed J.T. Maston, jumping from his seat. "As I say. But then force will be to resort to my cannon half a mile long." "It is evident," said the greatest. 1,600,000 pounds of gunpowder, the Secretary of the Commission replied, "will occupy a space of approximately 22,000 cubic feet, just under 800 cubic meters, and as your gun has only a capacity of 54,000 cubic feet, 2,000 cubic meters, will be loaded with gunpowder to the middle, and the bore will not be long enough for the arrest of the gases to give the projectile sufficient impulse." The objection had no reply. J.T. Maston was right. They all looked at Barbicane. However, the president continued, "It takes the amount of gunpowder I have said. Think about it. 1,600,000 pounds of gunpowder will produce 6 billion liters of gas. 6 billion! Do you understand? But then how to do it?" asked the general. "Very simply. This enormous amount of gunpowder must be reduced by preserving it with this mechanical power." "Well, but how?" "I'll tell you," Barbicane replied calmly. His interlocutors looked at him eagerly. "Nothing, in fact, is easier said than to reduce this mass of gunpowder to a volume 4 times less considerable. You all know that curious matter that constitutes the elementary tissues of vegetables, called cellulose. I understand you, "Dear Barbicane," said the Major, "this matter," the President continued, "is extracted perfectly pure from several bodies, especially from cotton, and is nothing more than the fluff of the grains of the cotton. Cotton, combined with cold nitric acid, is transformed into an eminently explosive substance. In 1832, Braconnot, a French chemist, discovered this substance, to which he gave the name xyloidine. In 1838, Pelouse, another Frenchman, studied its various properties, and finally, in 1846, Chambine, professor of chemistry at Basel, proposed it as a gunpowder of war. "This powder is the sugary or nitric cotton, O pyroxyle," replied Elphiston. "O fulmicotin," replied Morgan. "Is there not a single American name that can be put at the foot of this discovery?" exclaimed J.T. Maston to impulses of his national self-esteem. "Not one, unfortunately," replied the Major. However, the President replied, "I must say, to compliment Maston's patriotism, that the work of a fellow citizen of ours relates to the study of cellulose, because the collidon, one of the main agents of photography, it is only pyroxyle dissolved in the ether with the addition of alcohol, and it has been discovered by Maynard, who was then studying medicine in Boston." "Hooray for Maynard and for the fulmicoton!" exclaimed the enthusiastic secretary of the Gun Club. "Let's go back to the pyroxyle," Barbicane replied. "You know its properties, by which it will be so precious to us. It is prepared with the greatest ease, dipping cotton in nitric acid for 15 minutes, then washing it in plenty of water and letting it dry. Nothing, in fact, simpler," said Morgan. "In addition, the pyroxyle is unalterable to humidity, a precious quality for us, which will need many days to load the barrel. It ignites at 170 degrees instead of 240 degrees, and its deflagration is so sudden that it ignites on ordinary gunpowder without having time to ignite it." "Perfectly," replied the Major. "Only it costs more." "What does it matter?" said J.T. Maston. "Finally, it communicates to the projectiles a speed 4 times greater than that given by ordinary gunpowder. And if you mix 8/10 of its potash nitrate weight with pyroxyle, its expansive strength increases considerably." "Will that mix be necessary?" asked the Major. "I don't think so," replied Barbicane. "So, instead of 1,600 pounds of gunpowder, 500 pounds of fulmicoton will suffice, and since there is no danger in compressing 500 pounds of cotton into a space of 26 cubic feet, this matter will occupy no more than a height of 30 toises in the Columbiad. This way the bullet will travel more than 700 feet under the effort of 6 billion liters of gas before starting its march towards the star of the night." Hearing these words, J.T. Maston could not suppress his enthusiasm, and with the speed of a projectile he threw himself into the arms of his friend, whom he would have shot down if Barbicane had not been a man made bomb-proof. This incident was the end of the committee's third session. Barbicane and his bold colleagues, even though there was nothing impossible, had just solved the very complex question of projectile, cannon, and gunpowder. Forming his plan, he only had to execute it. "Little thing, a trifle," said J.T. Maston. 10. An enemy for 25 million francs. The most insignificant details of the Gun Club Company excited the interest of the American public, which followed one after another all the steps of the commission. The minor preparations for such a colossal experiment, the questions of figures that it provoked, the mechanical difficulties that had to be solved, in short, the execution of the great project absorbed him completely. More than a year had to mediate between the beginning and the conclusion of the works, but this course of time could not be sterile in emotions. The choice of the site for the construction of the mold, the smelting of the Columbiad, its very dangerous load, were more than enough to excite the public curiosity. The projectile, barely fired, would disappear in a few tenths of a second, without being accessible to any gaze. But what it would become later, its way of conducting itself in space and the moment of reaching the moon, they could see with their own eyes only a few privileged ones. Thus, the preparations for the experiment, the precise details of the execution, were then the real interest, the general interest, the public interest. However, there was an incident that suddenly overexcited the purely scientific appeal. It is already known that Barbicane's project had gathered around it numerous legions of admirers and friends, but that majority, however great, however extraordinary, was not unanimity. One man, One man in all the states of the Union protested against the gun club's attempt and attacked her with violence on all the occasions that seemed appropriate. Such is human nature, that Barbicane was more sensitive to this opposition by one than to the applause of all others. And this, although he knew the reason for such antipathy, and that he knew the origin of that isolated enmity, personal and ancient enmity, founded on a rivalry of self-love. The president of the gun club had never once seen that persevering enemy, which was a joy, because the meeting of those two men would have had dire consequences. That rival of Barbicane was a wise man like him, haughty, bold, confident, violent, a thoroughbred Yankee. His name was Captain Nicholl and he lived in Philadelphia. No one is unaware of the curious struggle that was waged during the Federal War between the shell and the armor of the armored ships, being the one destined to cross this one and being determined not to let itself pass. From this struggle was born a transformation of the Navy in the states of the two continents. The bullet and plate struggled with unparalleled bitterness, one growing and the other thickening in a constant proportion. The ships, armed with formidable pieces, marched into combat under the shelter of their invulnerable shell. The Merrimac, the Monitor, the Ram Tennessee, the Wechausen, ships of the American Navy, launched huge projectiles, after having battled to get rid of the opposing projectiles. They caused to others the damage they did not want others to cause them, this being the immoral principle on which all the art of war usually rests. And if Barbicane was the great projectile smelter, Nicholl was a great plate forger. The one melted night and day in Baltimore, and the other forged day and night in Philadelphia. The two followed a stream of essentially opposite ideas. As soon as Barbicane invented a new bullet, Nicholl invented a new iron. The president of the gun club spent his life thinking about how to open holes, and the captain spent his time thinking about how to stop him from opening them. Here is the origin of a continuous rivalry that became personal hatred. Nicholl appeared to Barbicane in his dreams in the form of an impenetrable armor against which he crashed, and Barbicane appeared in his dreams to Nicholl as a projectile that pierced him from side to side. The two wise men, although they followed two divergent lines, would at last have met despite all the axioms of geometry, but would have found themselves in the terrain of the duel. Fortunately, those two citizens, so useful to their country, were separated from each other by a distance of 50 to 60 miles, and their friends piled up so many obstacles along the way that they never met. It could not be said in a positive way which of the two inventors had triumphed over the other. The results made a fair assessment difficult. It seemed, however, that at last the shell had to yield to the bullet. However, there were doubts among the competent persons. In later experiments, Barbicane's cylindrical projectiles were pinned to Nicholl's plates, for which reason he believed himself victorious, and he treasured for his rival an immense dose of contempt. But later, when Barbicane replaced the conical bullets with simple 600-pound grenades, the gun club president took his revenge. In effect, those projectiles, although animated of a regular speed, broke, drilled, made to jump in pieces the plates of the best metal. At this point things had come, and it seemed that the bullet had been victorious, when the war ended, and it ended precisely the day on which Nicholl concluded a new armor of wrought iron, which was in its genre a masterpiece, capable of mocking every projectile in the world. The captain had her transferred to the Washington Polygon, defying the gun club president's missiles to destroy it, which, having made peace, refused the test. Then Nicholl, furious, offered to expose his plate to the shock of the most implausible bullets, full or hollow, round or conical. Nor for those reasons, the president did not want to compromise his last victory. Nicholl, exasperated by his adversary's unspeakable obstinacy, wanted to tempt Barbicane by leaving him all the advantages. Barbicane remained stubborn in his refusal. 100 yards? Not 75-50, exclaimed the captain, inserting his challenge in all the newspapers. I will place my iron at 25 yards from the barrel, and I will stand behind it. Barbicane replied that even if Captain Nicholl stood in front, he would not fire a single shot. Nicholl, upon hearing this reply, could not contain himself, and he got rid of insults. He said that cowardice was indivisible, that he who refuses to shoot a cannon is very close to being afraid of the cannon. That, in short, gunners who beat 6 miles away have prudently replaced the individual value with mathematical formulas, and that there is at least as much value in quietly waiting for a bullet behind an iron as in sending it according to all the rules of art. Barbicane continued to play deaf. Or perhaps he was unaware of the provocation, absorbed entirely as he was then by the calculations of his great enterprise. When he led the gun club to its famous communication, Captain Nicholl went out of his way. He mixed with his anger a supreme envy and an absolute feeling of impotence. How could you invent something superior to that 900-foot Columbiad? What armor could be devised to withstand a 20,000-pound shell? Nicholl was dismayed, terrified, stunned by that cannon, but then revived and resolved to crush the proposition under the weight of his arguments. He violently attacked the work of the gun club, publishing numerous letters that the newspapers reproduced. He wanted to demolish Barbicane's work scientifically. Determined to fight, he used all kinds of reasons too often specious and elaborate. He began to fight Barbicane for his figures. He endeavored to prove by A plus B the falsity of his formulas, and accused him of ignoring the rudimentary principles of ballistics. He cast calculations to prove, besides other errors, that it was absolutely impossible to give any body a speed of 12,000 yards per second. With algebra in hand, he held that even if this speed were achieved, never would such a heavy projectile go beyond the limits of the Earth's atmosphere. It wouldn't even go beyond 8 leagues. Moreover, assuming sufficient velocity, the grenade would not withstand the pressure of the gases developed by the combustion of 1,600,000 pounds of gunpowder, and even if it resisted it, it would not withstand such a temperature. It would melt out of the Columbiad, and turned into a shower of molten iron. It would fall upon the skull of reckless onlookers. Barbicane, ignoring these attacks, continued his work. Then Nicholl looked at the question in other respects. Leaving aside its absolute uselessness, he considered the experiment as very dangerous for the citizens who authorized with their presence so reprobate spectacle and for the populations close to that vituperable cannon. He also noted that the projectile, if it did not reach, as it would not reach, its intended purpose, would fall, and the fall of a similar mass, multiplied by the square of its speed, would singularly compromise some point of the globe. Without attacking the rights of citizens, it had come to the case that the intervention of the government was of absolute necessity, because it was not fair to compromise the security of all by the whim of one. See what exaggerations Captain Nicholl was drawn to. No one participated in his opinion, nor did he take into account his dire forecasts. He was allowed to scream and be discouraged as he pleased. Thus the captain was constituted in defense of a lost cause beforehand. He was heard, but he was not listened to, and he did not deprive the president of the gun club, nor one of his admirers. Barbicane did not even bother to answer the arguments of his implacable rival. Cornered in his last trenches, Nicholl, unable to pay with his person, resolved to pay with his money. In the Inquirer, Richmond, he publicly proposed a series of bets as follows. He bet 1. Degree A that the necessary funds would not be raised to carry out the gun company club. $1,000 2. Degree A that the smelting of a 900-foot gun would be impracticable and would not succeed. $2,000 3. Degree A that it would be impossible to load the Columbiad, and that the gunpowder would be inflamed by the ball pressure of the projectile. $3,000 4. Degree A that the Columbiad would burst at the first shot. $4,000 5. Degree A that the bullet would not reach more than 6 miles and would fall within seconds of having fired it. $5,000. As you can see, it was an important sum which, in his invincible obstinacy, the captain risked. It was worth no less than $15,000. Despite the importance of the bet, it received a sealed sheet on May 19th. It was laconic: Baltimore, October 18th. Accepted. Barbicane. 11. Florida and Texas. The most suitable place for the experiment had yet to be resolved. The Cambridge Observatory had recommended with interest that the shot be directed perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, that is, towards the zenith, and the moon does not rise to the zenith but in places between 1 degree and 28 degrees latitude, or, which is the same, the decline of the moon is only 28 degrees. It was therefore necessary to determine exactly the point on the globe at which the immense Columbiad was to melt. On October 20th, when the Gun Club met in general session, Barbicane presented a magnificent map of the United States of Z. Beltrop. But without giving him time to deploy it, J.T. Maston asked for the floor with his usual vehemence, and expressed himself in the following terms: "Worthy colleagues, the question we are going to discuss has a truly national importance, and it will give us the opportunity to exercise a great act of patriotism." The members of the gun club looked at each other without understanding where the speaker would go. "None of you," he continued, "has thought or will ever think of compromising with the glory of your country, and if there is any right that the Union can claim is to melt in its own bosom the formidable cannon of the gun club. So, in the current circumstances, Insigne Maston," said the President. "Let me explain my thoughts," the speaker replied. "In the current circumstances, we have to look for a place quite near the equator, so that the experiment is done in good conditions. If you let me speak," said Barbicane, "I ask that you do not oppose obstacles to the free discussion of ideas. I respond to the dismissive J.T. Maston and I maintain that the territory from which our glorious projectile is launched must be an integral part of the Union." "Undoubtedly," some members replied. "Well, since our borders are not large enough, since we have an insurmountable barrier to the south, since we need to look beyond the United States for this precise 28th parallel, we are presented with a legitimate casus belli, and I ask that war be declared on Mexico." "No! No!" exclaimed many voices in unison. "So no?" replied J.T. Maston. "No, it's a monosyllable that I find completely incomprehensible in this room. But listen. I can't hear anything," the fiery speaker exclaimed. "Sooner or later the war will be made, and I ask it to break out today." "Maston," said Barbicane, sounding the bell with a bang. "I beg you not to keep talking." Maston wanted to reply, but some of his colleagues could contain him. "I agree," said Barbicane, "that the experiment can and should only be attempted on Union territory. But if my impatient friend had let me speak, if I had looked at this map, I would know that it is perfectly useless to declare war on our neighbors, as certain borders of the United States extend beyond the 28th parallel. Look at the map and you will see that we have at our disposal, without leaving our country, the whole southern part of Texas and Florida." The incident had no consequences, although J.T. Maston found it difficult to be convinced. It was decided to melt the Columbiad in the soil of Texas or Florida. But this decision was to create an unprecedented rivalry between the cities of these two states. On the American coast, the 28th parallel crosses the Florida peninsula and divides it into two almost equal parts. Then, crossing the Gulf of Mexico, it rests on the ends of the arc formed by the coasts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Then, boarding Tagus, from which it cuts an angle, it extends through Mexico, saves Sonora, passes over ancient California, and gets lost in the Pacific Seas. Located below this parallel, there were only those portions of Texas and Florida that were in the latitude conditions recommended by the Cambridge Observatory. In its southern part, Florida, bristling with forts raised against nomadic Indians, has no major cities. Tampa is the only population that deserves to be considered because of its situation. In Texas, cities are more numerous than important. Corpus Christi, in the district of Nueces, and all the towns located on the River Bravo, Laredo, Rialitas, San Ignacio, Webb, Rome, Rio Grande City, Far, Edinburgh, Hidalgo, Santa Rita, Panda, Brownsville, the Feria, and San Manuel formed an imposing league against Florida's claims. Texas and Floridian deputies, barely knowing the decision, moved to Baltimore by the shortest way, and since then President Barbicane and the most influential members of the gun club were besieged day and night by formidable claims. With less eagerness they disputed 7 cities of Greece the glory of having been the cradle of Homer, that the state of Texas, and that of Florida to see melting a cannon in his lap. Those ferocious brothers walked the streets of Baltimore armed. A conflict of incalculable consequences was imminent. Fortunately, President Barbicane's prudence and tact averted the danger. The personal demonstrations found a derivative in the newspapers of several states. While the New York Herald and the Tribune declared themselves supporters of Texas, the Times and the American Review formed organs of Floridian deputies. The members of the gun club were perplexed. Texas proudly boasted of its 26 counties, which it seemed to drum up, but Florida replied that, being it a 6-fold smaller country, It had 12 counties that are relatively larger than the 26 of Texas. Texas brought out its 300,000 inhabitants, but Florida, less extensive, was considered more populated with its 56,000. He accused Tejas of having a variety of malaria fevers that cost the lives of several thousand inhabitants every year. And of course, he was right. Texas, in turn, replied that Florida, regarding fevers, had nothing to envy anyone, and that it was not prudent to accuse other countries of unhealthy estate that had the honor of possessing among its endemic diseases black vomit. And Texas was right too. In addition, added the Texans in the New York Herald, some considerations that a state that produces the best cotton in America and the best lumber for ships deserves, also enclosing in its bowels superb stone coal and iron mines that give 50% pure ore. To this the American Review replied that the soil of Florida, without being so rich, offered better conditions to melt and empty the Columbiad, because it was composed of sand and clay. But, replied the Texans, before melting down anything, in any country, it is necessary to reach the country, and communications with Florida are difficult, while the coast of Texas offers the Bay of Galveston, which is 14 leagues long and could comfortably hold all the squads in the world. Well, repeated the defending newspapers of Florida. Great thing you have in your Bay of Galveston, located above the 29th parallel. Do we not have the Bay of the Holy Spirit, open precisely at 28 degrees latitude, through which ships arrive directly at Tampa? Magnificent bay, Tejas replied sarcastically. A half-blind bay, you are the ones who are blinded by passion, exclaimed Florida. Anyone, hearing you, would say that I am a country of savages. The truth is that the Seminoles roam your meadows. And your Apaches and Comanches are civilized people? After a few days of dimes and diartes, Florida called its adversary to another terrain, and one morning the Times came out with the crow's foot that being the essentially American company, it could not take place except on an essentially American terrain. At these words, Tejas went out of his way. Americans, he exclaims. Aren't we as much as you? Didn't Texas and Florida join the Union in 1845? No doubt, the Times replied. After being Spanish or English for 200 years, they sold you to the United States for $5 million. What does it matter? Replied the Floridians. Should we be ashamed of that? In 1903, wasn't Louisiana bought from Napoleon for $16 million? What a shame! Exclaimed the deputies of Texas. A miserable piece of land like Florida put itself on a par with Texas, which, instead of selling itself, made itself independent, expelled the Mexicans on March 2, 1836 and declared itself a federal republic after the victory achieved by Samuel Houston on the banks of the San Jacinto over the troops of Santana. A country, in short, that voluntarily annexed the United States of America. Yes, for fear of Mexicans, answered Florida. Fear. From the moment this word was spoken, too strong, in fact, the position became intolerable. A slit throat of both parties in the streets of Baltimore was to be feared. The deputies had to be watched with sentries. President Barbicane was in a quagmire. Notes, documents, and letters full of threats were constantly coming into his hands. What gain should I take? In terms of position, ease of communication, and speed of transport, the rights of the two states were perfectly equal. As for the political figures, they had nothing to do with it. The hesitation and perplexity had already gone on for a long time and offered signs of perpetuation, so Barbicane tried resolutely to find a solution that was undoubtedly the most discreet. All well considered, he said, it is evident that the difficulties raised by the rivalry of Texas and Florida will occur between the cities of the favored state. The rivalry will descend from the genus to the species, from the state to the city, and we will not have advanced anything. But Texas has 11 cities that enjoy the required conditions, and the 11, disputing the honor of the company, will create new conflicts, while Florida has no more cities than Tampa. Let us therefore opt for Florida. This provision, as soon as it was known, put the deputies of Texas in a mood of dogs. An indescribable fury seized them, and they directed excessive insults at the various members of the gun club. The magistrates of Baltimore could not take more than one party, and they took it. They had a special train prepared, put the Texans in it in grade or strength, and made them leave the city with a speed of 30 miles per hour. But however hasty their forced journey, they had time to cast one last threatening sarcasm at their adversaries. Alluding to the small extension of Florida, miniature peninsula enclosed between two seas, they were consoled with the idea that it would not resist the jolt of the shot and jumped to the first cannon. "Let it jump," answered the Floridians, with a laconism worthy of ancient times. 12. Urbi et orbi. Once the astronomical, mechanical, and topographical difficulties were resolved, the economic question arose. It is no less than a huge sum to be procured for the implementation of the project. No individual, no state could have had the necessary millions. Although the company was American, President Barbicane took the party of giving it a character of universality to be able to ask for its cooperation to all nations. It was both a right and a duty of the entire Earth to intervene in its satellite business. To this end, a subscription was opened that was extended from Baltimore to the whole world. Urbi et orbi. The subscription had to be more successful than all hopes. It was, however, a donation, not a loan. The operation, in the literal sense of the word, was purely selfless, without the remotest probability of profit. But the effect of Barbicane's communication had not been limited to the borders of the United States, but had saved the Atlantic and the Pacific, invading both Asia and Europe, Africa and Oceania. The Union observers immediately contacted those of the foreign countries, some from Paris, St. Petersburg, the Cape, Berlin, Altona, Stockholm, Warsaw, Hamburg, Budapest, Bologna, Malta, Lisbon, Benares, Madras, and Beijing fulfilled the Gun Club. The others closed in on a prudent expectation. As for the Greenwich Observatory, with the approval of the other 22 astronomical establishments in Great Britain, it did not walk in tiny little squares or warm cloths, but strictly denied the possibility of success, and he placed himself without hesitation in the ranks of Captain Nicholl, whose theories he did without the slightest reservation. So, while other science cities promised to send delegates to Tampa, astronomers in Greenwich agreed, in a special session, not to take notice of Barbicane's proposal. So much for English envy, but the effect was excellent in the scientific world in general, from which it spread to all classes of society, who welcomed the project with the greatest enthusiasm. This was of immense importance in the case of a subscription to raise considerable capital. On October 8, President Barbicane wrote a manifesto capable of enthusing stones, in which he appealed to all men of goodwill who populate the earth. That document, translated into all languages, was a great success. It opened subscription in major cities of the Union to centralize funds at the Bank of Baltimore, 9 Baltimore Street, and then also established subscription centers in different countries of the 2 continents, in Vienna, S.M. Rothschild, in St. Petersburg, Stieglitz and Company, in Paris, the Furniture Credit, in Stockholm, Tatai and Arfjordson, in London, N.M. Rothschild Children, in Turin, Arduin and Company, in Berlin, Mendelssohn, in Geneva, Lombard Odier and Company, in Constantinople, the Ottoman Bank, in Brussels, S. Lambert, in Madrid, Daniel Weisweiler, in Amsterdam, the Dutch Credit, in Rome, Torlonia and Company, in Lisbon, Le Cesno, in Copenhagen, the Private Bank, in Buenos Aires, the Mon Bank, in Rio de Janeiro, the same house, in Montevideo, the same house, in Valparaiso, Tomás La Chamber y Compañía, in Mexico, Martin Duran y Compañía, in Lima, Tomás La Chamber y Compañía. 3 days after President Barbicane's manifesto, $4 million had been raised in the various cities of the Union, with which the Gun Club was able to begin work. A few days later it became known in America, by telegraph parties, that subscriptions were being covered abroad with astonishing speed. Some countries were distinguished by their generosity, but others did not release money so easily. Question of temperament. Russia approved the huge sum of 368,733 rubles to cover its contingent. France began laughing at the Americans' pretension. The moon served as a pretext for 1,000 old-fashioned canzonitas and puns and 24 sonnets in which bad taste and ignorance ran roughshod. But just as in the past, the French released the fly after singing, released it this time after laughing, and subscribed for an amount of 253,930 francs. At this price, they were entitled to have a little fun. Austria, given the poor state of its treasury, was quite generous. Its share of the public contribution was 216,000 guilders, which was well received. Sweden and Norway sent 52,000 riksdaler, which, relative to the country, are a considerable amount, but would have been even greater if they had opened subscription in Christiania at the same time as in Stockholm. We do not know why the Norwegians do not like to send their money to Sweden. Prussia demonstrated the consideration it deserved by sending 250,000 thalers. All of its observatories were subscribed for a significant amount, and they were the ones who most sought to encourage President Barbicane. Turkey behaved generously, for as the moon regulated the course of her years and her fast of Ramadan, she was personally interested in the matter. He could not send less than 1,372,640 piastres, and gave them with a spontaneity that revealed, however, some interest of the Ottoman government. Belgium distinguished itself among all the second-tier states with a donation of 513,000 francs, corresponding to 12 cents per inhabitant. The Netherlands and its colonies became interested in the matter for 110,000 guilders, asking for only a 5% discount to pay them in cash. Denmark, whose territory is very limited, nevertheless gave 9,000 fine ducats, which proves the Danes' fondness for scientific expeditions. The German Confederation contributed 34,285 guilders. To ask for more would have been a coup, and even if they had asked, she would not have given it. Italy, although heavily indebted, found 200,000 lire in the pockets of their children, but leaving them clean as a whistle. If I had Venice, I would have given more, but I had not. The states of the Church did not think it prudent to send less than 7,040 Roman shields, and Portugal came to part by science up to 30,000 crusaders. As for Mexico, it could not give more than 86,000 strong pesos, because the empires that are being founded are in a hurry. 257 francs were Switzerland's modest tribute to the American work. Let us say frankly that Switzerland was not right to see the practical side of the operation. It did not feel that the act of sending a bullet to the moon was of such a nature that it established diplomatic relations with the Night Star, and it seemed unwise to venture his capital into such a random enterprise. If you think about it, Switzerland was, perhaps, right. As far as Spain was concerned, it could not raise more than 110 Brazilian reals. He gave as an excuse that he had to finish his railways. The truth is that science in that country is not very considerate. That country is still somewhat behind, and moreover, certain Spaniards, and not the least educated, did not know how to realize the exact weight of the projectile compared to that of the moon, and feared that it would be removed from its orbit, that it would disturb its satellite functions and cause it to fall on the surface of the globe. The best thing to do was to abstain. So it was, except for a few realms. There was England. Known as the contemptuous antipathy with which he welcomed Barbicane's proposal. The English have but one soul for the 25 million inhabitants of Britain. They implied that the company of the Gun Club was contrary to the principle of non-intervention, and did not release a quarter. To this news, the Gun Club was content to shrug his shoulders and continued his business. As for South America, Peru, Chile, Brazil, the provinces of La Plata, Colombia, sent 300,000 pesos to the United States. The Gun Club encountered considerable capital, whose summary is as follows. Subscription of the United States. $4 million foreign subscriptions. $1,446,675 total. $5,446,675. $5,446,675 entered, as a result of the subscription, in the box of the Gun Club. No one should be surprised at the importance of the sum. According to the budget, the foundry, drill and masonry works, the transport of the workers, their stay in an almost uninhabited country, the construction of furnaces and scaffolding, the tools, the gunpowder, the projectile and the unforeseen expenses almost completely consumed. Some Federal war cannon cost $1,000, and could therefore cost 5,000 times more than President Barbicane, the only one in the artillery's fasts. On October 20th, a contract was signed with the Gold Spring smelter near New York City, which undertook to transport the material needed for the smelting of the Columbiad to Tampa, South Florida. As a maximum term, the operation was to be completed on October 15th, and delivered the gun in good condition, under penalty of an indemnity of $100 per day until the moment to represent the moon in the same conditions required, that is, until 18 years and 11 days have elapsed. The adjustment and payment of wages of the workers and other attentions of this nature were of account of the Company of Gold Spring. This agreement, made in duplicate and in good faith, was signed by I. Barbicane, president of the Gun Club, and J. Murchison, director of the Gold Spring factory, who approved the deed. 13. Stones Hill. Already made the election by the members of the Gun Club, to the detriment of Texas, the Americans of the Union who all know how to read, were imposed the obligation to study the geography of Florida. Never before have booksellers sold so many copies of Bartram's Travel in Florida, Roman's Natural History of East and West Florida, William's Territory of Florida, Cleland on the Culture of the Sugar, Cane in East Florida. New editions had to be printed. That was a delusion. Barbicane had to do more than read. She wanted to see with her own eyes and mark the site of the Columbiad. Without a moment's loss, he made available to the Cambridge Observatory the funds necessary for the construction of a telescope, and entered into deals with the House Breadwill and Company, of Albany, for the manufacture of the aluminum projectile. He then left Baltimore, accompanied by J. T. Maston, Major Elphiston, and the director of the Gold Spring factory. The next day, the four traveling companions arrived in New Orleans, where they immediately embarked on the Tampico, a Federal Navy ship that the government made available to them, and heated the boilers. The banks of the Louisiana soon disappeared from their sight. The journey was not long. 2 days after the Tampico, which had traveled 480 miles, distinguished the Floridian coast. When approaching it, Barbicane found itself in the presence of a low, flat, rather arid-looking land. After having crossed a chain of inlets materially covered with oysters and crabs, the Tampico entered the Bay of the Holy Spirit. This bay is divided into two extended radas, the Tampa Rada and the Hillsborough Rada, through whose mouth the ship penetrated. Soon after, Fort Broke discovered its grazing batteries above the waves, and the city of Tampa appeared, carelessly cast into the bottom of a natural doorway formed by the mouth of the Hillsborough River. There he anchored the Tampico on October 22nd, at 7 in the afternoon, and the 4 passengers disembarked immediately. Barbicane felt her heart pounding as she stepped on the Floridian land. She seemed to feel it with her foot, as an architect does with a house whose solidity he wishes to know. J. T. Maston scratched the ground with his false hand. "Gentlemen," said Barbicane, "we have no time to lose. Tomorrow we will ride horses to start touring the country." Barbicane, when he jumped to the ground, saw that the 3,000 inhabitants of the city of Tampa were coming to meet him. Well deserved this honor the president of the Gun Club, who had given them the preference. He was greeted with great acclaim, but he withdrew the ovation, locked himself in a room at the Franklin Hotel, and refused to receive anyone. He certainly did not compromise his character with the office of a famous man. The next day, October 23rd, some horses of Spanish breed, of little elevation, but of much vigor and vigor, they were whinnying under their windows. But there were not 4, but 50, with their corresponding riders. Barbicane, accompanied by his 3 comrades, came down and suddenly was amazed, seeing himself in the middle of that ride. He noticed that each rider carried a carbine in the shoulder bag and a pair of pistols in the belt. A young Floridian immediately explained the reason for that apparatus of forces. "Lord said there are Seminoles." "What are Seminoles?" "Savages roaming the meadows, and we thought it wise to escort you." "Bah!" said J. T. Maston, riding a horse scornfully. "It is always good," replied the Floridian, "to take precautions." "Gentlemen," I replied Barbicane - "I thank you for your attention, let us leave." The cavalcade set in motion and disappeared in a cloud of dust. It was 5 in the morning, the sun was already shining, and the thermometer pointed to 84°, 28 degrees centigrade, but cool sea breezes moderated the excessive temperature. Barbicane, leaving Tampa, went south and followed the coast, winning the Alifia Creek. That creek drains into Hillsborough Bay, 12 miles south of Tampa. Barbicane and his escort sailed along the right bank, heading east. The waves of the bay then disappeared behind an accident of the terrain, and only the countryside was offered. Florida is divided into two parts. One, to the north, more populous, less abandoned, has as its capital Tallahassee, and possesses one of the main maritime arsenals of the United States, which is Pensacola. The other, placed between the United States and the Gulf of Mexico, which narrow it with its waters, is nothing more than a narrow peninsula gnawed by the current of the Gulf Stream, point of land lost in the middle of a small archipelago, constantly bending at the numerous ships of the Bahama Channel. That tip is the advanced century of the Gulf of Great Storms. That state has an area of 38,033,267 acres, among which it was necessary to choose one located more than the 18th parallel that would suit the company. So Barbicane, without leaving, carefully examined the configuration of the land and its particular distribution. Florida, discovered by Juan Ponce de Leon on Palm Sunday of 1512, was due to this circumstance the name he wore in the beginning of Easter Florida. He did not make it truly worthy of him, its barren and scorched shores. But a few miles from the beach, the nature of the land gradually changed, and the country was credited to its original name. A network of streams, rivers, springs, ponds and lakes was cutting the ground, giving it a similar appearance to that of Holland and Guyana. But the field rose sharply and soon flaunted its cultivated plains, in which all the vegetable productions of the north and of the south were admirably given. The sun of the tropics, and the waters preserved by the clay of the land, pay all the expenses of cultivation of its immense plain. Meadows of pineapples, yams, tobacco, rice, cotton and sugar cane, which extend as far as the eye can see, offer their riches with the most spontaneous prodigality. Barbicane was very satisfied with the progressive elevation of the ground, and when J.T. Maston questioned him about it, he replied, "My friend, we have the greatest interest in melting our Columbiad on high ground." "To be closer to the moon?" asked the secretary of the gun club in surprise. "No," replied Barbicane, smiling. "What do some tweezers more or less matter? But on high ground the execution of our work will be easier. We will not have to fight with the waters, which will allow us to do without the long and painful system of pipes, something worthy of consideration when it comes to opening a well of 900 feet deep." "You are right," said Engineer Murchison. "We must, as soon as we can, avoid the watercourses during drilling. But if we find springs, we must not be discouraged by that. We will exhaust them with our machines or we will divert them. It is not an artesian well, narrow and dark, in which the hole, the bucket, the probe, in a word, all the instruments of the driller, work blindly. No, we will work outdoors, in full light, with the hoe or the beak in hand, and with the help of the bores we will soon get out of the way." "However," replied Barbicane, "if by the elevation or nature of the ground we can avoid a fight with groundwater, the work will be faster and more perfect. So let us try to open our ditch on land a few hundred miles above sea level." "You are right, Mr. Barbicane, and if I am not mistaken, we will soon find the place that suits us." "Ah, I wish I had given the first hoe," said the president. "And I the last," exclaimed J.T. Maston. "Everything will go away, gentlemen," the engineer replied, "and believe me, the Gold Spring Company will not have to pay any compensation for delay." "For Santa Barbara you are right," replied J.T. Maston. $100 a day until the moon returns under the same conditions, that is, for 18 years and 11 days, would amount to $650,000. "Did you know that?" "Nor do we need to know it," replied the engineer. At about 10 in the morning, the motorcade had advanced about 12 miles. The fertile fields were then followed by the forest region. There were the most varied essences with a tropical profusion. Those almost impenetrable forests were formed of pomegranates, oranges, lemon trees, fig trees, olive trees, apricots, bananas and vineyard vines, whose fruits and flowers rivaled in colors and perfumes. To the fragrant shade of those magnificent trees, they sang and flew numerous birds of bright colors, among which were very particularly distinguished the Cangrejuras, whose nest should be a jewelry box to be worthy of its magnificent and varied plumage. J.T. Maston and the elder could not be found in the presence of that opulent nature, without admiring its splendid beauty. But President Barbicane, little sensitive to such wonders, was in a hurry to move on. He disliked that fertile country for its very fertility. Without being a hydrophysic, he felt the water under his feet, and he sought, although in vain, signs of an incontestable dryness. It continued advancing and had to ford several rivers, not without some danger, because they were infested with alligators 15 to 18 feet long. J.T. Maston threatened them with his fearsome false hand, but he only managed to frighten the pelicans, jaguars and felons, wild inhabitants of those shores, while the large pink flamingos looked at him as if they were gawking. Those guests from the humid regions disappeared in turn, and less bulky trees spread out for less dense forests. Some isolated groups stood out in the middle of infinite plains crossed by numerous flocks of wild geese. "We are here!" Barbicane exclaimed, rising on the stirrups. "Behold, the region of the pines!" "And that of the savages," answered the elder. In fact, some Seminoles appeared in the distance, waving, stirring, running from one side to the other, riding fast horses, brandishing long spears or unloading rifles of death crash. Limit yourself to these hostile demonstrations, without disturbing Barbicane and his companions. These then occupied the center of a stony plain, a vast open space of a few acres that submerged the sun in scorching rays. The plain was formed for a kind of dilated numbness of the ground, which apparently offered the members of the gun club all the conditions that required the placement of its columbiad. "Stop," said Barbicane, stopping. "What is this place called?" "Stones Hill, Hill of Stones," replied one of the Floridenses. Barbicane, without saying a word, stepped down, pulled out his instruments and began to determine the position of the site with the utmost precision. The escort, gathered around him, examined him in silence. The sun was passing at that moment by the meridian. Barbicane, after some observations, quickly noted his result and said, "This site is situated at 300 toises above sea level, at 27 degrees 7 minutes west longitude. It seems to me that, for its arid and stony nature, presents all the conditions that the experiment requires. In this plain, then, we will raise our warehouses, our workshops, our ovens, the workers' huts, and from right here," he repeated, kicking on the ground, "from here, from the top of Stones Hill, our projectile will fly into the spaces of the solar world." 14. Shovel and Zapapic. That same afternoon, Barbicane and his companions returned to Tampa, and Engineer Murchison embarked again at the Tampico for New Orleans. He had to hire an army of workers and collect most of the material. Gun Club members stayed in Tampa to organize the first jobs with the help of the people of the country. 8 days after its departure, the Tampico was returning to Holy Ghost Bay with a fleet of steamships. Murchison had gathered 500 workers. In the bad days of slavery it would have been impossible. But since America, the land of freedom, harbored in its bosom no more than free men, they went wherever they were called to work generously. And the Gun Club did not lack money, and offered its workers a good salary with considerable and proportionate bonuses. The worker recruited for Florida could count on a capital deposit in his name at the Baltimore Bank. Murchison therefore had a choice, and could manifest himself sternly with regard to the intelligence and skill of his workers. It is believed that he formed his laborious legion with the cream of the machinists, stokers, smelters, miners, masons and craftsmen of all kinds, black or white, without distinction of colors. Many left with their families. That was a real emigration. On October 31st, at 10 in the morning, the Legion disembarked at the docks of Tampa, and one can easily understand the movement and activity that would reign in that small city whose population doubled in a day. In fact, Tampa had to gain a lot with that initiative of the Gun Club, not precisely by the number of workers who went immediately to Stones Hill, but by the influx of curious people who gradually converged from all points of the globe towards the peninsula. The first days were spent unloading the utensils transported by the flotilla, the machines, the food, to a large number of palastro houses composed of disassembled and numbered pieces. At the same time, Barbicane was charting a 15-mile railway to connect Stones Hill with Tampa. Nobody knows under what conditions an American railroad is built, capricious in his curves, bold in his slopes, despising embankments, clearing and engineering works, climbing hills, rushing through the valleys. the railroad runs blindly and without taking care of the straight line. It is not very expensive, nor does it offer great construction difficulties, but it derails very easily. The road from Tampa to Stones Hill was nothing more than a trifle, and its construction did not require much time or money. For the rest, Barbicane was the soul of that crowd that answered his call. He encouraged her and communicated his energy and enthusiasm. His person was everywhere, as if endowed with the gift of ubiquity, always followed by J.T. Maston, his buzzing fly. With him there were no obstacles, no difficulties, no setbacks. He was a miner, a bricklayer and a machinist as well as a gunner, having answers for all questions and solutions for all problems. He was in constant correspondence with the gun club and with the gold spring factory, and day and night, with the boilers burning, with the steam and pressure, the Tampico awaited his orders in the Hillsborough. On the first day of November Barbicane left Tampa with a detachment of workers, and the next day he had risen up around Stones Hill, a city of metal houses that was surrounded by stockades, which, by his movement, for its activity, it had little or nothing to envy the major cities of the Union. The regime of life was carefully regulated and work began. Scrupulously practiced surveys allowed to recognize the nature of the terrain, and the excavation began on November 4th. That day, Barbicane gathered the heads of the workshops and said, "You all know, my friends, the object for which I have gathered you in this wild part of Florida. Try melting a barrel 9 feet in diameter, 6 feet thick on its walls and 19.5 stone cladding. It is therefore necessary to open a trench that is 60 feet wide and 900 feet deep. This considerable work must be completed in 8 months, and therefore you must bring out, in 255 days, 2,543,200 cubic feet of earth, that is, 10,000 cubic feet a day. This, which would not offer any difficulty to 1,000 workers who worked with ease, will be more painful in a relatively limited space. However, since it is a job to be done, it will be done, for which I count on both your encouragement and your skill." At 8 in the morning the first hole was given on the Floridian land, and since then, the powerful instrument did not have a single moment of leisure in the hands of the miners. The teams of workers were relieved every 6 hours. As colossal as the operation was, it did not exceed the limit of human forces. How many more difficult jobs, in which it had been necessary to fight directly against the elements, had been carried out happily? To speak of nothing more than similar works, it suffices to mention the well of Uncle Joseph, built near Cairo by Sultan Saladin, at a time when machines had not yet completed the strength of man. This well goes down to the level of the Nile, at a depth of 300 feet, and that other well opened in Coblentz, by Margrave John of Baden, at the depth of 600 feet. Well, what was it ultimately about? Triple this depth and double its width, which would make drilling easier. So there was not a pawn, an officer, or a master who doubted the success of the operation. An important decision, made by Engineer Murchison, in agreement with President Barbicane, was to accelerate more and more the progress of the work. For an article of the contract, the Columbiad had to be reinforced with zunchos or wrought iron clamps. These zunchos were a luxury of useless precautions, which the cannon could do without any risk. This clause was therefore deleted, thereby saving a great deal of time, because it was then possible to use the new drilling system currently adopted in the construction of the wells, where drilling and masonry work are carried out at the same time. Thanks to this simple procedure, there is no need to prop up the earth, as the wall itself contains it with an unshakable power and descends by its own weight. This maneuver was not to begin until the hoe reached the solid part of the ground. On November 4th, 50 workers opened a 60-foot wide circular hole in the center of the fenced enclosure, at the top of Stones Hill. The peak first encountered a kind of black terrain, 6 feet deep, whose resistance easily triumphed. This ground was succeeded by 2 feet of fine sand, which was carefully removed and stored because it was to serve for the construction of the inner mold. After the sand appeared a rather compact white clay, similar to the loam of England, which was 4 feet thick. Then, the iron of the peak sparked under the hard layer of the earth, which was a kind of rock formed of petrified shells, very dry and very solid, and with which the instruments always had to fight. At that point, the hole was 6.5 feet deep, and masonry work began. At the bottom of the excavation there was built an holm oak lathe, a kind of disc that was very secured with bolts and of an absolute strength. It had in its center a hole of a diameter equal to the one that the Columbiad had to have externally. On that device sat the first stones, joined with inflexible tenacity by a hydraulic concrete cement. The masons, having worked from circumference to center, found themselves within a well that was 25 feet wide. At the end of this work, the miners again took the pickaxe and hoe to attack the rock under the same disc, trying to hold it with very solid struts. These struts were removed successively as the hole deepened. Thus, the disc was going down little by little, and with it the circular wall of masonry, on the top of which the masons worked incessantly, leaving loopholes or respirators so that during the smelting the gas would find outlet. This kind of work demands much skill and care from the workers. Some of them, digging under the disc, were dangerously wounded by the leaping pieces of stone and even died. But these mishaps of the trade did not diminish the burning of the workers for a single minute. They worked during the day, in the light of a sun that some months later gave those scorched plains a heat of 99 degrees, 37 degrees centigrade. They worked during the night, wrapped in the glows of electric light. The noise of the peaks breaking the rocks, the boom of the barrens, the squeaking of the machines, the whirlwinds of smoke stirring in the air, traced around Stones Hill a circle of terror that dared not break the herds of bison or the groups of Seminolas. Work was progressing regularly. Cranes moved by the force of steam activated the translation of materials, meeting few unexpected obstacles, because all difficulties were foreseen and there was ability to level them. The well, within a month, had reached the projected depth of 112 feet. In December, this depth doubled, and tripled in January. In February, the workers had to fight a layer of water that appeared suddenly, being forced to resort to powerful pumps and compressed air devices to exhaust it, and cover the holes as a waterway is blocked on board a ship. Those currents were dominated, but as a result of the poor consistency of the ground, the disc yielded something, and there was a partial collapse. The accident could not help but be terrible, and cost the lives of some workers. 3 weeks were spent on repairing the failure and restoring the disc, restoring its solidity. But thanks to the skill of the engineer and the power of the machines used, the work, for an instant compromised, regained its aplomb, and the drilling went ahead. No further incident halted the operation, and by June 10th, 20 days before the deadline set by Barbicane, the well, entirely clad in its stone wall, had reached a depth of 900 feet. In the background, the masonry rested on a massive cube measuring 30 feet thick, while at its top it was at ground level. President Barbicane and the members of the gun club heartily congratulated engineer Murchison, whose cyclopean work had been carried out with astonishing speed. During the 8 months that they were invested in such work, Barbicane did not separate a moment from Stones Hill, and at the same time closely monitored the operations of the excavation and did not forget a single instant the welfare and health of the workers. Being fortunate enough to avoid the epidemics that tend to breed in the large crowds of men, and that cause so many disasters in the regions of the globe exposed to all tropical influences. It is true that some workers paid with their lives for the imprudence inherent in such dangerous jobs, but these deplorable catastrophes are inevitable, and the Americans do not take them seriously. They take more care of humanity in general than the individual in particular. Barbicane, however, exceptionally professed the contrary principles and applied them on all occasions. Thus, thanks to his solicitude, his intelligence, his useful intervention in difficult cases, his prodigious and philanthropic sagacity, the average catastrophe did not exceed that of the overseas countries famous for their luxury of precautions, France, where there is 1 accident per 200,000 francs of work. 15. The casting party. During the 8 months spent on the operation of the trench, the preparatory work for the foundry was carried out at the same time very quickly. A strange person who, without being in the background, had arrived suddenly in Stones Hill, would have been astonished at the spectacle that was offered to their looks. At 600 yards from the trench stood 1,200 reverberating furnaces, 600 feet wide each, circulating around the trench itself, which was its central point, separated from each other by a half-span. The 1,200 ovens formed a line that did not go down 2 miles. They were all traced on the same model, with a high quadrangular chimney, and produced a singular effect. Pride seemed to J.T. massed in that architectural arrangement which reminded him of the monuments of Washington. For him there was nothing more beautiful, even in Greece, where, according to him, he had never been. It is known that at its third session the committee decided to use the Columbiad of cast iron, especially gray cast iron, which is, in effect, a tenacious and ductile metal, easy to polish, proper to carry out all the molding operations, and treated with stone coal. It is of a superior quality for more pieces of great resistance, such as cannons, steam engine cylinders and hydraulic presses. But cast iron, if it has been subjected to only one fusion, is rarely homogeneous enough, so it is enhanced and purified by means of a second fusion, which removes it from its last earthy deposits. For the same reason, the iron ore, before being shipped to Tampa, was subjected to the blast furnaces of Gold Spring and put in contact with coal and silicon and raised to a high temperature, being transformed into carbide, and after this first operation, was heading metal to Stones Hill. But it was 136 million pounds of cast iron, which is a huge amount to transport by railways. The price of transport would have doubled that of the material. It seemed preferable to charter ships from New York and load them in cast iron bars, although for this 68 ships of 1,000 tons were needed, a true squadron, which on May 3 left the New York Canal, entered the ocean, followed along the American coasts, penetrated the Bahama Channel, rounded the tip of Florida and, on the 10th of the same month, going up the Bay of the Holy Spirit, went to anchor without any damage in the port of Tampa. There the cargo was moved to Stones Hill railroad cars, and by mid-January, the huge amount of metal had reached its destination. It is well understood that 1,200 furnaces were not in excess to melt at the same time 68,000 tons of iron. Each furnace could contain about 114,000 pounds of metal, and all, built and arranged according to the model of those who used to melt the Rodman cannon, affected the shape of a trapeze and were much reduced. The heating device and the chimney were located at both ends of the oven, which was heated equally throughout. The stoves, made of refractory earth, consisted of a grate where the coal was placed, and a crucible or laboratory where the rods to be melted were put. The floor of this 25-degree angled crucible allowed the molten metal to pour into the receiving reservoirs, from which 12 divergent streams began draining into the central well. One day, after completing the masonry work, Barbicane ordered the construction of the inner mold. The question was to raise in the center of the well, following its axis, a cylinder 900 feet high and 9 feet in diameter, which would fill exactly the space reserved for the bore of the Columbiad. This cylinder was to consist of a mixture of clay earth and sand, to which added hay and straw. The interval between the mold and the factory work had to be filled by the molten metal to form the barrel walls, 6 feet thick. To keep the cylinder balanced, it was necessary to reinforce it with iron armor and attach it to stretches by means of transverse struts that went from it to the walls of the well. These sleepers, after the casting, were forming common body with the barrel itself, without the latter suffering for the interposition any impairment. Having completed this operation on July 8, the smelter could proceed immediately, and it was set for the following day. "It will be a great party, the act of the foundry," said J.T. Maston to his friend Barbicane. "Undoubtedly," answered Barbicane, "but it will not be a public holiday." "How? You will not open the doors of the enclosure to everyone who comes?" "I will not do such nonsense, Maston. The smelting of the Columbiad is a delicate operation that can also be dangerous, and I prefer it to run behind closed doors. A one-fire the projectile will tolerate all the noise you want, but not before. Indeed, the operation could give rise to unforeseen dangers, and in addition, a large influx of spectators might be hindered in averting a catastrophe." Freedom of movement was very important, so no one was allowed to enter the compound, except for a delegation of gun club individuals, who had moved to Tampa. Among them were the enthusiastic Billsby, Tom Hunter, Colonel Blomsberry, Major Elphiston, General Morgan and others for whom the smelting of the Columbiad was a personal matter. J.T. Maston spontaneously became his cicerone. He did not omit any details. He led them to all breads, to the warehouses, to the workshops, to the machines, and forced them to visit one after another, however perfectly equal, the 1,200 ovens. When they made the visit, they were a little tired. The foundry had to be executed at 12 o'clock in the day. The previous day it had invested mainly in loading each of the furnaces with 114,000 pounds of metal rods, placed so that they left some holes so that the inflamed air could circulate freely between them. From early morning, the 1,200 chimneys began to vomit in the atmosphere their torrents of flames, and wave the earth-deaf trepidations. You had to burn as many pounds of coal as there were pounds of metal to melt. There were, therefore, 68,000 pounds of coal projecting in front of the disk of the sun, a dense curtain of black smoke. It was not long before the heat became unbearable in that circle of furnaces whose snores seemed to rumble of thunder, increasing the powerful thunder fans that in their continuous breath saturated with oxygen all those hot lights. The success of the smelting operation depended largely on how quickly it was handled. At a given signal, consisting of a cannon, all furnaces at once had to make way for the molten iron and empty entirely. When these dispositions were made, teachers and workers waited for the moment with great impatience and also with a certain anxiety. There was no one in the enclosure, and each master smelter took his place near the holes through which the liquefied metal was to come out. Barbicane and his colleagues watched the operation from a nearby eminence, having in front of a cannon, soon to be shot at a signal from the engineer. A few minutes before the 12, the metal began to form drops that were dilating. They were gradually filling the receptacles, and when the iron had melted entirely, it was allowed to rest a little in order to facilitate the separation of heterogeneous substances. They struck 12 o'clock. Suddenly a cannon sounded, losing its momentary glow in the air, like lightning. 1,200 openings were uncovered at once, and 1,200 fiery serpents crawled into the central well, developing their burning rings. When they reached the well, they rushed to a depth of 900 feet with a frightful crash. That spectacle was moving and magnificent. The earth trembled, and the waves of boiling metal, throwing into the sky the whirlwinds of smoke, volatilized at the same time the moisture of the mold and threw it through the spiracles or vents of the stone wall in the form of impenetrable vapors. Those fictitious clouds, rising towards the zenith at a height of 500 toises, unfolded their dense spirals. A wandering savage, beyond the limits of the horizon, could have believed in the formation of a new crater in the bowels of Florida, and yet that was not an eruption, nor a flood, nor a storm, nor a struggle of elements, or any of the terrible phenomena that nature is capable of producing. No! Man had created those reddish vapors, those gigantic flames worthy of a volcano, those trepidations utterly analogous to the shaking of an earthquake, those rival mooing of hurricanes and storms, and it was his hand that plunged into an abyss opened by it a whole Niagara of the smoldering molten metal. 16. The Columbiad. Had the operation been successful? One could judge only by conjecture. Everything, however, led to the belief that the foundry had been properly verified, since the mold had absorbed all the liquefied metal in the furnaces. But nothing in a long time could be secured in a positive way. Direct testing was necessarily too late. Indeed, when Major Rodman melted his 160,000-pound gun, the iron took more than 15 days to cool. How long, then, would the monstrous Columbiad, crowned with whirlwinds of steam and defended by its intense heat, hide itself from the investigations of its admirers? It was difficult to calculate it. During this time the impatience of the gun club members went through a hard test. But strength is to wait, and more than once curiosity and enthusiasm exposed J.T. Maston to roast himself alive. 15 days after the smelting had been verified, a huge plume of smoke was still going up into the sky, and the ground burned its feet in a radius of 200 steps around the top of Stones Hill. Days and days, weeks and weeks passed. There was no way to cool the immense cylinder, which it was impossible to approach. It was necessary to wait, and the members of the gun club put their brakes on it. "We are now at August 1st, said J.T. Maston one morning. "It's just 4 months to December 1st, and we still have to take out the inner mold, form the part bore, and load the Columbiad. Will we have time? We can't even get close to the cannon. Will it ever get cold? It would be a terrible disappointment." In vain it was a matter of calming the impatience of the secretary. Barbicane did not take off her lips, but her silence concealed a deaf irritation. To be absolutely stopped by an obstacle of which only time could triumph, a fearsome enemy in those circumstances, and to be at his discretion, was hard for a man of war. However, daily observations revealed changes in the condition of the terrain. By August 15th, the intensity and density of the vapors had decreased markedly. A few days later, the Earth exhales only a slight mist, the last breath of the monster locked in his stone coffin. Little by little the convulsions of the ground were appeased, and the caloric circle was circumscribed. The most impatient spectators approached, one day 2 toises and the other 4, and on August 22nd, Barbicane, his colleagues and the engineer were able to reach the mass of cast iron that loomed at the level of the top of Stones Hill, a place without doubt very hygienic, where it was not yet allowed to have cold feet. "Praise be to God!" exclaimed the president of the gun club with an immense sigh of satisfaction. He returned to work the same day. The inner mold was immediately extracted to clear the bore of the piece. The beak, the hoe and the terrace worked without rest. The clay earth and the sand had acquired with the heat a high hardness, but with the help of the machines, the resistance of that mixture that still burned to the contact of the walls of cast iron was overcome. The extracted materials were quickly removed in steam carts, and everything was done so well, worked with so much activity. Barbicane's intervention was so pressing and his arguments were so strong, that he gave them the form of dollars, that on September 3rd he had disappeared until the last vestige of the mold. Immediately afterwards, the operation of smoothing the core began, to which effect the suitable machines were established as soon as possible, and powerful straighteners were put into play whose cutting quickly eliminated the inequalities of the cast. After a few weeks, the inner surface of the immense tube was perfectly cylindrical, and the bore of the piece had acquired a perfect polish. Finally, on September 22nd, not a year after Barbicane's communication, the enormous machine, rigorously calibrated and absolutely vertical, as the most delicate instruments proved, was ready to operate. We had to wait only for the moon, but everyone had complete confidence that such an honest lady would not miss the appointment. They knew her by her background, and they judged her. The joy of J.T. Maston crossed all the limits, and little did he need to be victim of a terrible fall by the eagerness with which he abyssed his looks in the tube of 900 feet. Without the right arm of Bloomsbury, which the worthy colonel had happily preserved, the secretary of the gun club, like a second Erostrato, would have met his death in the depths of the Columbiad. The gun was thus finished, and there was no doubt about its perfect execution. So, on October 6th, Captain Nicholl, despite his antipathies, paid President Barbicane the second bet, and Barbicane in his books, in the revenue column, wrote a sum of $2,000. There is reason to believe that the captain's anger reached the last extreme, causing him a real illness. However, there were still 3 bets left, one of $3,000, one of $4,000 and one of $5,000, and if you had won 2 of them, you wouldn't have gotten away with it. But the money did not enter at all in his calculations, and the success obtained by his rival in the casting of his gun, whose projectile would not have resisted a plate of 10 toises, gave him a terrible blow. On September 23rd, the public was allowed free entry into the Stones Hill compound, and it is now understood what would be the influx of visitors. Countless curious people from all over the United States were heading for Florida. During that year the city of Tampa, devoted entirely to the work of the gun club, had developed in a prodigious way, and had then a population of 60,000 souls. After wrapping Fort Broke in a network of streets, it was extended by the tongue of earth that separates the 2 radas of the Bay of the Holy Spirit. New barracks, new squares, a whole forest of new houses had sprouted in those wastelands before deserts, in the heat of the American sun. Companies had been founded to erect churches, schools and private rooms, and in less than a year the size of the city increased tenfold. It is known that the Yankees were born merchants. Wherever luck strikes them, from the glacial zone to the torrid zone, their business instinct must be implemented. Here's why mere onlookers who had moved to Florida with no object but to follow the operations of the gun club surrendered, as soon as they had settled in Tampa, to commercial operations. The vessels chartered for the transport of material and workers had given the port an activity without example. Other ships of all kinds, laden with provisions and goods, then sailed the bay and the 2 radas. Great accountants of shipowners and brokers settled in the city, and the Shipping Gazette announced daily in its columns the arrival of new boats to the port of Tampa. As the roads around the city multiplied, the city, taking into account the prodigious development of its population and its trade, was united by a railway to the southern states of the Union. By means of a railway, Mobile was linked with Pensacola, the great maritime arsenal of the South, from where the railway went to the city of Tallahassee, where there was already a small piece of railway and put in communication with St. Mark's, on the coast. That railway went on to Tampa, reviving the dead regions of central Florida. Thanks to the wonders of the industry, due to the idea that crossed a man's mind, Tampa was able to give itself the importance of a great city. He had been given the nickname Moon City, and Tallahassee, the capital of the two Floridas, suffered a total eclipse, visible from all points of the globe. Now anyone understands the foundation of the great rivalry between Texas and Florida, and the exasperation of Texans when they were evicted in their pretensions by the election of the Gun Club. With his foresight, he had guessed how much a country had to gain from the Barbicane experiment and the benefits of such a cannon. Texas lost a vast trade center, a railroad, and a sizable population increase. All these advantages were obtained by the miserable Floridian peninsula, cast as a stake in the waves of the Gulf and the Atlantic Ocean. So Barbicane participated, with General Santana, of all the antipathies of Texas. However, although devoted to its commercial furor and industrial passion, the new population of Tampa did not forget the interesting operations of the Gun Club. Quite the opposite. I was looking forward to all the details of the company, and she was enthusiastic about any hoe. There was constantly between the city and Stones Hill a continuous coming and going, a procession, a pilgrimage. It was easy to foresee that, when the day of the experiment arrived, the concurrence would amount to thousands of people, who from all points of the earth were accumulating in the circumscribed peninsula. Europe was emigrating to America. But it must be admitted that until then the curiosity of the many travelers was not entirely satisfied. Many counted on the spectacle of the foundry, from which they reached only the smoke. It was little for those avid people, but Barbicane, as is known, did not want to admit anyone during that operation. There was discontent, grumbling, murmuring. There were counterclaims to the president, who was said to be suffering from absolutism, and his conduct was declared un-American. There was almost a blast around the Stones Hill fence. But not for those. Barbicane was unwavering in his resolutions, but when the Columbiad was completed, it was necessary to open the doors, because it would have been unwise to oppose the public feeling by keeping them closed. Barbicane allowed all who arrived to enter the enclosure, although, driven by his practical talent, he resolved to speculate greatly with general curiosity. Curiosity is always, for those who know how to exploit it, a coin factory. It was a great thing to contemplate the immense Columbiad, but the glory of descending to its depths seemed to the Americans the non plus ultra of the possible happiness in this world. There was no one curious who did not want to give himself at all costs the pleasure of visiting inside that metal abyss. Bound and suspended from a raft that ran on steam impulses, spectators were allowed to satisfy their excited curiosity. That was a delusion. Women, children, and the elderly all took on the duty of penetrating the depths of the colossal canyon, pregnant with mysteries. The price was set at $5 per person, and despite its high cost, in the immediate 2 months preceding the experiment, the influx of travelers allowed the Gun Club to obtain about $500,000. Needless to say, the first to visit the Columbiad were the members of the Gun Club, to whose illustrious assembly this preference was rightly reserved. This solemnity was celebrated on September 25th. In a drawer of honor, President Barbicane, J.T. Maston, Major Elphiston, General Morgan, Colonel Blomsberry, Engineer Murchison, and other distinguished members of the celebrated society, in number of about 10. A lot of heat was still at the bottom of that long metal tube. Some suffocation was felt inside. But what a joy! What a charm! A table of 10 cutlery was placed in the stone chamber holding the Columbiad, lit by a jet of electric light. Exquisite and numerous delicacies that seemed to have come down from heaven were placed successively before the guests, and bottles of the best wines hurried profusely during that splendid banquet 900 feet underground. The feast was very lively and also very boisterous. Many toasts were crossed. It was toasted by the globe. It was toasted by its satellite. It was toasted by the Gun Club. It was toasted by the Union, by the Moon, by Phoebe, by Diana, by Selene, by the Night Star, by the peaceful messenger of the sky. The hurrah, carried by the sound waves of the immense acoustic tube, reached its end like thunder, and the crowd, placed around Stones Hill, joined with the heart and shouts to the 10 guests sunk in the bottom of the gigantic Columbiad. J.T. Maston no longer owned himself. It would be difficult to determine whether he screamed more than he gestured, and whether he drank more than he ate. The truth is that there was no room for joy in his skin, that he had not given his place for the empire of the world, even if the cannon loaded, primed and making fire at that moment, should have sent him in pieces to the planetary spaces. 17. A telegraph part. We could say that the great works undertaken by the Gun Club were finished, and yet it was still 2 months before the projectile was sent to the moon. 2 months that should seem long as years to universal impatience. Until then, the newspapers had given a daily account of the most insignificant details of the operation, and their columns were devoured with eagerness. But it was to be feared that henceforth the dividend of interest distributed among all the people would be greatly reduced, and there was no one who did not fear that he would soon stop perceiving the part of emotions that corresponded daily. It wasn't like that. The most unexpected, the most extraordinary, the most incredible and the most implausible incident again fanatized the yearning spirits, and caused in the world a surprise and an overexcitement hitherto unknown. One day, on September 30th, at 3:47 in the afternoon arrived in Tampa, bound for President Barbicane, a telegram transmitted by the submerged cable between Valentia, Ireland, Newfoundland and the American coast. President Barbicane tore the envelope, read the part, and despite his will to become master of himself, his lips paled and his sight was disturbed at the reading of the 20 words of the telegram. Here is the text of it, which is still preserved in the archives of the Gun Club, France, Paris. September 30th for H. Tomorrow. Barbicane, Tampa, Florida, United States. Replace spherical grenade with conical cylinder shell. I will leave inside. I will arrive by steam Atlanta. Michel Ardan. 18. The passenger from Atlanta, if such great news, instead of flying by telegraph wires, would have arrived simply by mail, closed and under an envelope, if the employees of France, Ireland, Newfoundland and the United States of America had not necessarily known the telegraphic confidence, Barbicane would not have hesitated for a moment. He would have kept quiet out of caution, and not to discredit his work. That telegram, especially from a Frenchman, could have been a mockery. What did the audacity of a man capable of conceiving the idea of such a journey look like? And if indeed there was a man determined to carry out such a singular purpose, was he not a man to be locked up in a house of lunatics, and not in a cannonball? But the part was known, because the transmission devices are by their nature inconspicuous, and the proposal of Michel Ardan was already circulating in the various states of the Union. Barbicane had no reason to remain silent about her, and therefore gathered together the individuals of the Gun Club, who were in Tampa, and without letting them glimpse their thoughts, without discussing the greater or lesser credit that the telegram deserved, he read his laconic text in cold blood. Impossible! It's unbelievable! Pure joke! They're mocking us! Ridiculous! Absurd! For a few minutes, all the phrases that served to express doubt, disbelief, barbarity and madness were pronounced, accompanied by the fuss and gestures that are used in such circumstances. Everyone, according to his character, smiled, laughed, shrugged, or laughed. J.T. Maston was the only one who took it seriously. "It's a superb idea," he exclaimed. "Yes," replied the major, "but if it is ever allowed to have similar ideas, it is on condition that we do not even think about putting them into practice." "And why not?" replied the secretary of the Gun Club, preparing for the fight that his colleagues avoided. However, the name Michel Ardan ran from word of mouth in the city of Tampa. Foreigners and indigenous people looked at each other, questioned each other and mocked, not the European, who was in his concept a myth, an imaginary entity, a chimeric being, but J.T. Maston, who had been able to believe in the existence of that fabulous character. When Barbicane proposed to send a projectile to the moon, the company seemed to all natural and practicable, and they saw in it only a simple question of ballistics. But that a rational being wanted to take his seat in the projectile and attempt that unlikely journey was such a headless proposition that it could not help but seem like a joke, a farce, a deception. The canzonitas lasted without interruption until the night, and it can be assured that the whole Union burst into a single laugh, which is uncommon in a country where impossible companies easily find panegiristas, adepts, and supporters. However, the proposal of Michel Ardan, like all new ideas, did not stop worrying more than for the same reason that it departed from the current of the usual emotions. Behold, they said, a thing that had not occurred to anyone. That incident was then an obsession with his own strangeness. He had something to think about. How many things denied the day before have been a reality the next day? Why is a trip to the moon not to be made one day at a time? But we will always have that the first one who wants to risk himself must be a man, and decidedly, because his project cannot be taken seriously, would have done well to shut up instead of putting into fermentation an entire population with its ridiculous departures of tone. But did that character really exist? Here's the first question. Michel Ardan's name was not unknown in America. He was the name of a European often cited for his bold undertakings. Moreover, that telegram which had crossed the depths of the Atlantic, the designation of the vessel in which the Frenchman claimed to have taken passage, the fixed date of his forthcoming arrival, were circumstances which gave the proposition certain semblances of plausibility. The company undoubtedly required unprecedented value. Soon the isolated individuals grouped together, the groups condensed under the action of curiosity as by virtue of molecular attraction condensed the atoms, and eventually a compact crowd formed that headed to President Barbicane's home. The latter, since the arrival of the telegram, had not expressed any opinion about him, had let J.T. Maston discover his own without approving or disapproving. He kept to himself, and intended to await events. But he would do the math without the guess, for he did not count on public impatience, and saw with little satisfaction the inhabitants of Tampa gathering under his windows. The murmurs, screams, and shouts forced him to come forward. He had all the duties, and therefore all the duties of the celebrity. He showed up, and the crowd was silent. A citizen took the floor, and addressed to Barbicane the following question: is the character designated in the part under the name of Michel Ardan heading towards America? Yes or no, gentlemen, Barbicane replied. I know no more than you know. For I must know, some cried impatiently. Time will tell us, the president replied dryly. We do not recognize any right to keep a whole people in a state of distressing anxiety, replied the speaker. Have you modified the projectile plans in accordance with the telegram? Not yet, gentlemen, but you are right. It is necessary to know to which we are, and the telegraph, which has caused all this commotion, will complete our reports. To the telegraph! To the telegraph! Exclaimed the crowd. Barbicane came down, and followed by the immense crowd, went to the administration offices. A few minutes later a part was sent to the trustee of the Liverpool shipping corridors asking him the following questions. Which ship is the Atlanta? When did you leave Europe? Were you carrying a Frenchman named Michel Ardan? 2 hours later Barbicane received reports of such precision that they allowed no doubt. The steamer Atlanta, from Liverpool, sailed on October 2nd for Tampa, carrying on board a Frenchman who, under the name of Michel Ardan, is on the passenger list. Upon seeing this confirmation of the telegram, the eyes of the president shone with a flame of satisfaction, his fists closed tightly, and with violence he was heard murmuring, "Well, it's true. It is therefore possible. This Frenchman exists, and he will be here in a fortnight. But he is a madman, and I will never consent." And yet that same evening he wrote to the House Breadwill and Company to suspend until further order the casting of the shell, to express now the commotion that took over the whole America, the effect that the communication of Barbicane produced, what the newspapers of the Union said, the astonishment that caused them the news, and the enthusiasm with which they welcomed it, and with which they sang the arrival of that hero of the ancient continent, to describe the feverish agitation of each individual, who saw the hours pass slowly, to give an idea, though imperfect, of that weary obsession of all brains subordinated to a single thought, to narrate the complete cessation of all human activity, the paralysis of industry and the suspension of commerce to witness the arrival of Atlanta, discover the animation of the Bay of the Holy Spirit, incessantly furrowed by steamers, ships, pleasure yachts, flyboats of all dimensions, to list the thousands of curious who quadrupled in 15 days the population of Tampa and had to camp under tents as an army in campaign, would be a reckless pretension superior to all the forces of men. On October 20th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the watchers of the Bahama Canal noticed a dense smoke on the horizon. 2 hours later, a high-powered steamer was recognized by them, and the name Atlanta was transmitted to Tampa. At 4 o'clock, the English vessel entered the Bay of the Holy Spirit. At 5 o'clock, it crossed the Hillsborough harbor at full speed. 6 o'clock, I was anchoring in Tampa harbor. The anchor had not yet bitten the bottom of the sand, when 500 ships surrounded the Atlanta, and the steamer was taken by assault. The first to step on its cover was Barbicane, who said with a voice whose emotion he wanted in vain to repress, "Michel Ardan?" "Present," answered certain individual perched on the canopy. Barbicane, arms folded, gazed questioningly, lips pressed, stared at the Atlanta passenger. This was a man of 42 years, tall, but somewhat loaded with backs, like those caryatids holding balconies on their shoulders. His energetic head, true lion's head, shook from time to time a red hair that really looked like a Gadagia. A short face, wide at the temples, adorned with bristly mustaches like those of the cat and tufts of yellowish hairs that splattered his cheeks, round eyes from which a myopic look began and as if lost, completed that eminently feline physiognomy. But the nose was a bold drawing, the mouth perfect, the forehead high, intelligent, and furrowed like a field that has never been uneducated. A well-developed body, resting on long legs, muscular arms, which were powerful and well-supported levers, and a continent resolved, made of that European a solidly constituted man, who seemed more forged than fused, using one of the expressions of metallurgical art. The disciples of Lovett or Gratilet would have found without difficulty in the skull and physiognomy of that character the indisputable signs of accounting, that is, the value in danger, and in the tendency to overcome obstacles, those of benevolence, and those of attachment to the wondrous, instinct that induces certain temperaments to be passionate about superhuman things. But, instead, the bulges of acquisitiveness, of the need to possess and acquire, were absolutely lacking. To complete the physical portrait of the passenger of the Atlanta, it is opportune to say that his dresses were loose, that he did not oppose the slightest obstacle to the game of his joints, being his trousers and his coat so extremely wide that he himself was called the Death with Cape. He wore a scruffy tie, and his very low-cut shirt collar showed a robust collar like that of a bull. His feverish hands ripped from 2 sleeves of shirt that were always unbuttoned. It was well known that this man never felt the cold, either in the harshness of winter, nor in the midst of danger. He came and went through the steam deck, in the midst of the crowd that barely left room for movement, unable to stand still for a moment. But he drifted over his anchors, as the sailors said, gesturing and mentoring everyone, and biting his nails with convulsive eagerness. He was one of those original types that the Creator invented on a passing whim, breaking the mold right away. Indeed, the moral personality of Michel Ardan offered a very extensive field for the research of analytical observers. That amazing man lived in a perpetual hyperbole disposition, and had not yet passed the age of superlatives. In the retina of his eyes objects with excessive dimensions joined, resulting in an association of gigantic ideas. He saw everything very bulky and big, except for the difficulties in men, who always saw them small. He was endowed with a powerful nature, exorbitant, superabundant. He was an artist by instinct, very ingenious, very decisive. But although he never made a fire full of jokes, the joke that was allowed was always a closed discharge. In the discussions he took very little care of logic. Rebellious to syllogism, he would never have invented it, and all his outputs were his and his alone. Running over everything and everything, he pointed in the middle of the chest arguments ad hominem accurate and sure, and he liked to defend with the beak and with the paws the desperate causes. He had, among other manias, that of proclaiming himself, like Shakespeare, a sublime ignorant, and boasted of despising the wise. The wise, he said, do nothing but carry the score while we play. He was a bohemian of the world of wonders, who ventured a lot without being adventurous, an unscrewed head, a Phaeton who insists on guiding the chariot of the sun, and Icarus with reserve wings. For the rest, he paid with his person, and paid well. He threw himself, without closing his eyes, into the most dangerous enterprises. He burned his ships with more determination than Agathocles. Always ready to break his soul or to break his neck, he fell invariably on his feet, like those elderberry medulla puppets with lead on the base that amused children. In a word, his motto was, in spite of everything, and love to the impossible, constituted his dominant passion. But that enterprising man had, like no other, the defects of his qualities. It is said that those who risk nothing have nothing. Arden had nothing and risked everything. He was a waster, a Dan-8 barrel. Perfectly disinterested, he did as good works as Puffs. Charitable, chivalrous and generous, he would not have signed the death sentence of his cruelest enemy, and was very capable of selling himself as a slave to rescue a black man. In France, in the whole of Europe, everyone knew a character so brilliant and so noisy. Did not the 100 horns of fame, all at his service, incessantly speak of him? Didn't he live in a glass house, taking the entire universe as a confidant of his most intimate secrets? Nevertheless, he did not lack a good collection of enemies among the individuals whom he had brushed, wounded or run over more or less when breaking through the crowd. But he was generally well liked, and even pampered like a child. It was, according to the popular expression, a man to whom it was necessary to take or leave, and it was taken. Everyone was interested in him in his daring ventures and followed him with restless eyes. He was bold with such recklessness. When a friend wanted to stop him by predicting an upcoming catastrophe, he replied, smiling kindly, "The forest is not burned but by its own trees." And he did not know, in giving this answer, that he quoted the most beautiful of all Arab proverbs. Such was that passenger from Atlanta, always agitated, always boiling in the heat of an inner fire, always moved, and not by what he intended to do in America, which he did not even think about, but by the effect of his hot organization. It was surely a contrast, the most unique, offered by the Frenchman Michel Ardan and the Yankee Barbicane, despite being both, each in their own way, enterprising, daring and bold. The contemplation to which the president of the gun club left himself in the presence of that rival who had just relegated him to a second term was soon interrupted by the cheers and cheers of the crowd. So frantic were the screams, and the enthusiasm took such personal forms, that Michel Ardan, after having squeezed thousands of hands, in which he was exposed to leaving his fingers, had to seek refuge at the bottom of his cabin. Barbicane followed him without saying a word. "Are you Barbicane?" asked Michel Ardan, when the two were alone, in a tone as if he had spoken to a friend of 20. "Yes," the president of the gun club answered. "Well, I greet you, Barbicane. How are you?" "Very well? I am glad. I am glad." "So," said Barbicane, entering into matter, without preambles. "Are you determined to leave?" "Absolutely determined. Nothing will stop you?" "Nothing." "Did you modify the projectile as indicated in my telegram?" "I was awaiting your arrival." But Barbicane asked insistently, "Have you thought about it?" "Thought about it? Do I have time to waste?" "I have an opportunity to go for a walk on the moon, and I take it. That's all. I don't think it deserves so much reflection." Barbicane devoured with his eyes that man who spoke of his travel plan with such lightness and such complete disdain, and without the slightest worry or anxiety. "But at least," he said, "you will have a plan, you will have means of implementation." "Excellent, friend Barbicane. But let me make an observation. I like to tell my story all at once to everyone, and then not take care of it anymore. Thus do you avoid repetition, and therefore, unless it seems better, summon your friends, your colleagues, the entire city, all Florida, all Americans, if you will, and tomorrow I will be willing to expose my means and answer all objections, whatever they are. Rest assured, I will wait for you on foot. Is that all right with you?" "Very well," replied Barbicane, and went out of the cabin to participate to the crowd the proposal of Michel Ardan. His words were received with words and shouts of joy, because the proposition smoothed all difficulties. The next day, everyone could contemplate the European hero. However, some of the more stubborn spectators did not want to leave the deck of the Atlanta, and spent the night on board. J.T. Maston, among others, had nailed his false hand at an angle of the canopy, and a winch would have been needed to pull it out of place. "He's a hero! A hero!" he exclaimed in all shades, and compared to him, with that European, we are nothing but dolls. As for the president, after begging the spectators to leave, he entered the passenger cabin and did not separate from it until the steamer bell signaled the time of the midnight guard relay. But then the two rivals in popularity clenched hands very amicably, and already Michel Ardan was mentoring President Barbicane. 19. A rally. The next day, the day's star rose much later than he desired public impatience. A sun destined to light such a feast should not be so lazy. Barbicane, fearing for Michel Ardan the indiscreet questions, would have wanted to reduce the audience to a small number of followers, to his colleagues, for example. But it would have been easier to stop Niagara with a dam. He had to give up his protection projects and let his new friend run the dangers of a public conference. The new hall of the Tampa Stock Exchange, despite its colossal dimensions, was considered insufficient for the event, because the planned meeting took on all the proportions of a true rally. The site chosen was a vast plain outside the city. A few hours were enough to cover it with the sun's rays. The ships of the port, which had plenty of sails, rigging, reserve sticks and cocks, supplied the necessary accessories for the construction of a gigantic store. A huge canvas roof soon spread over the scorched meadow and defended it from the fires of the day. 300,000 people could be placed in the premises and defied for some hours a suffocating temperature, awaiting the arrival of the Frenchmen. 1/3 of those spectators could see and hear. Another third saw badly and heard nothing, and the other one neither heard nor saw, which, however, did not prevent it from being the most lavish in applause. At 3 o'clock appeared Michel Ardan, accompanied by the main members of the gun club. He gave his right arm to President Barbicane, and his left arm to J.T. Maston, more radiant than the midday sun and almost as bright as him. Ardan climbed onto a dais, from which he walked his gazes through an ocean of black hats. He did not seem troubled, nor did he manifest the slightest pregnancy. He was there as at home, jovial, familiar, kind. He answered with a gracious salute to the hurrahs with which they welcomed him. He demanded silence with a gesture. He took the floor in English, and he expressed himself very correctly in the following terms. "Gentlemen," he said, "despite the heat that is here, I'm going to use your time to give you some explanations about projects that seem to interest you. I am not an orator, nor a sage, nor did I think I should speak in public. But my friend Barbicane has told me that you would like to hear me, and I yield to his pleas. Hear me, then, with your 600,000 ears, and forgive the many faults of the author." This exordium, so good of God, was much liked by the participants, and they demonstrated it with an immense murmur of satisfaction. "Gentlemen," he said, "you can approve or disapprove, as you see fit, and I begin. First of all, do not forget that the one who speaks to you is ignorant, but of such ignorance, that he even ignores difficulties. So, going to the moon with a projectile, it seemed to him the simplest, easiest and most natural thing in the world. Sooner or later this journey was to be undertaken, and as for the kind of locomotion adopted, I simply followed the law of progress. The man began by crawling, then he used his feet, then he traveled by car, then by boat, then by stagecoach, and finally by rail. Well, the projectile is the means of locomotion of the future, and all well considered, the planets are nothing but cannonballs fired by the hand of the Creator. But let's get back to our vehicle. Some of you, gentlemen, think the speed is going to be excessive. Those who think so are mistaken. All the stars exceeded in speed, and the Earth itself, in its movement of translation around the Sun, drags us at a speed 3 times greater. I will give some examples, and I ask you only to allow me to count for leagues, because the American measures are unfamiliar to me, and I could make some mistake in my calculations. The demand seemed very fair and did not encounter any difficulties. The speaker continued, "I am going to deal with the speed of different planets. I confess, although it seems a lack of modesty, that, despite my ignorance, I know very well this insignificant astronomical detail. But before 2 minutes you will all know about the particular as much as I. Know, then, that Neptune travels 5,000 leagues per hour, Uranus, 7,000, Saturn, 8,858, Jupiter, 11,575, Mars, 22,011, the Earth, 27,500, Venus, 32,190, Mercury, 52,250, certain comets, 1,400,000. As for us, true idlers, who always have little haste, our speed does not exceed 9,900 leagues, and will decrease incessantly. And now I ask whether it is not evident that all these speeds will one day be surpassed by others, of which probably will be light, and electricity mechanical agents. No one doubted this statement of Michel Ardan. Dear listeners of mine, he continued, if we were to allow ourselves to be convinced by certain limited talents, I do not want to describe them otherwise, humanity would be enclosed in a circle of Pompilius from which it could not emerge, and would be condemned to vegetate in this globe without ever being able to launch to the planetary spaces. It won't be like that. It is going to go to the moon, it is going to the planets, it is going to the stars, as it currently goes from Liverpool to New York, easily, quickly, surely, and the atmospheric ocean will be traversed as the Earth's oceans are traversed. Distance is only a relative word, and will inevitably be reduced to zero. The assembly, although very biased in favor of the Frenchman, was stunned by such a bold theory. Michel Ardan understood. I have not convinced you, distinguished listeners, he added, smiling warmly. Let us therefore reason. Do you know how long a direct train would take to get to the moon? No more than 300 days, and 80,400 leagues. What a great thing! It does not reach the one that would have to go 9 times around the earth, and there is no sailor or traveler a little diligent who has not walked more during his life. Take care that I will not spend more than 97 hours on the journey. But you imagine that the moon is far from the earth, and that before embarking on a journey to it you need to meditate a lot. What would you say, then, if it were to go to Neptune, which gravitates from the Sun to 147 million leagues? Here is a journey which, although it costs no more than 5 cents per kilometer, could be undertaken by very few. Baron de Rothschild himself, with his immense treasures, would not have to pay the fare, and would have to stay home for missing 147 million. This sui generis logic was much liked by the assembly, especially since Michel Ardan, well aware of the matter, treated it with superb enthusiasm. Not being able to doubt the eagerness with which his words were collected, he continued with admirable aplomb. And now I will tell you, my good friends, that the distance that separates Neptune from the Sun is very little compared to that of the stars. To evaluate the distance of these stars, it is necessary to use that fascinating enumeration in which the smallest amount consists of 9 guarismos, and to take by unit the million of millions. Forgive me if I dwell so long on this matter, which is of paramount interest to me. Hear and judge. The star Alpha, which belongs to the constellation of the Centaur, is 8,000 billion leagues, 50,000 million lies Vega, 50,000 billion, Sirius, 52,000 million, Arthur, to 117 billion the Polar Star, to 170 billion Goat, and the other stars to billions and to hundreds of billions of leagues. And there are those who take care of the distance that separates the planets from the Sun, and there are those who maintain that this distance is tremendous. Error. Lie. Aberration of the senses. Do you know what I think about the world, which begins in the Sun and ends in Neptune? Do you want my theory? It is very simple. For me, the solar world is a solid, homogeneous body. The planets that compose it approach, touch, adhere, and the space between them is nothing more than the space that separates the molecules of the most compact metal, silver or iron, gold or platinum. I am therefore in my right to affirm and repeat with a conviction that you will all participate. Distance is a hollow word. Distance as a concrete fact, as a reality, does not exist. Very well said. Bravo! Hurrah! The assembly unanimously exclaimed, electrified by the speaker's gesture and accent and by the boldness of his conceptions. No, exclaimed J.T. Maston, more energetic than the others. Distance does not exist. Distance does not exist. And dragged by the violence of his movements, and by the thrust of his body, which he could hardly control, he was in a tris of falling to the ground from the dais. But he managed to restore his balance, and avoided a fall, which would have brutally proven to him that distance is not a meaningless word. Then the enthusiastic speaker continued, My friends, he said, I think the matter is resolved. If I have not succeeded in convincing you all, it is because I have been timid in my demonstrations, weak in my arguments, and blame the inadequacy of my theoretical studies. However it may be, I repeat, the distance from the Earth to its satellite is, in reality, unimportant, and does not deserve to worry a serious and conscientious thinker. I do not believe, therefore, that too much progress will be made by saying that missile trains will soon be established, in which the journey from the Earth to the Moon will be carried out in complete comfort. There will be no fear of shocks, jolts or derailments, and we will quickly reach the end, without fatigue, in a straight line, and before 20 years half the Earth will have visited the Moon. Hurrah for Michel Ardan! All the participants exclaimed, even the least convinced. Hooray for Barbicane! The speaker replied modestly. This simple act of recognition towards the promoter of the company was welcomed with unanimous and warm applause. Now, my friends, Michel Ardan added, if you have to ask me any questions, you will obviously put a poor man like me in a hurry. But I will nevertheless try to answer you. The president of the gun club had reasons to be satisfied with the turn of the discussion. It was about speculative theories, in which Michel Ardan, in wings of his vivid imagination, flew very high. It was therefore necessary to prevent the issue from descending from the realm of speculation to that of practice, from which it was not easy to escape. Barbicane hurried to speak, and asked his new friend if he was of the opinion that the moon or planets were inhabited. My friend, the speaker replied with a smile, poses a great problem for me. However, men of very powerful intelligence, Plutarch, Swedenborg, Bernardino di Saint Pierre and many others, have pronounced in the affirmative. Considering the question from the point of view of natural philosophy, I am inclined to think like them, because in the world there is nothing useless, and answering, friend Barbicane, to one question with another, I affirm that if the worlds are habitable, are inhabited, or have been or will be. Very well, exclaimed the spectators of the first rows, who imposed their opinion on those of the last. It is impossible to respond with more logic and success, said the president of the gun club. The question is reduced to the following terms: are worlds habitable? I believe they are. And I am sure of it, replied Michel Ardan. However, replied one of the participants, there are arguments against the habitability of the worlds. In most of them it would be absolutely essential that the principles of life be modified, because, without speaking of the planets, it is evident that in some of them the one who inhabits them would burn and freeze in others, according to their greater or lesser distance from the sun. I feel, replied Michel Ardan, that I do not know my distinguished antagonist personally in order to answer him. His objection is not without force, but I believe it can be fought victoriously, as can all theories based on the habitability of worlds. If I were physical, I would say that, while it is true that there is less caloric in motion on the planets near the sun, and more caloric in motion on those that are far away from it, this simple phenomenon is enough to balance the heat and make the temperature of such worlds bearable to beings who are organized like us. If I were a naturalist, I would tell you, according to many illustrious sages, that nature provides us on Earth with examples of animals living in different conditions of habitability. Fish breathe in an environment that is deadly to other animals, that some inhabitants of the seas remain under layers of great depth, enduring, without being crushed, pressures of 50 or 60 atmospheres. I would say that some aquatic insects, they are found at the same time in the springs of boiling water and in the icy plains of the polar ocean. I would say, finally, that it is necessary to recognize in nature a diversity of means of action, which does not cease to be real although it is incomprehensible, at least for us. If I were a chemist, I would tell you that the aerolites, bodies evidently formed outside the Earth world, have revealed to the analysis indisputable traces of carbon, which owes its origin only to organized beings, and according to Reichenbach's experiments, has necessarily had to be animalized. Finally, if I were a theologian, I would say that, according to St. Paul, the divine redemption does not apply exclusively to the earth, but includes all the heavenly worlds. But I am neither a theologian, nor a chemist, nor a naturalist, nor a physicist, and as I completely ignore the great laws that govern the universe, I limit myself to answering, I do not know if the worlds are inhabited, and since I do not know, I am going to see them. Did the opponent of Michel Ardan's theories venture any other argument? It is impossible to say, because the frantic cries of the crowd would have prevented all opinions from manifesting. When silence had been restored even in the most distant groups, the victorious speaker was content to add the following considerations. You see, courageous Yankees, that I have done nothing but deflower an issue of such importance. I have not come here to give lessons, nor to sustain a thesis on such a vast object. I omit several other arguments for the habitability of the worlds. Allow me, however, to insist on one point. To those who maintain that the planets are not inhabited, it is necessary to answer them. It is possible that you are right, if it is shown that the Earth is the best of the possible worlds, which is not proven, say Voltaire, to what it wants. It has only one satellite, while Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn and Neptune have several that are subordinate to them, which is an advantage that is not negligible. But what mainly makes our globe uncomfortable is the inclination of its axis on its orbit, from which proceeds the inequality of days and nights and the annoying diversity of seasons. In our hapless spheroid it is always too hot or too cold. In it we freeze in winter and we burn in summer. It is the planet of rheumatisms, colds and flux scions, while on the surface of Jupiter, for example, whose axis is very little inclined, the inhabitants could enjoy invariable temperatures, because although there is the area of the springs, that of the summers, that of the autumns and that of the winters, each one could choose the climate that best suited him and put himself during all his life sheltered from the variations of the temperature. You will have no problem agreeing with me on this superiority of Jupiter over our planet, let alone its years, of which each is worth 12 of ours. It is, moreover, evident to me that, under these auspices and under such wonderful conditions of existence, the inhabitants of that fortunate world are superior beings, that in him the wise are wiser, the artists are more artistic, the bad are less evil, and the good are much better. What is missing from our spheroid to achieve this perfection? Very little, a less inclined axis of rotation on the plane of its orbit. Nothing else? Exclaimed an imperious voice. Let us join our efforts, invent machines and straighten the axis of the earth. A round of applause succeeded this proposition, whose author was and could not be more than J. T. Maston. It is likely that the fiery secretary would have been drawn to such a daring proposition by his engineering instincts. But to tell the truth, many applauded him in good faith, and had they had the point of support claimed by Archimedes, the Americans would have built a lever capable of lifting the world and straightening its axis. The foothold. Here's the only thing missing from those mechanical daredevils. Yet such an eminently practical idea achieved extraordinary success. The discussion was suspended for a quarter of an hour, and for a long time, there was talk in the United States of the proposal so forcefully formulated by the perpetual secretary of the Gun Club. 20. Attack and response. Everyone assumed that this was the end of the discussion. They were the best words that could be used to end the question. But when all was quiet, these words were heard spoken with a loud and audible voice. Now that the orator has paid due tribute to the fantasy, will he want to enter into matter and, without so much theorizing, discuss the practical part of his expedition? All eyes turned to the character who thus spoke. He was a skinny man of flesh, with an energetic countenance, with a huge knob to the American that underlined all the movements of his mouth. Skillfully taking advantage of the agitation that from time to time had occurred in the assembly, he gradually managed to place himself in the front row. With arms folded and eyes bright and bold, he stared at the hero of the rally. After having asked his question, he fell silent, without making any case of thousands of glances converging on him, or of the murmurs of disapproval that provoked his words. Waiting for the answer, he placed the question with the same clear and precise accent, and then added, "We are here to deal with the moon and not the earth." "You are right, gentlemen," Michel replied. "The discussion has gone astray. Let's go back to the moon." "Knight," the stranger replied, "you are determined that our satellite is inhabited." "Okay, but if there are Selenites, it is certain that they live without breathing, because, for your interest I tell you, there is not the smallest molecule of air on the surface of the moon." Upon hearing this statement, Arden raised his hairy head, realizing that with that man a struggle would be waged over the most capital of the matter. "So there is no air on the moon? And who says so?" he asked, staring at him. "The wise men." "Really?" "Really, Caballero," Michel replied. "I say it seriously. I profess the highest esteem to the wise who know, but the wise who do not know inspire me a deep disdain." "Do you know anyone who belongs to the latter category?" "Some I know. In France there is one who holds that mathematically the bird cannot fly, and another whose theories show that the fish is not organized to live in the water. It is not those wise men, and the names which I could cite in support of my proposition would not be refused by you, sir. Then you would put in serious trouble a poor ignorant like me, who, on the other hand, does not want more than to be instructed." Why, then, do you deal with scientific questions if you have not studied them? Asked the stranger rather brutally. Why? Replied Arden Dash. For the same reason that it is always fearless who does not suspect danger. I know nothing, it is true, but it is precisely my weakness that forms my strength. Your weakness goes to madness, exclaimed the stranger, with a rather sour tone. All the better, replied the Frenchman, if my madness leads me to the moon. Barbicane and his colleagues stared down the intruder who had so boldly placed himself as an obstacle in front of the company. No one knew him, and the president, who did not have them all with him regarding the consequences of such a frankly employed discussion, looked with some suspicion at his new friend. The assembly was attentive and somewhat uneasy, because that controversy resulted in drawing attention to the dangers or impossibilities of the expedition. The reasons that prove the lack of any atmosphere around the moon are numerous and conclusive, replied the adversary of Michel Ardan. I dare say a priori that, had this atmosphere ever existed, the Earth would have snatched it from its satellite. But I prefer to oppose irrefutable facts. Oppose as many facts as you want, replied Michel Ardan with perfect gallantry. You already know, said the stranger, that when the luminous rays cross a medium such as air, they deviate from the straight line, or, what is the same, they experience a refraction. Well, the rays of the stars that the moon conceals, when passing by scratching the edge of the lunar disk, do not experience any deviation, nor do they give the slightest sign of refraction. It is therefore clear that the moon is not enveloped in an atmosphere. All looked upon Ardan with a certain anxiety and even with a certain pity, as if they foresaw his defeat, for in reality the fact that the observation revealed was true, the consequence that the stranger deduced from him was rigorously logical. Behold, answered Michel Ardan, your best, not to say your only valid argument, with which you would have put the wise in a bind obliged to answer you. But I will simply tell you that your argument has no absolute value, because it assumes that the angular diameter of the moon is perfectly determined, which is not accurate. But leaving aside your argument, tell me if you admit the existence of volcanoes on the surface of the moon. Of extinguished volcanoes, yes. Of lighted volcanoes, no. Let me, however, believe, without going beyond the limits of logic, that such volcanoes were active for some time. It is true, but as they could themselves supply the oxygen necessary for combustion, the fact of their eruption does not prove in any way the presence of a lunar atmosphere. Go ahead, replied Michel Ardan, and let us put aside this kind of arguments to arrive at direct observations. But I warn you, I'm going to name names. Citadlos. In 1815, astronomers Louville and Halley, observing the eclipse of May 3rd, noticed on the moon certain flashes of a strange nature, often repeated. They were attributed to storms that erupted in the atmosphere, sometimes enveloping the moon. In 1815, the unknown man replied, astronomers Louville and Halley took for lunar phenomena purely terrestrial phenomena, such as fireballs, aerolites to others, that were produced in our atmosphere. This is what the sages replied to the announcement of this phenomenon, and the same is true of me. I want to assume that you are right, replied Ardan, without the answer of his adversary making the slightest dent. Did Herschel not observe, in 1787, a great number of luminous points on the surface of the moon? It is true, but without explaining its origin. He himself did not deduce from its appearance the need for a lunar atmosphere. Well answered, said Michel Ardan, completing his antagonist. I see that you are very strong in selenography. Very strong, gentlemen, and I will add that Mr. Beer and Mr. Modler, who are the most skillful observers, those who have studied the night star best, agree on the absolute lack of air on its surface. There was a certain sensation in the audience, which began to convince the arguments of the unknown character. Go ahead, replied Michel Ardan calmly, and we now come to an important fact. Mr. Lostat, a skilled French astronomer, observed the eclipse of June 18, 1860, and found that the ends of the solar crescent were rounded and truncated. This phenomenon could only be produced by a deflection of the sun's rays as it passed through the moon's atmosphere, with no other possible explanation. But the fact is true? Asked the unknown. Absolutely true. An inverse move that the assembly had experienced shortly before resulted in rumors of approval to his favorite hero, whose adversary remained silent. Ardan repeated the phrase, and not gloating at the advantage he had just obtained, he said simply, You see, my dear knight, that it is not appropriate to pronounce in an absolute way against the existence of an atmosphere on the surface of the moon. This atmosphere is probably very sparse, quite subtle, but science today generally admits its existence. Not in the mountains, as much as you feel it, replied the stranger, who did not want to give his arm to twist. But yes, at the bottom of the valleys, and not rising more than a few hundred feet. Even if it were, you would do well to take your precautions, because such air will be terribly rarefied. Oh, knight, there will always be enough for one man alone, and besides, once there, I will try to economize as much as I can and not breathe but on the great occasions. A loud laugh echoed in the ears of the mysterious interlocutor, who proudly defied the assembly. However, Michel Ardan replied with a certain indifference, since we agree on the existence of a lunar atmosphere, we must also admit the presence of a certain amount of water. This is a consequence that I am glad to be able to draw by the account that I have. Let me also, my kind contradictor, submit an observation to your enlightened judgment. We know only one side of the moon, and though there is little air on the side that looks at us, there may be much on the opposite. For what reason? Because the moon, under the action of the terrestrial attraction, has taken the form of an egg, which we see by its smaller end. From this Hanstein has deduced, whose calculations are always of transcendence, that the center of gravity of the moon is situated in the other hemisphere, and therefore, all air and water bodies have had to be dragged to the other end of our satellite since the first days of its creation. Paradoxes! Exclaimed the unknown. No, theories based on the laws of mechanics, and which I find difficult to refute. I appeal to the good judgment of this assembly, and ask it to say whether life, as it exists on Earth, is possible or not on the surface of the moon. I wish this proposition to be voted on. The proposition won the unanimous applause of 300,000 listeners. Michel Ardan's opponent wanted to reply, but could not make himself heard. A hail of shouts and threats fell on him. Enough! Enough! Some said. Out with the intruder! Others repeated. Out! Out! Exclaimed the angry crowd. But he, firm, seized the dais, let pass without moving the storm, which would have taken formidable proportions, if Michel Ardan had not appeased it with a gesture. He was too gentlemanly to abandon his adversary in the trouble he was in. Do you wish to add a few words? He asked him with the greatest courtesy. Yes. 100. 1,000, answered the stranger, with rapture. But no, only one. To persevere in your project you must be imprudent? How can you treat me like this, knowing that I have ordered a cylindrical conical bullet from my friend Barbicane, so as not to go round and round like a squirrel? Wretched, when you leave the canyon, the repercussion will tear you apart. My dear colleague, you have just put your finger on the sore, on the real and only difficulty for now. But the good opinion that I have formed of the industrial genius of the Americans allows me to believe that it will be resolved. And the heat developed by the velocity of the projectile as it passes through the air layers? Oh, its walls are thick, and it will cross the atmosphere so quickly. What about food? And water? I have calculated that I could bring food and water for a year, replied Ardan, and the journey will last 4 days. And air to breathe during the journey? I will do it artificially by well-known chemical procedures. But what about your fall on the moon, assuming you reach it? It will be 6 times less fast than a fall on Earth, because the weight is 6 times less on the surface of the moon. But still, it will be enough to break you like a piece of glass, and who will prevent me from delaying my fall by means of rockets conveniently arranged and fired at the appropriate time? Finally, even if all the difficulties have been solved, all the obstacles have been smoothed out, all the probabilities have been gathered in your favor, even if you admit that you arrive safely to the moon, how will you return? I will not return. To this answer, sublime for its simplicity, the assembly was silent, but his silence was more eloquent than all the shouts of enthusiasm. The stranger took advantage of him to protest for the last time. You will kill yourselves infallibly, he exclaimed, and your death, which will be nothing but the death of a fool, will not even serve science. Continue, my generous stranger, because the truth, your forecasts are very pleasant. Ah, that's too much, exclaimed the adversary of Michel Ardan. And I don't know why I waste time in such an informal discussion. Don't give up on your crazy enterprise. It's not your fault. Oh, don't go out of your way. No, another will bear the responsibility for your actions. On whom? Asked Michel Ardan in an imperious voice. On whom? Say it. About the ignorant who organized this impossible and ridiculous attempt. The attack was direct. Barbicane, from the time of the stranger's intervention, had to make a great effort to restrain himself and to preserve his cold blood. But when he was so terribly outraged, he rose hastily, and was already marching towards his adversary, who looked at him face to face and awaited him with the utmost serenity, when he suddenly found himself separated from him. Suddenly, 100 vigorous arms raised the stage, and the president of the gun club had to share with Michel Ardan the honors of the triumph. The burden was heavy, but those who carried it were relieving themselves without ceasing, all fighting with the greatest bitterness against each other to lend to that demonstration the support of their shoulders. However, the stranger had not taken advantage of the tumult to leave his post, but would he have been able to escape in the midst of that compact crowd even if he wanted to? The truth is that he did not think to slip away, as he stood in the front row, with his arms folded, and looked at Barbicane as if he wanted to eat it. Nor did Barbicane lose sight of him, and the looks of those two men crossed like two swords proudly wielded. The screams of the crowd lasted as long as the triumphal march. Michel Ardan was carried away with evident pleasure. His face was radiant. From time to time it seemed that the dais swung like a ship flogged by the waves, but the heroes of the party, used to sailing, were not dizzy, and their ship arrived without any damage to the port of Tampa. Michel Ardan was fortunately able to get safe from the hugs and handshakes of his vigorous admirers. At the hotel, Franklin found a shelter, went up to his room and got into bed sheets, while an army of 100,000 men watched under his windows. At the same time, a short, serious and decisive scene occurred between the mysterious character and the president of the gun club. Barbicane, as soon as she was free, addressed her adversary. "Come," he said in a brief voice. The stranger followed him, and the two of them soon found themselves alone on a pier at Jones Fall. They didn't know each other yet, and they looked at each other. "Who are you?" Barbicane asked. "Captain Nicholl." "I thought so. Until now chance had not placed you in my way. I have placed myself in it. You have insulted me. Publicly. You will give me satisfaction from the insult? Right now? No, I want everything to pass secretly between us. There's a forest, the Skirnow Forest, 3 miles from Tampa. Do you know it? I know it. Will you have trouble entering it on one side tomorrow morning at 5? None, as long as at the same time you enter from the other side. And you will not forget your rifle? Said Barbicane. Not even you, Nicholl replied. Uttered these words with the utmost calm. The president of the gun club and the captain separated. Barbicane returned home, but, instead of resting, spent the night looking for a way to avoid the impact of the projectile and solve the difficult problem presented by Michel Ardan in the discussion of the rally. 21. How a Frenchman fixes a challenge. While between the president and the captain was arranged that terrible and savage duel in which a man becomes both residential and hunter of another man, Michel Ardan rested from the fatigues of the triumph. But it did not rest. This is not the proper expression, because the mattresses of the American beds have nothing to envy for their hardness to marble and granite. So Ardan slept quite badly, turning back and forth between the towels that served him with sheets, and thought of providing himself a more comfortable and fluffy place of rest in his projectile, when a violent noise tore him from his dreams. Untidy knocks shook his door as if they were struck with a hammer, mingling with that roar so early in the day. "Open!" a voice shouted from the outside. "Open soon, in the name of heaven!" Ardan had no reason to agree to such a resoundingly formulated lawsuit. Nevertheless, he rose and opened the door, at the moment of going this to yield to the efforts of the stubborn visitor. The secretary of the gun club entered the room. There would not be a bomb entered it with less ceremonies. "Last night," exclaimed J.T. Maston at the moment, our president, during the rally, was publicly insulted. He has provoked his adversary, who is none other than Captain Nicholl. They are both beaten this morning in the forest of Skirnow. I know it all because of Barbicane himself. If he dies, his projects fail. It is therefore necessary to prevent the duel at all costs. There is but one man in the world who exercises over Barbicane enough empire to stop him, and this man is Michel Ardan. While J.T. Maston spoke as we have just referred, Michel Ardan, without interrupting him, dressed his wide trousers, and had not even 2 minutes, when the two friends were winning to escape the suburbs of Tampa. Along the way, Maston finished updating Ardan on the whole business. He made known to him the true causes of the enmity of Barbicane and Nicholl, the old rivalry, the common friends who mediated so that the adversaries would never meet face to face, and added that it was a struggle between iron and shell, so that the scene of the rally had only been a long-awaited occasion for the spiteful Nicholl to raise a fight. Nothing more terrible than those duels proper to the Americans, during which the two adversaries look for each other through the undergrowth and the thickets. They lurk from any hiding place and shoot the weapons in the middle of the most entangled of the jungles, like ferocious beasts. How much, then, must the fighters envy the wonderful qualities of the Indians of the prairies? Their perspicacity, their cunning, their knowledge of the traces, their smell to perceive the enemy. A mistake, a hesitation, a wrong step can lead to death. At this time, the Yankees often make themselves accompanied by their dogs, and hunting and being hunted at the same time, they are often pursued for hours and hours. "What the hell are you people?" exclaimed Michel Ardan, when his companion explained all the details to him with great realism. "We are as we are," replied J.T. Maston modestly, "but let us hurry." He and Michel Ardan had to run a lot to cross the dewy plain, pass rice fields and streams, and cut through the shortest path, and still could not reach the forest of Skirnau before 5:30. It had been half an hour since Barbicane had been in the fight theater. There was an old woodcutter tearing up some fallen trees. Maston ran to him shouting, "Have you seen a man with a rifle enter the forest? Barbicane, the president, my best friend." The worthy secretary of the gun club thought candidly that his president could not fail to be known by everyone. But the woodcutter did not seem to understand him. "A hunter then," said Ardan. "A hunter? Yes, I saw him," the woodcutter replied. "A long time ago?" "About an hour." "We were late," exclaimed Maston. "Did you hear a shot?" asked Michel. "No, not a single one. Not a single one. I think that such a hunter does not do business." "What do we do, Maston?" "Entering the forest, even if it is exposing us to a bullet for a quid pro quo." "Ah," exclaimed Maston with a real accent, coming from the bottom of his heart. "I would prefer 10 bullets in my head to only one in Barbicane." "Go ahead," replied Ardan, shaking his partner's hand. Within seconds, the two friends disappeared into the thick forest of cedars, sycamores, tulips, icacos, pines, holm oaks and mangoes, which crisscrossed their branches, forming an inextricable network and depriving the sight of all horizon. Michel Ardan and Maston did not separate from each other, silently crossing the high herbs, making their way among vigorous bijoucales, interrogating with the gaze the bushes and the branches lost in the shadowy thicket, and waiting to hear at any moment the deadly stampede of the rifles. It would have been impossible for them to recognize the footprints that marked the transit of Barbicane, marching like blind ones along almost virgin paths covered with brushwood, where an Indian would have followed one after another in all the steps of an enemy. After an hour of sterile and idle searching, the two companions stopped. Their anxiety was increasing. "It must necessarily have ended everything," said Maston, discouraged. "A man like Barbicane does not use cunning against his enemy, nor does he make ties to him, nor does he try to disorient him. He's too frank, too brave, so he has attacked the danger head-on, and certainly so far from the woodcutter that he has not heard the detonation of the weapon. But what about us?" "We," replied Michel Ardan. "In the time since we entered the forest, we would have heard something." "What if we had arrived too late?" exclaimed Maston with an accent of despair. Michel Ardan did not know what to answer. He and Maston continued their interrupted march. From time to time they screamed with all the force of their lungs, already calling Barbicane and Nicholl, but neither of the two adversaries responded to their voices. Merry flocks of birds, rising up to the sound of their footsteps and words, disappeared among the branches, and some wild geese fled hastily until they were lost at the bottom of the jungles. The investigation continued for another hour. Most of the forest had been explored. Nothing revealed the presence of the fighters. There were reasons to doubt the woodcutter's claims, and Arden was already going to give up a recognition that seemed useless to him, when suddenly Maston stopped. "Silence," he said. "There's someone there." "Someone?" Michel Arden repeated. "Yes. A man. He seems immobile. He does not have the rifle in his hands." "So what does he do? Can you recognize him?" asked Michel Arden, whose lack of sight was a great inconvenience in those circumstances. Yes. "Now it turns," replied Maston. "And who is?" "Captain Nicholl." "Nicholl," replied Michel Arden, feeling his heart pressing. "Nicholl, unarmed. So you have nothing left to fear from your adversary?" "We're going to him," said Michel Arden, "and we'll know what we're dealing with." But he and his companion had not yet taken 50 steps, when they stopped to examine the captain more closely. They had figured to find a bloodthirsty man and surrendered entirely to his vengeance. One see him, they were astonished. Among the gigantic tulips there was a net of narrow mesh, in the center of which a little bird, with its wings entangled, struggled with pitiful moans. The hunter who had armed that inextricable trick was not human. It was a poisonous spider, indigenous to the country, the size of a pigeon's egg and provided with huge legs. The loathsome animal, at the moment of rushing against its prey, was in turn threatened by a fearsome enemy, and retreated to seek asylum in the tall branches of the tulip tree. Captain Nicholl, who, forgetting the dangers that threatened him, had left the rifle on the ground, took care to release with the greatest delicacy the victim caught in the web of the monstrous spider. When his operation had been completed, he released the little bird, who disappeared joyfully moving his wings. Nicholl saw him, soft-hearted, fleeing through the branches, when he heard the following words, spoken in a moving voice: "You are a brave and a man of good to the letter." He turned. Michel Arden stood in his presence, repeating in every tone, "And a generous man." "Michel Arden!" exclaimed the captain. "What are you doing here, gentlemen?" "I come, Nicholl, to shake hands and stop you from killing Barbicane or him from killing you." "Barbicane? 2 hours ago I looked for him, and I can't find him. Where is he hiding?" "Nicholl," said Michel Arden, "that's not decent. An adversary must always be respected. Rest assured, if Barbicane lives, we will find him, all the more so since, unless he has fun like you in helping oppressed birds, he will also be looking for you." But Michel Arden is the one who says, "When we have found him, it will no longer be a duel between you, between President Barbicane and I." Nicholl replied gravely, "There is such a rivalry that only the death of one of the two." "Do not continue," Michel Arden replied. "Brave like you, even though you are enemies, can be estimated. You will not fight." "I will fight, knight." "No, Captain," said then J.T. Maston with the greatest sincerity and ardent faith. "I am the friend of the President, his alter ego. If you insist on killing someone, kill me, and it will be exactly the same." "Caballero," said Nicholl, convulsively tightening his rifle. "Those shenanigans." "Friend Maston is not fooled," replied Michel Arden, "and I understand his determination to get himself killed by the man who is his favorite friend. But neither he nor Barbicane will be hurt by Captain Nicholl's bullets, because I have to make the two rivals such a seductive proposition that they will accept it with enthusiasm." "What proposition?" asked Nicholl with visible disbelief. "A little patience," Arden replied. "I cannot make it known to you except in the presence of Barbicane." "Let us look for him," for the captain exclaimed. Immediately, the three set off. The captain, after having put the safety to the rifle that carried cocked, threw it at his back and advanced with repressed step, without saying a word. For half an hour, the investigations remained futile. Maston was worried about a sinister feeling. He watched Nicholl harshly, wondering if the captain had satisfied his revenge, and if the wretched Barbicane, wounded by a bullet, lay lifeless in the bottom of a bloody bush. Michel Arden had apparently conceived the same suspicion, and the two were questioning Captain Nicholl with their eyes, when Maston suddenly stopped. Half concealed by the grass, the bust of a man leaning on the trunk of a giant mahogany appeared 20 steps away. "It's him," said Maston. Barbicane did not move. Arden looked into the eyes of the captain, but he remained unmoved. Arden took some steps, shouting, "Barbicane! Barbicane!" He got no response. Then he rushed to his friend, but as soon as he reached for his arm, he held back, shouting a surprise. Barbicane, with the pencil in his hand, drew formulas and geometric figures in a book of memories, having cast on the ground, anyway, his rifle disassembled. Engrossed in his occupation, thinking neither of his defiance nor of his vengeance, the wise had neither seen nor heard. But when Michel Ardan shook his hand, he stood up and looked at him in awe. "How?" he exclaimed. "You hear? That already appeared, my friend. That already appeared." "What?" "My means." "What means?" "To nullify the effect of the repercussion when the projectile was started." "Really?" said Michel, looking at the captain with the corner of his eye. "Yes, with water. With ordinary water, which will dampen." "Ah, Maston!" exclaimed Barbicane. "You too?" "The same one," replied Michel Ardan, "and allow me at the same time to introduce the worthy Captain Nicholl." "Nicholl!" exclaimed Barbicane, who stood up at once. "Sorry, Captain," he said. "I had forgotten. I am soon." Michel Ardan intervened without giving the two enemies time to question each other. "I vow to the chat," he said. "Fortune has been that brave as you have not met before. Now we would have to mourn each other. But thank God, who has intervened, there is nothing to fear anymore. When you forget the hate to plunge into mechanical problems or play a dirty trick on spiders, such hatred is not dangerous to anyone." And Michel Ardan told the president the captain's story. "Now I would like you to tell me," he continued, "if two men of such good feelings, like you, were created to break their heads with bullets. In that situation, if is not ridiculous, there was something so unexpected that Barbicane and Nicholl did not know what attitude to adopt one to another." Michel Ardan understood, and resolved to hasten the reconciliation. "My good friends," he said, letting his best smile show to his lips, "there was only a misunderstanding between you. There was nothing else. Well, to prove that all is finished between you, and since you are men who do not hurt garments, and know how to risk their skin, accept frankly the proposal I am going to make to you." "Hablet," said Nicholl. "Our friend Barbicane believes his projectile will go straight to the moon." "Yes, I think so," replied the president, "and friend Nicholl is persuaded that he will fall back to earth." "I'm sure," exclaimed the captain. "All right," Michel Ardan replied. "I do not try to agree, but I say very nicely, leave with me and you will see." "What an idea!" murmured J.T. Maston, amazed. Hearing that unexpected proposition, the two rivals looked at each other and continued to observe each other attentively. Barbicane was waiting for the captain's answer. Nicholl was spying on the president's words. "What did you solve?" said Michel, with a compelling accent. "Since there is no fear of repercussions." "Accepted," exclaimed Barbicane. Despite the speed with which he spoke the word, Nicholl finished pronouncing it at the same time. "Hurrah! Bravo! Hail! Hip, hip!" exclaimed Michel Ardan, reaching out to the two opponents. "And now that the matter is settled, allow me, my friends, to treat you to the French. Let's have lunch." 22. The new citizen of the United States. That same day, the whole of America knew, at the same time as the challenge of Captain Nicholl and President Barbicane, the unexpected end of the situation, the role played by the European gentlemanly, his unexpected proposal with which he solved the difficulties, the simultaneous acceptance of the two rivals, the conquest of the Selenite territory, to which France and the United States were going to march in agreement. Everything contributed to increase more and more the popularity of Michel Ardan. It is already known with what frenzy the Yankees are passionate about an individual. In a country where serious magistrates pull the car of a dancer to take her in triumph, judge what would be the passion that was unleashed in favor of the French, bold over all the audacious. If the citizens did not unhook their horses to put themselves in their place, it was probably because he had no horses, but all other tests of enthusiasm were lavished upon him. There was not one who was not united to him with the soul. Ex pluribus unum, as read in the currency of the United States. Since that day, Michel Ardan did not have a moment of rest. Members of Parliament from all parts of the Union congratulated him incessantly, and he had to receive them. The hands he shook and the people he called cannot be counted. But he surrendered after all, and his voice, reddened by so many speeches, came out of his lips without articulating almost intelligible sounds, not to mention that the toasts he had to dedicate to all the counties of the Union caused him almost a gastroenteritis. So many toasts, accompanied by strong liquors, would have, from the first day, produced to any other a delirium tremens. But he knew to remain within the discreet limits of a cheerful and decisive half-intoxication. Among the deputations of all species that attacked him, the one of the lunatics did not forget what he owed to the future conqueror of the moon. One day, some of those unfortunate ones, as numerous in America, visited him to ask him to take them with him to their native country. Some pretended to speak Selenite, and wanted to show it to Michel. He docilely lent himself to his innocent mania and took care of commissions for his friends from the moon. "Singular madness," he said to Barbicane, after having dismissed them. "And it is a madness that often attacks privileged intelligences. Arago, one of our most illustrious sages, told me that many people very discreet and very reserved in their conceptions were allowed to lead to an exaltation to incredible singularities, whenever they were occupied with the moon. Do you believe in the influence of the moon on disease?" "Little," replied the president of the gun club. "I say the same thing, yet history records amazing facts. In 1693, during an epidemic, deaths increased considerably on January 21st, at the time of an eclipse. During the eclipses of the moon, the celebrated Bacon vanished, and did not come to himself until after the complete emergence of the star. King Charles VI, during the year 1399, suffered 6 outbursts of madness that coincided with the new moon or the full moon. Some doctors have classified epilepsy, or poorly outdated, among the diseases that follow the phases of the moon. It seems that nervous disorders have often suffered their influence. Mead speaks of a child experiencing convulsions when the moon came into opposition. Gall had noticed that the exaltation of weak people increased twice every month, one in the novilunio and one in the full moon. In short, there are 1,000 similar observations about vertigo, malignant fevers, sleepwalking, which tend to prove that the night star exerts a mysterious influence on terrestrial diseases. "But how? Why?" Barbicane asked. "Why?" replied Ardan. "I will give you the same answer that Arago repeated 19 centuries later than Plutarch, perhaps because it is not true." In the midst of his triumph, Michel Ardan could not get rid of any of the gay bloss inherent in the status of celebrated man. Those who speculated with what is in vogue wanted to exhibit him. Barnum offered him $1 million to walk him from one city to another in all the United States, and give him a show like a curious animal. Michel Ardan called him an elephant guide, and sent him away. However, although he refused to satisfy public curiosity in this way, they circulated all over the world and occupied the place of honor in the albums, his numerous portraits, from which evidence of all dimensions was drawn, from life-size to microscopic reductions for postage stamps. Anyone could provide himself a copy in every imaginable attitude: head portrait, bust portrait, full-length portrait, sitting, standing, profile, back. More than 1,500,000 copies were printed, and he could very well, but he did not want, have taken the opportunity to enrich themselves with their own relics. All he had to do was sell his hair for $1 each. He had enough to make a fortune. To say it all, we say that this popularity did not displease him. On the contrary, it was made available to the public and corresponded with the entire universe. His jokes were repeated, his happy thoughts spread, especially those he had not had. Just as he had them in abundance, many more were attributed to him. So is the world. More alms are given to the rich than to the poor. He not only had propitiations for men, but also for women. How many good marriages would have been presented to her by few wishes she had expressed to marry? The spinsters, particularly those who had spent 40 years unnecessarily calling a charitable husband, were day and night contemplating his photographs. The truth is that he would have found companions to hundreds, even if he had imposed the condition to follow him in his aerial pilgrimage. Women are fearless when they're not afraid of everything. But Ardan had no intention of founding a dynasty on the lunar continent, and being there the trunk of a crusader race of French and American. Therefore, he flatly refused. Going up there, he said, to play Adam with the daughter of Eve. Thank you? Thank you, I'd soon find snakes. He could hardly escape the much-repeated joys of triumph. He went, followed by his friends, to make a visit to the Columbiad. He owed it to him. In addition, he had become an expert in ballistics, since living with Barbicane, J.T. Maston and Tutti Quani. His greatest pleasure was to repeat to those brave gunners that they were nothing but gentle and wise murderers. In this regard, his epigrammatical ingenuity was never exhausted. The day he visited the Columbiad, he admired it a lot and went down to the bottom of the bore of that gigantic mortar that was soon to throw it into the air. At least, he said, this cannon will not hurt anyone, which, being a cannon, does not stop being a marvel. But as for your machines that destroy, that burn, that break, that kill, do not tell me about them, and above all, do not tell me that they have soul or soul, which is the same, because I do not believe it. Here we must mention a proposition concerning J.T. Maston. When the secretary of the gun club heard that Barbicane and Nicholl accepted Michel's proposal, he wanted to join them and be part of the expedition. One day he formalized his wish. Barbicane, very sorry not to be able to accede to his demand, made him understand that the projectile could not carry so many passengers. J.T. Maston, desperate, went to Michel Ardan, who advised resignation and resorted to various arguments ad hominem. Hey, dear Maston, he said, do not give my words a scope they do not have. But let it be said between us, the truth is that you are too incomplete to present yourself on the moon. Incomplete? Exclaimed the valiant invalid. Yes, my brave friend. Take it for granted that we will find quite a few inhabitants up there. You want to give them a sad idea of what's going on here. Show them what war is. Show them that men spend the most precious time devouring themselves, eating themselves, breaking arms and legs, in a balloon that could feed 100 billion people, and counts just 1,200 million? Come on, my friend, don't want to get hit on the moon with the door in our faces, thrown out with flashing boxes. But if you come to pieces, replied J.T. Maston, you will be as incomplete as I. It is a truth worthy of Paragrello, replied Ardan. But we'll get there in one piece. Indeed, a preliminary experiment, conducted on October 18th, had produced the best results and raised the most legitimate hopes. Barbicane, wishing to realize the effect of the repercussion at the time of the departure of a projectile, ordered to bring from the arsenal of Pensacola a mortar of 32 inches 75 centimeters, that placed in the Rada of Hillsborough, in order for the bomb to fall into the sea and its shock to be dampened. Try only to experience the jolt at the exit and not the shock at the fall. For this curious experiment a hollow projectile was prepared with the greatest care. A thick pad, applied to a network of delicately tempered steel springs, lined its inner walls. It was a real nest, carefully fluffy and padded. What a pity not to be able to get into it, said J.T. Maston, regretting that its volume did not allow him to try the adventure. The ingenious bomb was closed by means of a lid with screws, and a huge cat was introduced, and then a squirrel belonging to the perpetual secretary of the gun club, J.T. Maston, to which he professed a true affection. But they wanted to know practically how an animal so little subject to vertigo would endure the trip. The mortar was loaded with 160 pounds of gunpowder, and the sound of fire was heard. The projectile came out immediately. With the speed of the projectiles, it majestically described its parable. It rose to a height of approximately 1,000 feet, and forming a graceful curve, it fell into the sea and plunged into the waves. Without loss of time a boat went to the site of the fall, and skillful divers, who threw themselves into the water and botched like fish, tied with cables the projectile, and it was quickly hoisted on board. It had not been 5 minutes since the animals were locked up when the lid of their dungeon was lifted. Ardan, Barbicane, Maston and Nicholl were on the boat, and examined the operation with a sense of interest that is easily understood. As soon as the bomb opened, the cat burst out, full of life, although not in a very good mood, although no one would have said that he had just returned from an air expedition. But what about the squirrel? Where was she that was not seen nor a trace? Strength was to recognize the truth. The cat had eaten her traveling companion. The loss of his funny and unfortunate squirrel caused a real sorrow to J.T. Maston, who set out to inscribe the name of such a worthy animal in the annals of the martyrs of science. After such a decisive experiment, and crowned with such a happy success, all hesitation and anxiety disappeared. Further, Barbicane's plans needed to further refine the projectile and almost entirely nullify the impact. All we had to do was get on the road. 2 days later, Michel Ardan received a message from the President of the Union, an honor that greatly flattered his self-respect. Like his chivalrous countryman, the Marquis de Lafayette, the government gave him the title of Citizen of the United States of America. 23. The Shell Car. After the monstrous Columbiad, the public interest was immediately attracted by the projectile, a new vehicle designed to transport the 3 daring adventurers through space. No one had forgotten that in his communication of September 30th, Michel Ardan called for an amendment to the plans adopted in principle by the members of the committee. President Barbicane thought then very precisely that the shape of the projectile mattered little, because after having passed through the atmosphere in a few seconds, its path had to be in an absolute vacuum. The Commission had adopted the round shape so that the bullet could turn on itself and conduct itself at will. Moreover, from the moment it was transformed into a vehicle, the issue was already very different. Michel Ardan did not want to travel in the manner of the squirrels. He wanted to climb up with his head up and his feet down, with as much dignity as on the nacelle of a hot air balloon, certainly faster, but without indulging in a succession of dishonest pranks. New plans were therefore sent to the Breadwell and Company House in Albany, with the recommendation that they be executed without delay. The projectile, with the required modifications, was cast on November 2nd and immediately sent to Stones Hill by the Eastern Railways. On the 10th he arrived safely at his destination. Michel Ardan, Barbicane and Nicholl were waiting with the greatest impatience for that shell car, in which they had to take a seat to fly to the discovery of a new world. Strength is to agree that such a projectile was a magnificent piece of metal, a metallurgical product that did much honor to the industrial genius of the Americans. It was the first time that aluminum was obtained in such quantity, which could rightly be considered a prodigious result. The precious projectile flickered to the rays of the sun. A one to see it with its imposing forms and with its cap conical, anyone would have taken for one of those massive turrets, like sentries, that the architects of the Middle Ages placed in the angle of the fortresses. All he needed was an arrow and a weather vane. "I'm waiting," exclaimed Michel Ardan, "for a man-at-arms with a chest and armor to leave. We will be inside like feudal lords, and with a little artillery we would face all the Selenite armies, in the hypothesis that there are them on the moon." "So, do you like the vehicle?" Barbicane asked his friend. "Yes, I like it," replied Michel Ardan, who examined it with swammer to the beauty, characteristic of artists. "I like it, but I'm sorry it's not its slimmer, lighter forms, its funniest cone. It should end up in a carved metal florin or with a chimera, a gargoyle, a salamander and coming out of the fire with spread wings and open jaws. For what?" said Barbicane, whose positive character was little sensitive to the beauties of art. "Why, friend Barbicane?" "Oh, just asking. I'm afraid you'll never understand." "Talk, man, talk." "Well, in my opinion, in everything that is done something must intervene artistic taste, and it is better. You know an Indian comedy called The Boy's Cart?" "I have not heard her name in my life," replied Barbicane. "I believe it is not necessary for you to swear to me," Michel replied. "You know, then, that in said piece there is a thief who at the moment of piercing the wall of a house, wonders if he will give to his whole the form of a lyre, of a flower, of a bird or of an amphora. Well, tell me, my friend Barbicane, if at that time you had been part of a jury to judge that thief, would you have condemned him?" "And it would not have been worth Miko's bull," replied the gun club president. "I would have condemned him without hesitation, and with the aggravating circumstance of fracture. I would have acquitted him, my friend Barbicane. Here's why you can never understand me. Nor will I try to, brave artist. But, at least," Michel Ardan added, "since the outside of our car leaves something to be desired, I will be allowed to furnish it to my liking, and with all the luxury that corresponds to ambassadors of the earth. About the particular, my courageous Michel," replied Barbicane, "you'll make the Cape a sail, and you have carte blanche." But before moving on to the pleasant, the president of the gun club had thought about how useful, and the procedure invented by him to cushion the effects of the repercussion, was applied with perfect intelligence. Barbicane had said, not without reason, that there would be no spring powerful enough to cushion the shock, and during his famous walk in the forest of Skirno managed, after all, to solve this great difficulty in an ingenious way. He thought of asking for such an appointed service to the water. Behold how. The projectile was to be filled with water to the height of 3 feet. This layer of water was meant to hold a perfectly fitted wooden disc that glided against the inner walls of the projectile, and constituted a veritable storehouse in which passengers were placed. The liquid mass was divided by horizontal partitions that, when the projectile split, the shock had to break down successively. Then all the layers of water, from the highest to the lowest, escaping through drainage pipes towards the top of the projectile, worked like a spring, unable to the disc, being endowed with extremely powerful plugs, collide with the bottom but after the successive destruction of the various partitions. Even so, the travelers would experience a violent repercussion after the complete evasion of the liquid mass. But the first shock would be almost entirely cushioned by that spring of so much power. True, 3 feet of water on an area of 45 square feet must have weighed about 11,500 pounds, but in the Barbicane concept, the arrest of the gases accumulated in the Columbiad would suffice to overcome this weight gain, and in addition, the shock had to throw out all the water in less than a second, so that the projectile would return to take almost at the moment its normal weight. Here is what the president of the gun club had devised, and how he thought he had solved the serious difficulty of the repercussion. For the rest, that work, perspicaciously understood by the engineers of the house Breadwill, was wonderfully executed. Once the effect had been produced and the water poured out, the passengers could easily detach themselves from the broken partitions and disassemble the movable disc that held them at the time of departure. As for the upper walls of the projectile, they were lined with dense leather padding and applied to perfectly tempered steel springs that had the elasticity of a watch's springs. The relief pipes, cleverly concealed under the cushion, did not even allow to suspect its existence. Thus, every conceivable precaution was taken to cushion the first shock, and it would have been necessary, as Michel Ardan said, to let himself be crushed, to be a henchman. The projectile was outwardly 9 feet wide and 15 feet long. In order not to exceed the designated weight, the thickness of the walls had been somewhat reduced, and its lower part reinforced, which had to suffer all the violence of the gases developed by the conflagration of the pyroxyle. The same is done with cylindrical conical bombs and grenades, whose walls are always thicker at the bottom. The metal tower was penetrated by a narrow opening in the walls of the cone, and analogous to the manholes in the steam boilers. It was hermetically closed by means of an aluminum sheet that held powerful pressure nuts inside. The travelers could, therefore, get out of their mobile prison, even if it seemed to them, to the star of the night. But it was not enough to go, but it was necessary to see along the way. There were 4 skylights with their corresponding extremely thick lenticular glass. 2 of the skylights were open on the circular wall of the projectile, another on its lower part, and another on the cone. The travelers were thus able to observe the Earth they were leaving, the Moon, to which they were approaching, and the planetary spaces. The skylights were protected against the collisions of the game by solidly embedded plates, which could easily be thrown out by unscrewing inner nuts. Thus the air contained in the projectile could not escape, and observations were possible. All these mechanisms, admirably established, worked with the greatest ease, and the engineers had not been less intelligent in all the accessories of the projectile car. Containers, solidly attached, were meant to hold the water and food needed by the 3 passengers. These could be procured up to fire and light by means of gas stored in a special receptacle, under a pressure of various atmospheres. It was enough to turn a key so that for 6 days the gas lit and heated the so comfortable vehicle. We can see, then, that nothing lacked the essentials of life, and even of well-being. Moreover, thanks to the instincts of Michel Ardan, the useful was combined with the pleasant, in the form of artistic objects. If he had not lacked space, Michel would have made his projectile a true artist's workshop. He would be fooled, however, to believe that 3 people should go in such a metal tower pressed like sardines into a barrel. They had at their disposal an area of 54 square feet on 10 height, allowing their guests some slack in their movements. They wouldn't have been so comfortable in any car in the United States. When the question of food and lighting was resolved, the question of air remained. It was evident that the air enclosed in the projectile would not be enough for the breathing of the travelers for 4 days, since each man consumes in an hour almost all the oxygen contained in 10 pounds of air. Barbicane, with his 2 companions and 2 dogs that he wanted to take away, had to consume every 24 hours 2,400 pounds of oxygen, or, by little, about 7 pounds in weight. It was therefore necessary to renew the air of the projectile. How? By a very simple procedure, that of Messrs. Riesset and Regnault, indicated by Michel Ardan in the course of the discussion during the meeting. It is known that the air consists mainly of 21 parts of oxygen and 79 of azo. What happens in the act of breathing? A very simple phenomenon. Man absorbs oxygen from the air, eminently proper to feed life, and leaves the azo intact. The exhaled air has lost about 5% of its oxygen and contains then an approximate volume of carbonic acid, definitive product of the combustion of the elements of the blood by the oxygen inspired. It happens then that in a closed environment, and after a certain time, all the oxygen of the air is replaced by carbonic acid, essentially deleterious gas. The question boiled down to the following. Having preserved intact the azo, first, reduce the absorbed oxygen. Second, destroy the expired carbonic acid. Nothing easier by means of potash chlorate and caustic potash. Potash chlorate is a salt that comes in the form of white straws. When it is raised to a temperature of 400 degrees, it is transformed into potassium chloride, and the oxygen it contains is completely released. 18 pounds of potash chlorate gives 7 pounds of oxygen, that is, the amount travelers need to spend in 24 hours. The oxygen is redone. As for caustic potash, it is a very avid matter of carbonic acid mixed with air, and it is enough to shake it to take it and form potash bicarbonate. We have also absorbed carbonic acid. Combining these two means, all their life-giving qualities are returned to the stale air, and this is what the 2 chemists, Lords Riesset and Regnault, had successfully experienced. But it must be said, the experiment until then had been done only in anima vili. As much as his scientific precision was, it was absolutely unknown how men would cope. Such was the observation he made in the session where such a serious matter was dealt with. Michel Ardan did not want to question the possibility of living by means of that artificial air, and offered to test it on himself before the departure. But the honor of the test was strongly claimed by J. T. Maston. "Since I do not depart," said this brave gunner, "the least I should be granted is to inhabit the projectile for 8 days. It would have been unfair not to comply." He was pleased. A sufficient quantity of potash chlorate and caustic potash was made available, with food for 8 days, and on November 12th at 6 in the morning, after shaking hands with his friends and having expressly recommended that his prison not be opened before 6 o'clock on the afternoon of the 20th, he slipped into the projectile, whose iron was then hermetically closed. What happened during those 8 days? It's impossible to know. The thick walls of the projectile did not allow any noise to be heard from the outside. On November 20th, at 6 o'clock, the iron rose. J. T. Maston's friends were still experiencing a certain anxiety, but soon they were reassured by a cheerful voice that burst into a formidable hurrah. The secretary of the gun club then appeared at the apex of the cone in a triumphant manner. "I had gained weight." 24. The telescope of the mountains, rocky on October 20th of the previous year. After the subscription closed, the president of the gun club had opened a credit to the Observatory of Cambridge for the sums that required the construction of a huge optical instrument. This apparatus, spectacle or telescope, was to be so powerful that any object whose volume exceeded 9 feet would become visible on the surface of the moon. There is an important difference between the glasses and the telescope, which should be remembered at this time. The spectacle consists of a tube that at its upper end carries a convex lens called a target, and at the lower end a second lens called an ocular, to which the observer's eye is applied. The rays coming from the luminous object cross the first of these lenses and will form, by refraction, an inverted image in its focus. That image is seen with the eyepiece, which increases it exactly as a microscope would. The eyepiece tube is closed at one end by the lens and at the other by the eyepiece. The telescope tube, on the other hand, is open at its upper end. The rays from the observed object penetrate freely and collide with a concave metal mirror, that is, convergent. These reflected rays find a mirror that sends them to the eyepiece arranged so that the image produced increases. Thus, in glasses, refraction plays the main role, and in telescopes, reflection. Hence the name of refractors given to the former, and that of reflectors given to the latter. The whole difficulty of execution of these optical devices lies in the construction of the objectives, whether they are lenses or metal mirrors. However, at the time when the Gun Club attempted its colossal experiment, these instruments were highly perfected and yielded magnificent results. It was already a long time ago when Galileo observed the stars with his poor spectacle that did not increase the images more than 7 times its own size. Already in the 16th century, the optical devices widened and extended in a considerable way, and allowed to penetrate the planetary spaces to a depth hitherto unknown. Among the refracting instruments that worked at that time, the spectacle of the Observatory of Poltava, in Russia, whose objective was 15 inches, 38 centimeters, wide, the eyeglass of the French optician Lherbour's, equipped with an objective equal to the precedent, and finally, the spectacle of the Cambridge Observatory, equipped with a lens that is 19 inches in diameter, 48 centimeters. Among the telescopes were known two of remarkable power and gigantic dimension. The first, built by Herschel, was 36 feet long and had a mirror that was 4.5 feet wide, allowing 6,000 magnifications. The second stood in Ireland, at Birk Castle in Parsonshound Park, and belonged to Lord Rosse. The length of his tube was 48 feet, and 6 feet, 1.60 meters, wide, and enlarged the object 6,400 times, having had to lift an immense construction of lime and ridge to arrange the apparatus that required the maneuver of the instrument, which weighed 28,000 pounds. But as you can see, despite such colossal dimensions, the increases obtained did not exceed, in round numbers, 6,000. But 6,000 magnifications do not bring the moon closer than 39 miles, and only objects with a diameter of 60 feet are perceived, unless these objects are very long. Now it was a projectile 9 feet wide and 15 feet long, so it was necessary to bring the moon at least 5 miles apart, and produce an increase of 48,000 times. Such was the question to be resolved by the Cambridge Observatory, which should not be stopped by any economic difficulty, and therefore only the materials had to be solved. First, it was necessary to choose between telescopes and glasses. They have advantages over telescopes. On the same objective, they allow to obtain more considerable increases, because the luminous rays that cross the lenses lose less by the absorption than by the reflection in the metallic mirror of the telescopes. But the thickness that can be given to a lens is limited, because, being a lot, it does not pass the luminous rays. In addition, the construction of such huge lenses is excessively difficult, and the considerable time required is counted for years. But although the images appear clearer in the glasses, an invaluable advantage when it comes to observing the moon, whose light is simply reflected, it was resolved to use the telescope, which is of a faster execution and allows to obtain greater magnification. However, as light rays lose much of their intensity through the atmosphere, the Gun Club decided to place the instrument in one of the highest mountains in the Union, which would decrease the density of the air layers. In telescopes, as we have seen, the eyepiece, that is, the lens placed in the eye of the observer, produces the increase, and the objective that allows the most considerable increases is the one whose diameter is greater as well as the focal length. To enlarge 48,000 times, it was necessary to singularly exceed in magnitude the objectives of Herschel and Lord Rosse. This was the difficulty, because casting mirrors is an extremely delicate operation. Fortunately, a few years earlier, a sage from the Institut de France, Léon Foucault, had invented a procedure that made it very easy and very early to polish the lenses, replacing the metallic mirror with silver mirrors. Just melt a piece of glass the size you want, and metallize it immediately with a silver salt. This procedure, whose results are excellent, was adopted for the manufacture of the objective. In addition, they were arranged according to the method devised by Herschel for their telescopes. In the great apparatus of the astronomer of Slough, the image of the objects, reflected by the mirror inclined towards the bottom of the tube, came to appear at the other end of the eye. Thus the observer, instead of placing himself at the bottom of the tube, climbed to the top, and A11 eye, armed with his letter, abyssed his gaze in the huge cylinder. This combination has the advantage of suppressing the small mirror intended to resend the image to the eyepiece. The image, instead of two reflections, suffers only one. There are, therefore, a smaller number of luminous rays extinguished, so that the image appears less weakened, and greater clarity is obtained, which was a precious advantage in the observation to be made. After these resolutions, work began. According to the direction calculations of the Cambridge Observatory, the tube of the new reflector had to be 280 feet long, and its mirror 16 feet in diameter. As colossal as such an instrument was, it was not comparable to that 10,000-foot, 3.5 kilometers, telescope which the astronomer Hooke proposed to build some years ago. Nevertheless, the installation of the device presented great difficulties. As for the question of the site, it was soon resolved. Try to choose a high mountain, and the high mountains are not numerous in the United States. Indeed, the orographic system of this great country is reduced to two ridges of medium height between which runs the magnificent Mississippi, which the Americans would call the king of the rivers if they admitted any king. To the east rise the Appalachians, whose highest peak, in New Hampshire, does not exceed 5,600 feet, which is not much. To the west, on the contrary, are the Rocky Mountains, immense mountain range that begins in the Strait of Magellan, follows the western coast of South America under the name of Andes or Cordillera, saves the Isthmus of Panama and runs through North America to the beaches of the Polar Sea. These mountains are not very high. The Alps or the Himalayas would look at them with the most sovereign disdain from the top of their stature. Its highest peak is no more than 10,700 feet, with Mont Blanc measuring 14,430, and Kanchenjunga in the Himalayas 26,776 above sea level. But as the Gun Club was determined that the telescope, like the Columbiad, would be placed in the States of the Union, it was necessary to be content with the Rocky Mountains, and all the necessary material went to the summit of Long's Peak, in the territory of Missouri. The pen and the word could not express the difficulties of all kinds that American engineers had to overcome, and the prodigies they did of skill and audacity. That was a real superhuman effort. There was a need to climb huge stones, colossal castings, extraordinary weight clamps, gigantic cylindrical pieces, and the target, which weighed just over 20,000 pounds, beyond the limit of perpetual snows to over 10,000 feet in height, after having traversed deserted meadows, impenetrable forests, frightful torrents, far from all population centers, amid wild regions where every detail of existence becomes an almost insoluble problem. And the genius of the Americans triumphed over so many immense obstacles. Less than a year after the work had begun, in the last days of September, the gigantic reflector lifted a tube of 380 feet into the air. It was suspended from a huge iron scaffold, allowing an ingenious mechanism to easily direct it to all points of the sky and follow the stars from one horizon to another during its march through space. It had cost over $400,000. The first time he focused on the moon, the observers experienced a sense of curiosity to restlessness at the same time. What were they going to discover in the field of that telescope that increased 48,000 times the observed objects? Populations? No, nothing that science did not already know, and at every point in its disk the volcanic nature of the moon could be determined with absolute precision. But the telescope of the Rocky Mountains, before rendering its services to the Gun Club, lent them immense to astronomy. Thanks to their penetrating power, the depths of the sky were probed to the last limits, the apparent diameter of a large number of stars could be rigorously measured, and Mr. Clark of the Cambridge Observatory decomposed the Crab Nebula, in the constellation of the Bull, which had never been able to reduce the reflector of Lord Rosse. 25. Final details. It had arrived on November 22nd, and 10 days later the supreme departure had to be verified. Only one last big step remained, but this was a delicate, dangerous operation, requiring infinite precautions, and against whose success Captain Nicholl had made his third bet. Try to load the Columbiad by inserting 400,000 pounds of fulmi-coton into it. Nicholl believed, perhaps with good reason, that the manipulation of such a formidable quantity of pyroxyle would lead to serious catastrophes, and that this eminently explosive mass would ignite itself under the pressure of the projectile. The imminence of danger was increased by the indiscretion and lightness of the Americans, who during the Federal War used to carry their bombs with cigarettes in their mouths. But Barbicane hoped to get away with it and not sink at the port entrance. He chose his best workers, made them work under his own inspection, did not lose sight of them, and through prudence and precautions, managed to tilt in his favor all the chances of success. He kept himself very well from having the entire shipment driven to the Stones Hill compound. He did so little by little in perfectly closed drawers. The 400,000 pounds of pyroxyle were divided into packs of 5,000 pounds, forming 800 thick cartridges carefully crafted by Pensacola's most skilled workers. Each crate contained 10 cartridges and arrived one after the other by the Tampa Railway. Thus there were never more than 5,000 pounds of pyroxyle in the compound. Each crate, upon arrival, was unloaded by workers walking barefoot, and each cartridge was transported to the mouth of the Columbiad, lowering it to the bottom by hand cranes. All the steam engines were gone, and all fire was put out 2 miles around. It was quite difficult to preserve those amounts of fulmi-coton from the burning of the sun, even in November. Thus it was worked mainly at night to the clarity of a light produced in the void, which, by means of the apparatus of Ruhmkorff, created an artificial day until the bottom of the Columbiad. The cartridges were placed there with perfect regularity, and were joined together by means of a metallic thread intended to simultaneously carry the electric spark to the center of each of them. Indeed, the fire was to be communicated to the cotton powder by means of the pile. All the threads, covered with an insulating material, came together in one, converging from a small hole open at the height of the projectile. Through that hole they went through the thick cast wall and climbed to the surface of the floor by one of the vents of the stone cladding preserved with this object. Already at the top of Stones Hill, the thread, which was supported by posts, like telegraph threads, on a 2-mile course, was attached to a powerful pile of Bunsen by passing through a switch. It was enough to press it. Finger on the button of the device to instantly set the current, and set the 400,000 pounds of fulmi-coton on fire. Needless to say, the battery was not supposed to come into operation until the last moment. On November 28th, the 800 cartridges were properly placed at the bottom of the Columbiad. This part of the operation had been carried out happily. But how many troubles, how many worries, how many shocks President Barbicane had suffered, how many struggles he had had to sustain. In vain had he forbidden entry into Stones Hill. Every day the curious made scandals in the stockade. Some, taking recklessness to madness, smoked in the midst of fulmi-coton charges. Barbicane was furious, and so was J.T. Maston, who threw out the intruders with the greatest energy, and collected the cigarette butts that the Yankees pulled anyway. The task was tough, because there were more than 300,000 individuals grouped around the palisades. Michel Ardan had offered to escort the crates to the mouth of the Columbiad, but having surprised himself with a huge cigar in his mouth, while pursuing the reckless to whom he set a bad example, the president of the gun club saw that he could not count on such an inveterate smoker, and instead of naming him a vigilante, ordered that he be watched very especially. Anyway, as there's a God for the gunners, the Columbiad got loaded and everything went to word of mouth. Captain Nicholl was in great danger of losing his third bet. The projectile had yet to be inserted into the Columbiad and placed over the fulmi-coton. But before proceeding to this operation, the objects that the journey required were arranged in order in the bullet carriage. These were quite numerous, and had Michel Ardan been allowed to do so, they would very soon have occupied all the space reserved for travelers. No one is able to imagine what the good Frenchman wanted to bring to the moon. A real trifle of superfluities. But Barbicane stepped in, and it all came down to what was strictly necessary. Several thermometers, barometers, and glasses were placed in the instrument chest. Travelers were curious to examine the moon during the voyage, and to facilitate the recognition of their new world, they were provided with an excellent map of Beer and Modler, selenographic map, published in 4 sheets, which happens, with good reason, for a true masterpiece of observation and patience. The map reproduces with scrupulous accuracy the most insignificant details of the portion of the star that looks at the Earth. Mountains, valleys, circuses, craters, peaks, slots, are seen in it with their exact dimensions, with their faithful orientation, and even with its own name, from the Dorfell and Leibniz mountains, whose high peak rises in the eastern part of the disk, to the cold sea, which extends through the circumpolar regions of the north. It was therefore a precious document for travelers because it allowed them to study the country before entering it. They also carried 3 rifles and 3 shotguns that fired explosive bullets, and also gunpowder and bullets in large quantities. "We do not know with whom we will have to have them," said Michel Ardan. "We can find men or animals who take our visit badly. Precautions must therefore be taken. Beyond the instruments of self-defense, there were picks, hoes, hand saws and other indispensable tools, not to mention the dresses suitable to all temperatures, from the cold of the polar regions to the heat of the torrid area." Michel Ardan would have wanted to take away a number of animals, although not a couple of each species of all known, because he did not see the need to acclimate on the moon snakes, tigers, crocodiles and other harmful animals. "No," I said to Barbicane, "but some beasts of burden, bulls, donkeys or horses, would do good in the country and would be extremely useful." "I agree with that, my dear Ardan," replied the president of the gun club, "but our shell car is not Noah's Ark. It has neither its capacity nor its object. We do not go beyond the limits of what is possible." Finally, after lengthy discussions, it was agreed that the travelers would be content to bring an excellent hunting dog belonging to Nickel and a vigorous Newfoundland dog of prodigious strength. Some boxes of grain and useful seeds were included in the number of essential items. If they had let Michel Ardan dispatch as he pleased, he would also have brought some sacks of soil to sow. Since he could not do all he wanted, he carried a dozen bushes which, wrapped in straw with the greatest care, were placed in a corner of the projectile. There was still the important question of food, because it was necessary to prepare for the case in which a region of the moon was reached absolutely sterile. Barbicane arranged it so that he gathered supplies for a year. But we must warn, so that no one crosses or quarantines what we say, that the food consisted of canned meat and legumes reduced to their lowest possible volume under the action of the hydraulic press, and that they contained a lot of nutritious elements. Truth is that they were not very varied, but in an expedition it was necessary not to go with dengues and flattery. There was also a reserve of brandy that rose to about 50 gallons, about 200 liters, and water only for 2 months, because, according to the latest observations of astronomers, no one could question the presence of a certain amount of water on the surface of the moon. As for the food, foolishness would have been to believe that inhabitants of the earth were not to find up there with what to feed themselves. Michel Ardan had no doubt about this. If he had sheltered her, he would not have thought of taking the perilous journey. On the other hand, he told his friends, "We will not be completely abandoned by our comrades on earth, and they will try not to forget us." "Of course not," replied J.T. Maston. "On what are you based?" Nickel asked. Ardan replied very simply, "Won't the Columbiad always stay here?" "Well, how many times does the moon appear in favorable zenith conditions, since it is not perigee, that is to say, once a year at little difference, cannot we send grenades loaded with food, which we will receive on a fixed day?" "Hurrah! Hurrah!" exclaimed J.T. Maston, as a man who has an idea dash. "Very well said. Perfectly said. No, indeed, dear friends, we will not forget you. I am counting on it. So, you see, we will have regular news from the globe, and as far as we are concerned, we must be very clumsy not to find a way to communicate with our good friends on Earth." In these words there was such confidence that Michel Ardan, with his resolute continent and his superb aplomb, would have dragged the whole gun club after him. What he said seemed simple, elementary, easy, of assured success, and it would have been necessary to have a petty attachment to this miserable globe in order not to follow the 3 travelers on their fantastic lunar expedition. When all the objects were properly placed in the projectile, water intended to cushion the impact was placed between their partitions, and the lighting gas was locked in its container. As for potash chlorate and caustic potash, Barbicane, fearing unexpected delays along the way, took a sufficient amount to renew for 2 months the oxygen and absorbed carbon. An extremely ingenious device that worked automatically was responsible for returning to the air its vivifying qualities and purifying it completely. The projectile was therefore ready to fly, and it was no longer necessary to lower it to the Columbiad. The operation was fraught with difficulties and dangers. The huge grenade was moved to the top of Stones Hill, where powerful cranes seized it and held it suspended above the metal pit. That moment was throbbing. If the chains could not withstand such a heavy weight, they would have broken, the fall of such a huge mass would undoubtedly have determined the inflammation of the Fulmi-Kotan. Fortunately, none of this happened, and a few hours later the shell car, slowly going down the barrel bore, lay down on its bed of pyroxyle, a true fulminant duvet. His pressure only attacked the Columbiad's charge with greater force. "I lost," said the captain, giving President Barbicane a sum of $3,000. Barbicane did not want to receive any amount from a fellow traveler, but she had to give in to Nicholl's stubbornness, who wanted to fulfill all commitments before leaving Earth. "Then," said Michel Ardan, "I no longer have to wish you more than one thing, my brave captain." "Which one?" Nicholl asked. "I hope they lose the other 2 bets," replied the Frenchman. "So we will be sure not to stay on the road." 26. Fire! And the key day arrived, the 1st of December, because if the projectile was not launched that same night, at 10:46:40, more than 18 years would have to elapse before the moon presented itself in the same simultaneous conditions of zenith and perigee. The weather was magnificent. Despite approaching winter, the sun shone and bathed the earth with its radiant effluviums, which 3 of its inhabitants were going to abandon in search of a new world. How many people slept badly during the night that preceded that day so impatiently desired? How many breasts were oppressed under the weight of a painful anxiety? All hearts throbbed restlessly, except that of Michel Ardan. This impassive character came and went with his usual mobility, but nothing denounced in him an unusual concern. His dream had been peaceful, like that of Turenne at the foot of the canyon, before the battle. After dawn, an innumerable crowd covered the prairies that stretch out to lose sight of Stone's Hill. Every quarter of an hour, the Tampa Railroad carried new onlookers. Immigration then took on fabulous proportions and, according to records from the Tampa Town Observer on that memorable day, about 5 million spectators stepped on Florida's ground. A month ago most of that crowd lived around the compound, and laid the foundations of a city that was later called Ardenstown. Huts, tents, awnings, ranches stood on the plain, and these ephemeral rooms sheltered a population large enough to cause envy to the major cities of Europe. All the peoples of the earth had representatives there. All the dialects of the world were spoken there at once. The confusion of tongues reigned, as in the biblical times of the Tower of Babel. There the various classes of American society were confused into absolute equality. Bankers, farmers, sailors, merchants, brokers, cotton planters, merchants, bankers and magistrates rubbed shoulders with primitive simplicity. The Louisiana Creoles fraternized with the landlords of Indiana. The aristocrats of Kentucky and Tennessee, the elegant and haughty Virginians, shared the same with the wild half-hunters of the lakes and the Cincinnati oxen dealers. Some covered their heads with beaver hats, with wide wings, others with the classic Panama, who wore blue cotton pants, who wore elegant blouses of raw canvas, some wore brightly colored boots, others flaunted flamboyant batista skirts and flashed on their shirt, on their sleeves, on their necktie, on their 10 fingers, and even on their earlobes, a whole assortment of rings, pins, shiny chains, earrings and other trifles whose value was equal to their bad taste. Women, children, servants, no less affluent, accompanied, followed, preceded, surrounded these husbands, these fathers, these lords, who looked like chiefs of tribe in the midst of their innumerable families. At lunchtime it was to see how that crowd rushed over the typical dishes of the South and how it devoured, with an appetite capable of producing a shortage of food in Florida, delicacies that would disgust the European stomach, such as cucumbered frogs, stewed monkeys, fish, fried didelfo, almost raw fox, or lean grilled bear. But also, how great it was to facilitate the digestion of such indigestible delicacies, the varied series of liqueurs. What loud shouts, what pressing shouts echoed in the taverns, abundantly provided with glasses, jars, bottles and other vessels of improbable shapes, with mortars to spray the sugar and with packets of straw, julep of mint. A salesman shouted in a loud voice, "Bordeaux wine punch." Another replied, with a tone that seemed to be growling, "Gin sling." He repeated another, "The good cocktail. The good brandy smash." Several others said, "Who wants the real mint julep to the last model?" Some skillful merchants sang, quickly passing from one glass to another, with the skill of a dice player, sugar, lemon, mint, ice, water, cognac and pineapple of America, which make up an excellent refreshing drink. In the following days, invitations addressed to the gaznates, altered by the fiery action of the species, were repeated and crossed incessantly, producing a railing of all devils. But on that first day of December the shouts were rare. In vain the vendors would have been hoarse to stimulate people. No one thought about eating or drinking, and at 4 in the afternoon there were many spectators, many who made up that immense crowd, who had not yet taken their usual appetizer. There was another more significant symptom. The violent passion of the Americans for gambling was overcome by the agitation that was noticed everywhere. It was well known that the great event that awaited overwhelmed all the senses and left no room for distraction, seeing that the billiard balls did not come out of the pockets, that the dice of the backgammon slept in their bowls, that the roulette remained stationary, that the cards of whist, blackjack, red and black, mount and lighthouse, remained quietly enclosed in their decks intact. During the day a deaf agitation ran among that anxious crowd, without shouts, like the one that precedes the great catastrophes. An indescribable discomfort reigned in the spirits, a painful numbness, an indefinable feeling that oppressed the heart. Everyone would have wanted the event to be over. However, at 7 o'clock that heavy silence suddenly dissipated. The moon appeared on the horizon. Her appearance was greeted by thousands of cheers. She had attended the appointment promptly. The cries went up to the sky. The applause departed from all points, and meanwhile, the white Phoebe, shining peacefully in an admirable sky, caressed the crowd with her most affectionate rays. At that time the intrepid travelers appeared. The clamoring general increased by 100-fold upon his arrival. Instantly unanimous, the United States national anthem escaped from all the longing breasts, and the Yankee Doodle, sung in chorus by 5 million voices, rose like a thunderstorm to the last limits of the atmosphere. After this irresistible start, the hymn ceased. The last harmonies died out little by little, the notes were lost and dissipated in space. A silent rumor floated over that crowd so deeply impressed. However, the Frenchman and the 2 Americans had entered the reserved enclosure, around which the immense crowd gathered. They were accompanied by gun club members and delegations sent by European observatories. Barbicane, cold and serene, calmly gave his last orders. Nicholl, with his lips tight and his hands crossed behind his back, walked with a firm and measured step. Michel Ardan, always carefree, in a perfect traveler's suit, with leather leggings, with the road bag hanging on his shoulder and the cigar in his mouth, distributed, as he passed, 2 handshakes with the prodigality of a prince. His verbosity was inexhaustible. Cheerful, chuckle, dicaricero, made the worthy J.T. Maston scowls. In a word, it was French, and worse, Parisian to the core. It was 10. The time had come to place itself in the projectile, for the maneuver necessary to lower it, screw the lid and remove the cranes and the scaffolding inclined on the mouth of the Columbiad, required some time. Barbicane had fixed his stopwatch, which did not differ 1/10 of a second from the watch of Engineer Murchison, charged with setting fire to gunpowder by means of the electric spark. In this way the passengers enclosed in the projectile could also follow with their eyes the impassive hand until the precise moment of their departure was marked. The time had come for farewell. The scene was pathetic, and even Michel Ardan, despite his feverish joviality, was moved. J.T. Maston had found under his dry eyelids an old tear that he certainly reserved for that occasion, and poured it on the face of his beloved and brave president. "If I left," he said, "it's still time." "Impossible, my dear friend Maston," replied Barbicane. A few moments later, the 3 companions took their place in the projectile and had already screwed inside the lid. The mouth of the Columbiad, entirely clear, opened freely towards the sky. Nicholl, Barbicane and Michel Ardan were definitely locked in their metal car. Who would be able to paint the universal anxiety then reached its paroxysm? The moon advanced in a firmament of clear purity, extinguishing as the stars flashed. He then traveled the constellation of Gemini, and was almost halfway to the horizon and zenith. There was therefore no one who could not easily understand that it was pointed in front of the object, as the hunter pointed out before the hare that wants to kill and not the hare itself. An imposing and terrifying silence hung over the whole scene. Not a breath of wind on the ground. Not a breath in the breasts. Hearts did not dare to beat. All eyes converged in the mouth of the Columbiad. Murchison kept his eyes on the hand of his stopwatch. It was barely 40 seconds before the time of departure, and each of them lasted a century. There was a universal shudder at the 20th, and there was not one in the crowd who did not think that the daring travelers locked in the projectile counted those terrible seconds as well. Isolated screams escaped. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Fire! Immediately, Murchison, pressing with his finger the switch of the apparatus, established the current and threw the electric spark to the bottom of the Columbiad. A frightful, unheard of, superhuman detonation, of which there is no sound that can give the faintest idea, either the bursts of lightning, nor the din of eruptions, occurred instantly. An immense beam of fire came out of the bowels of the earth like a crater. The ground rose, and there were hardly any spectators who could glimpse for a moment the projectile cleaving the air in the midst of flaming vapors. 27. Cloudy weather. As soon as the incandescent light rose, the dilated flame lit up the whole of Florida, and there was a moment of incalculable brevity when day replaced night in a considerable expanse of territory. The immense plume of fire was perceived from 100 miles into the sea, the same in the Gulf as in the Atlantic, and more than one captain noted in his log book the appearance of that gigantic meteor. The detonation of the Columbiad was accompanied by a real earthquake. Florida felt the shock to the bottom of its bowels. The gases of the gunpowder, dilated by the heat, rejected with incomparable violence the atmospheric layers, and that artificial hurricane, 100 times faster than the hurricane of the storms, crossed the air like a flood. Not a single spectator was left standing. Men, women, children, all were brought down like ears shaken by the wind of the tempest. There was a formidable tumult. Many people upon falling were severely wounded, and J.T. Maston, who unwisely stood too close to the piece, was thrown at 20 toises and passed like a bullet over the head of his fellow citizens. 300,000 people were momentarily deaf and stunned. The atmospheric current, after tearing down barracks, sinking huts, uprooting trees within a 20-mile radius, throwing rail trains all the way to Tampa, fell on this city like an avalanche, and destroyed 100 buildings, among others the Church of Santa Maria and the new Palace of the Bag, which cracked in all its length. Some ships from the port, crashing into each other, went down, and 10 ships, anchored in the harbor, crashed on the shore, having broken their chains as if they were strands of cotton. But the circle of devastation extended even further, and beyond the boundaries of the United States. The effect of the aftermath, aided by westerly winds, was felt in the Atlantic more than 300 miles from American beaches. A fictitious tempest, an unexpected tempest, which Admiral Fitzroy could not foresee, scattered his squadron, and many ships, shrouded in frightful whirlwinds that gave them no time to load or curl a single sail, capsized in an instant, including the Childe Harold in Liverpool, a regrettable disaster which was the subject of the most serious complaints from the British press. In short, and to say it all, although the fact has no more guarantee than the affirmation of some indigenous, half an hour after the departure of the projectile, some inhabitants of Goria and Sierra Leone pretended to have perceived a deaf shock, last vibration of sound waves that, after having crossed the Atlantic, would die on the African coasts. But let's go back to Florida. After the first moment of the tumult, the wounded, the deaf, all who made up the crowd, came out of their amazement and shouted frantically, cheering Arden, Barbicane, and Nickel. Millions of men, armed with telescopes and long-range glasses, interrogated space, forgetting the contusions to think only of the projectile. But they sought him in vain. He could no longer be distinguished, and it was necessary to resign himself to waiting for the telegrams from Long's Peak. The director of the Cambridge Observatory held his post in the Rocky Mountains, and he, a skillful and persevering astronomer, had been entrusted with the observations. But an unforeseen phenomenon, though easy to foresee, against which men could do nothing, subjected public impatience to a harsh test. The time, until then so serene, was suddenly spoiled. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Could anything else happen, after the terrible revolution experienced by the atmospheric layers and the dispersion of the enormous amount of vapors from the deflagration of 400,000 pounds of pyroxyle? The whole natural order had been disturbed, which cannot surprise those who know that in naval battles the atmospheric state has been changed by artillery discharges. The sun, the next day, rose on a horizon filled with thick clouds, which formed between the sky and the earth a heavy, impenetrable curtain that unfortunately extended to the regions of the Rocky Mountains. It was a fatality. A concert of claims rose from all over the globe, but nature made no case of them, and it was just, since men had disturbed the atmosphere with their cannon, that they should suffer the consequences. On the first day, there were those who did not try to penetrate the opaque veil of clouds, but all wasted their time miserably. In addition, everyone was looking at the sky erroneously, because as a result of the daytime movement of the globe, the projectile had to pass through the antipodes line. However, when the earth was enveloped in the darkness of an impenetrable and deep night, it was impossible to perceive the moon rising on the horizon, as if the Diana cast expressly hid itself from the gazes of the reckless or profane ones who had made fire against it. No observation was possible, and the parts of Long's Peak confirmed this fatal setback. However, if the result of the experiment was as expected, travelers who departed on December 1st at 10 hours and 40 minutes at night should arrive on the 4th at midnight. Until then it was necessary to have patience without too much fuss, making everyone realize that it was very difficult, not being in very favorable conditions, to observe a body as small as the Grenade. On December 4th, from 8 in the afternoon until midnight, it would have been possible to follow the course of the projectile, which would have seemed like a point in the silvery disk of the moon. But time remained inexorably overcast, which led to the ultimate public exasperation. The moon was insulted because she did not appear. Human volubility. J.T. Maston, desperate, marched to Long's Peak. He wanted to observe for himself, leaving no doubt that his friends had reached the end of their journey. On the other hand, I had not heard that the projectile had fallen at any point on any of the islands and terrestrial continents, and J.T. Maston did not admit a single instant the possibility of a fall in the oceans that cover 3/4 of the globe. Day 5 followed the same time. The great telescopes of the Old World, of Herschel, of Rosse, of Foucault, were invariably directed to the star of the night, because in Europe the weather was precisely magnificent, but the relative weakness of these instruments invalidated all the observations. It did not make day 6 better. Impatience tormented 3/4 of the globe. There were even those who proposed the most foolish means to dissipate the clouds accumulated in the air. On day 7 the sky changed somewhat. There was some hope, but it was short-lived, for at night thick clouds made the starry vault covered with all eyes. The situation was getting worse. On the 11th, at 9 and 11 minutes in the morning, the moon was to enter its last room, and then decline, so that later, although the weather cleared, the observation would be little less than fruitless. The moon would then show only an ever-decreasing portion of its disk until it became a new moon, that is, it would set and rise with the sun, whose rays would make it absolutely invisible. It would therefore be necessary to wait until January 3rd, at 12 noon and 41 minutes of the day, to find it full again and begin observation again. The newspapers published these reflections with 1,000 comments, and advised the public to arm themselves with patience. Day 8 was not new. The 9 reappeared the sun for a moment, as if to mock the Americans. They received him with a loud whistle, and he, wounded no doubt in his self-love by such a welcome, was very stingy with his rays. On day 10 there was no noticeable variation either. Soon J.T. Maston lost his mind, inspiring serious fears to the brain of the worthy veteran, so well preserved until then under his skull of gutta percha. But on the 11th one of those terrible storms of the intertropical regions was unleashed in the atmosphere. Strong easterly winds swept away the stubbornly accumulated clouds, and at night the disk of the night star, then reddish, passed majestically through the clear constellations of the sky. 28. A new star. That same night, the pulsating news so eagerly awaited fell like lightning in the States of the Union, and then, crossing the ocean, circulated through all the telegraph threads of the globe. The projectile had been perceived by the giant Long's Peak reflector. Here is the note written by the director of the Cambridge Observatory, which contains the scientific conclusion of the great experiment of the Gun Club. Long's Peak, December 12 to the members of the Observatory of Cambridge. The projectile fired by the Columbiad of Stones Hill has been perceived by Lords Belfast and J. T. Maston, on December 12, at 8:47 p.m., having entered the moon in its last room. The projectile has not come to an end. It has passed, however, close enough to it to be retained by the lunar attraction. There, its rectilinear movement has become a circular movement of vertiginous speed, and has been dragged following an elliptical orbit around the moon, from which it has become a true satellite. The elements of this new star have not yet been determined. Its translation speed and rotation speed are not known. It can be calculated at 2,833 miles, approximately the distance that separates it from the surface of the moon. At present, two hypotheses can be established, and depending on which is the case, to modify the state of affairs differently, or the attraction of the moon will prevail over all forces, and drag the projectile, in which case the travelers will reach the end of their journey. Or, by keeping the projectile in an immutable orbit, it will gravitate around the lunar disk until the consummation of the centuries. Here's what the observations will tell us one day or another, but for now, the only result of the Gun Club's attempt has been to endow our solar system with a new star. J. Belfast. How many questions gave rise to such an unexpected outcome? What a mysterious situation the future holds for scientific research. Thanks to the courage and selflessness of three men, an apparently futile enterprise, which was to send a bullet to the moon, had just had an immense result, whose consequences were incalculable. The travelers, imprisoned in a new satellite, although it is true that they had not reached their objective, formed at least part of the lunar world. They gravitated around the star of the night, and for the first time could the view penetrate all its mysteries. The names of Nicole, Barbicane and Michel Ardan must therefore always be celebrated in astronomical splendors, for these daring explorers, desiring to widen the circle of human knowledge, they boldly crossed space and risked their lives in the most surprising attempt of modern times. Known as the Long's Peak Note, there was a sense of surprise and fright in the entire universe. Was it possible to help those heroic inhabitants of Earth? No, without a doubt, because they had placed themselves outside of humanity, going beyond the limits imposed by God to the terrestrial creatures. They could get air for 2 months, they had food for a year. But then, the most callous hearts palpitated as they addressed such a terrible question. A man, only one, refused to admit that the situation was desperate. Only one had confidence, and was his addicted friend, bold and determined like them, the good J. T. Maston. He did not lose sight of them. His home was henceforth Long's Peak, his horizon, the mirror of the immense reflector. As soon as the moon appeared on the horizon, it locked it in the telescope's field and followed it assiduously through the planetary spaces. He watched with eternal patience the passage of the projectile through his silver disk, and in reality the worthy veteran lived in perpetual communication with his three friends, and did not despair of seeing them again one day to another. "I will write to them," he said to the one who wanted to hear him, "when circumstances permit. We will hear from them, and they will hear from us. I know them. They are very brave men. They carry with them in space all the resources of art, science, and industry. This does what you want, and you will see how they find a solution to this conflictive situation. And,